If I go too fast, just stop me. Well, it's a pleasure to see you all here this morning, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. I love this part of the world, and I would have come here even if it wasn't for the festival, because I love to spend time around this part of the world. But I wanted to say this to you, those of you who are interested in film. We have a saying, those of us who make films, which is that films beget other films. Films provoke filmmakers to make other films. Everything that I learned about filmmaking, I learned from watching the films of other people, especially European filmmakers of the 1960s. And though none of the work that I've done resembles in any way the great European filmmakers whose works I love, they were the ones who inspired me. People like Alain Resnais and Jean-Luc Godard and Michelangelo Antonioni and Fellini, of course, and so many others going back, even H.G. Clouseau. But I was attracted to making films myself because I saw the films of these people, and some American filmmakers as well, like Orson Welles' Citizen Kane. That was really the film that provoked me to want to become a filmmaker more than anything, because I realized when I saw Citizen Kane that cinema was more than just entertainment. It was as profound and as complex and as simple as great literature. So I'll speak a little more and I'll answer all of your questions. I'll do some more talking, I hope, but I know that Milton has a few words he'd like to say.
Well, it's actually just questions for you, and you've already kind of started the whole process because a lot of what I was going to ask you just summarized very succinctly. But I would like to go a bit back to the beginning, your career, because you came to Hollywood after a background in Chicago in documentary filmmaking. You came to Hollywood at a very significant time, during a big time of change from the old Hollywood system. When you made your first film in the late 60s, it was a time when Hollywood was not only just looking for and welcoming new talent, but in some cases desperate for it, and wanting to know where, based on what had happened in the 60s, where even entertainment was going. So can you talk, you've talked about your influences and what got you inspired by filmmaking, but how do you see yourself fitting into that era when many filmmakers were making their first films in Hollywood?
Well, I got into filmmaking quite by accident. And almost everything that's happened to me as a filmmaker is accidental. I'll give you an example of that. I never went to college or university. I went to high school. As far as I went in school was high school. I'm not sure what the equivalent of that is here. What is that, medium school?
Lycée.
Lycée. That's as far as I got. And I was a very bad student because I paid no attention whatsoever. I used to look out the window, or I was even a very bad boy. It's a miracle I never got expelled. But when I finished with lycée, I had no idea what I wanted to do. But there was an ad in a newspaper. This was in the late 1950s. There was an ad in the newspapers that said, opportunities for young men. And it specified men, not women, not men and women. Opportunities for young men to start at the bottom, in effect, in the mail room, where the mail gets delivered, and work your way up to becoming a television director. So I had no schooling whatsoever in television. I started in the mailroom, and because there were no schools that taught directors, there were schools that taught the technical part of television, but there were no schools that taught you how to become a director at that time. So I started in the mailroom. Within about 9 months, I was a floor manager, which is like an assistant director. And about 9 months after that, before I was 18 years old, I was directing live television. And you learned on the job. You learned by doing. I learned by rote, by watching other people do it. And they let me stay in the control rooms, and I used to write down if someone said something and then what happened when the director said something. And I only got into film accidentally because I loved live television. But one of the things that I didn't like were big parties. I hated parties, and I hated to go to parties. But I went to one big party once. It was given by a very wealthy woman in Chicago, where I grew up. And this woman I had met through my work in television. She had produced a number of shows, and she invited me to a party in which there were a great many different kinds of people. There were university professors, there were doctors, entertainers, actors. I don't know if you remember, there was a man called Lenny Bruce who was at this party. He was a very famous foul-mouthed American comic, but brilliant. He used to say a lot of bad words on stage and go to jail. I mean, the police used to wait for him in the nightclubs where he was speaking, and he'd say something, 4-letter word, boom, they'd run on stage and arrest him. Now it's on television all the time, what he said, and in the movies, of course. But so I went to this party, and there were about 150 people standing in a living room, and I found myself pressed up against a corner, and standing next to me was a priest, a man in a priest collar and priest suit. And I introduced myself, and he introduced himself. His name was Father Robert Surfling. And I said, "Where is your church, Father?" And he said, "Well, I'm the priest at the Cook County Jail in Chicago on death row, where the prisoners were who were going to be put to die in the electric chair." And I was sort of stunned, and I didn't know what to say to him, but I just blurted out. I said, "Have you ever met anyone on death row that you thought was innocent?" And he said, "Yes, there's one guy. He's an African American. He's going to die in 6 months in the electric chair, and I think he may be innocent. And so does the warden think he may be innocent, and he doesn't want to kill him. The warden has killed 3 other people." And I listened to this, and I was fascinated. And then I sort of moved on, and he moved on. But I thought about this all weekend. Now, I had never made a film. I had only done live television. But something was implanted within me, and I called this priest at the Cook County Jail the following Monday, and I asked if I could meet this prisoner, whose name was Paul Crump, C-R-U-M-P. And he arranged for me to meet this man, and I arranged with a live television cameraman that I worked with for the two of us to go in this prison and make a film to try and save this man's life. And ultimately, we had no idea how to go about making a film. But we learned while we went to an equipment rental house in Chicago, and we said, if you teach us how to use a camera and how to get sound in sync with the camera, we'll rent your equipment. So I've had one lesson in filmmaking, and that was then. Most of you who've seen my films probably aren't surprised to hear that. But I had one lesson in filmmaking. We went into the Cook County Jail, and I made a film about this man's life on death row, and I dramatized some of what he told me about how the Chicago police had beaten a confession out of him. And the film was made, and the governor of Illinois wrote me a letter saying that he was going to pardon this man from death row because of my film. And the film won a number of documentary awards. And that's how I became a filmmaker, and how his life was spared from the electric chair. And no, I appreciate it. But I must tell you that was my prime motivation, to save this man's life. It was a court of last resort. But because of the success of the film, I had these offers to go out to Hollywood, where I did documentaries, first for the American Broadcasting Company and a company called Walper Productions. And this was the early 1960s. And as you pointed out, there was a vast change taking place in American cinema. It was provoked by a film called Easy Rider, which was made for very little money by people who were completely unknown as filmmakers, and the film was a great success. It was about the American drug culture, and it was like a road film. And so the studios in Hollywood were looking for other young filmmakers to make other such films. And that's how myself and people like Francis Coppola and Peter Bogdanovich and others who had not even studied film, as Martin Scorsese had, who was a student at New York University Film School. Some came from film school, and others of us came from documentary, and there was a changing of the guard. The films that we were making were primarily influenced by the European filmmakers. And the films that the older Hollywood film directors were making were primarily influenced by old Hollywood. And the audiences became more and more interested in the so-called new Hollywood. Now, one of the things I'm going to say at the Piazza Grande on Friday night, I'll share with you. My generation was not only influenced by the European filmmakers of the 1960s, we were influenced by the events of the 1960s, in which America was going through a national nervous breakdown. It started with the assassination of John Kennedy, and then later the assassination of Martin Luther King, and then Robert Kennedy, and then the onset of the Vietnam War, in which America stumbled very badly and has really never recovered. And the decade of the 1960s ended with the Charles Manson murders. Are you familiar with the murder of Sharon Tate and a bunch of people for no apparent reason at all by a bunch of, sort of crazy, drug-infested people who were aimless and driftless and who were sort of adrift from the American culture. And the Manson murders ended the 1960s. We came along in the 1970s, really, and made films that reflected what was going on in America. We weren't inventing things about American life. We were reflecting what we could perceive, which was paranoia everywhere and irrational fear. And certainly my films of the 1970s reflected just that. And so did the films of my colleagues to a great extent.
Well, to jump ahead to the 70s, although we should mention in the late 60s, you made three very disparate yet very accomplished films. The first film was Good Times, Sonny and Cher, the birthday party adaptation of Pinter play, and The Night They Raided Minsky's. Can you say just a bit about those first three films, which don't get talked about a lot? The birthday party I haven't seen since '68, but it was a fantastic adaptation. And during that period, how much were you working because it was a subject you wanted to do, or was it an opportunity to establish yourself in?
Those first three films I made simply to become a filmmaker. And my advice to young filmmakers who want to have a career in film, Milton, is to do almost anything that you have a chance to do. Because just the act of working on a film is you're going to learn what is necessary. But I'm going to tell you right now what's necessary so you don't have to go through it yourselves. Film is about communication, period. It's first about communicating with the people you're working with because it is the most collaborative of media. If you want to be a painter, you have only a blank canvas to stare at and your own God-given abilities. If you want to be a writer, you have either a computer that's blank or a blank sheet of paper. But to make a film, you have to work with a great many people who have a great many other skills. So you must be able to first communicate with them. You have to have confidence in yourself to do this kind of work. And if you don't, I would advise you not to go into this kind of work to become a filmmaker. You must believe in yourself and your own ideas, but you have to be able to communicate them first to your colleagues, but ultimately to the public, because film is about communication. The first three films I made, the first one was with a pop group named Sonny and Cher. And you know, I liked them a lot, but I had no interest in making a film with Sonny and Cher. But they asked me to do it, and so I did it, and I learned how to make a film. If I had made this film in Romania under Ceausescu, I would have been assassinated, you know, for making that film. It's very inept. However, the other films I made early on, The Birthday Party is something I wanted to do because Harold Pinter is, to me, one of the great writers of the English language, and I had an opportunity to adapt his great play, The Birthday Party, into film. And then The Night They Raided Minsky's came about because I was all of a sudden a hot young director in Hollywood. But The Night They Raided Minsky's is about burlesque in the 1920s, about which I knew nothing, but learned on the job. But all of these films are now released on DVD in America, and they are revived in America quite often. But they were not personal in any way.
Mm-hmm. To come to what is, I would say, considered your first personal film, apart from excellent work prior to that, is the French Connection. And the French Connection, from someone who was there when it came out, I'd like to talk about two things. First, the creation of French Connection and how it embodies a lot of your very personal themes. The other part is the phenomenon it became, because when it opened, before it opened, it was just seen as yet another action policier coming out. Yet it became a very popular film, and I think then gave you a certain amount of power. But going back to it's the first film that shows your protagonists that are obsessed, driven, morally ambiguous, torn between polars of doing good and tempted by the bad side, that runs pretty much through the rest of your work. So do you want to talk about, and the other thing it did was bring in your previous documentary skill, because what the French Connection is grounded in reality, even though it's a genre film. So do you want to talk a bit about those various things?
Sure. But first, don't leave out The Boys in the Band.
Well, The Boys in the Band is a fantastic adaptation.
I did The Boys in the Band before I did The French Connection. And it's just a great script and something that I felt was both funny on the one hand and ultimately tragic on the other, but a great script that was offered to me by the writer. And I felt it was also a great love story, in addition to being funny and very moving. But with The French Connection, I had felt for some time that there was a very thin line between the policeman and the criminal, that the very best policemen in the United States were those who thought like criminals. And so The French Connection is really about the thin line between the policeman and the criminal. And it's the first film in which I was able to, pardon me. It was the first film in which I was able to use documentary technique. By that I mean most of the films that were made before The French Connection, the camera was over here, the actors were over there. The camera was the fourth wall. There were, the camera could usually go here or point there at the same time. But it could almost never go from here to there, over to here. Because back here is the crew. The lights, the crew, myself, a bunch of people eating sandwiches, paying no attention whatsoever to what's going on, reading the newspaper. But with a documentary, what you could do was you could move the camera anywhere. There was very small crew. And so I found that if the people I was filming doing actual things in their own life, if someone got up from there and started to walk over back here, the camera could follow them and break the fourth wall and go 360 degrees around. And so I thought, why not try to make a feature film in this way, where the camera could follow people anywhere, at any time. Now that meant shooting with natural light, not having a whole battery of lights over there, or guys eating sandwiches or reading the newspaper or whatever, but giving the actors the ability, as in real life, to move anywhere at any time. And so when we filmed outdoors, which we did a lot of the time, there were no lights. I used natural light. And natural light is very beautiful, as we all know. When we filmed indoors, all of the locations were real. It was a real police station, a real bar room, whatever the location, they were all real. And so all we would do was take very small lights, little bounce lights, and they were on little stands that could attach to the ceiling and just bounce the light off the ceiling and not have to be key lights, which were enormous lights that would light big cinema sets. And so I didn't use any sets in the French Connection. Everything was on location. All the light was bounce light or indirect light. And there was nobody standing behind the cameras. The crew was hidden away somewhere. And I realized that the camera could break the fourth wall, because after all, cinema is really the illusion of depth. Cinema is really just, the screen is just height and width. But there is the illusion of depth, as there is in many great paintings, especially paintings by people like Vermeer, you know, where you're looking at, I don't know if any of you have seen The View of Delft, in which you're standing and looking at a scene in 17th century Delft, and you feel as though you're standing in the picture. And you have the illusion of depth for miles. So the camera has the illusion of depth. But okay, while you have the illusion of depth, you almost never are able to turn that camera around and see what's behind what is normally in front of the camera. So I encouraged my actors to move all around, and I followed them all around, and that became a style. Now, I was very fortunate in that I had a cameraman who was able to operate in this way. He was a Cuban cinematographer whose name was Enrique Bravo. And he was up in the mountains with Fidel Castro when Castro led his revolution, and they came down into Havana and took over Havana. Ricky photographed the Cuban Revolution at Castro's side. And so he was able to film anything, anywhere, at any time. He'd put the camera on his shoulder, or if I wanted to make a tracking shot or a moving shot, usually you lay down tracks, as I'm sure many of you know. You mount the camera on tracks, and 3 or 4 guys push the camera along to go from, let's say, here to, let's say, over to here or wherever. But Ricky Bravo, he didn't need tracks. He said, just get me a wheelchair and have somebody push me in a wheelchair, and I'll follow these people. And because he could do that, or because he could even walk with the camera in his hands and keep it smooth, I was able to formulate, to induce, and that's really what I call it, Milton, inducing the documentary technique into feature film. And it was because of a whole bunch of conditions that made it possible to do that. Like a cameraman who had photographed reality in the past. And I wanted the French Connection to look real and to feel real, like it was happening. Not like we staged anything, but like the audience was there while everything was happening.
In addition to this documentary aspect to the French Connection, it also is a very, in terms of the personal story, a very intense and naturalistic one at the same time. I know that part of your interest is in these dramatic situations, in character and story, although you have a great facility with all of the technical aspect. Your primary concern seems to be the character and the story. So can you talk a bit about working with actors and achieving that on the screen, starting with the French Connection, I would say?
Well, almost nobody who's in the French Connection was an actor that I really wanted. I had this casting director. His name was Bob Weiner. And Bob was not really a casting director. He was a critic for a counterculture newspaper in New York called The Village Voice. Have any of you? Okay. Is there anyone here who has not heard of The Village Voice? Okay. The Village Voice was a counterculture paper. But Bob Weiner knew all kinds of actors. Bob Weiner saw every off-Broadway play, and he saw every independent film, and he knew actors that other casting directors didn't know. And so I hired him to be the casting director on the French Connection. And we had the same kind of interest. Oh, hello there, folks. How are you? I didn't know you were there. We had the same interest in films, and we used to speak in shorthand, Milton. There was a great film by Luis Buñuel, the great Spanish director, called Belle de Jour. Is there anyone here who's not familiar with Belle de Jour? I'm in the right place there. If you're not familiar with Belle de Jour, get the hell out of here. I said to Bob Weiner, you know that guy that he was unshaven, the guy who played the bad guy in Belle de Jour? I didn't know his name. And, he was one of the two bad guys. The other guy was played by Pierre Clementi. And Bob came back to me. He said, oh, yeah, the guy you want, his name is Fernando Rey, and he's available. And so I said, okay, hire him. I hadn't met Fernando Rey. Bob told me that was the actor I was interested in. I said, let's hire him to play the French guy, Charnier, the leading bad guy in the French Connection. We hire him, and I went down to the airport in New York to pick up Fernando Rey and drive him to his hotel and introduce myself to him. And I get to the airport, and I'm looking at all the passengers getting off the plane. In those days, you could do that. And I don't see the guy I'm looking for. And then I get paged to come to the American Airlines desk. And there is a guy waiting for me who I sort of vaguely recognize, but it's not the actor from Belle de Jour. But it was Fernando Rey. And I introduced myself, and he's a very distinguished-looking man with a little goatee, and he was very immaculately dressed. And the guy who was playing was supposed to be a very hardcore Corsican guy, a Corsican gangster. And I look at this guy, and it's not the guy at all. And I introduced myself, and I said, Mr. Rey, we get in the car, and I'm driving him to his hotel. And I said, you weren't in Buñuel's film Belle de Jour, were you? He said, oh, no, I wasn't in Belle de Jour. He said, I've made other films for Buñuel. Discreet Charm of the Bourgeoisie and many other, but not Belle de Jour. And he said, I'll tell you how Buñuel found me. Buñuel was asked to see a film with another actor, and I was just starting out, and I was playing a corpse. I was a dead man in a coffin. And Buñuel was asked if he liked the actor that they brought him to see, and he said, no, I don't like that actor, but the guy who played the corpse is terrific. And that was Fernando Rey. he wasn't in Belle de Jour. And so now we're driving to his hotel, and I said, you know, this fellow you're playing, he can't have a little goatee like the one that Milton has. And Fernando said, oh, no, you don't want me to, you'd never want me to shave my goatee because my face has scars all over it. I have pimples all over my chin, so I can't shave my goatee. He said, by the way, I don't speak very much French at all. He said, you know, I'm Spanish. He said, I speak a little French. I said, bonjour. He said, what? So now I get him to his hotel, and I go to the lobby of the hotel where there used to be telephone booths. And I called my production office where the casting director was, Bob Weiner. And I said, you stupid idiot. I said, what have you done? This is the wrong guy. And he said, what? I said, he said, it's Fernando Rey. I said, yeah, but he's not the guy from Belle de Jour. So Bob said, well, let me see what happens. What's wrong? When I got to the production office, he said, you're right. The guy from Belle de Jour was a guy called Francisco Rabal. I said, well, you have to fire Fernando Rey and get Francisco Rabal. Okay. Found out that Francisco Rabal was, of course, also Spanish, spoke no English at all, and was unavailable. And so we had to go with Fernando Rey, who was not my idea of this character at all. And then it came down to casting the lead, Gene Hackman. There were 4 other people I wanted. They were either not available or they all turned us down. There was a guy called Peter Boyle. And he made a film at the time called Joe, which was about a racist. And he was a big, tough-looking guy who looked like a cop. And we offered the part in The French Connection to him. And he turned it down. He had just played this bigot, and he said, you know, I mean, Peter was a big guy who later played Frankenstein, you know, for Mel Brooks. He was Frankenstein in Mel Brooks. But he turned down The French Connection, he said, because I just want to do romantic films the rest of my. So finally, an agent suggested Gene Hackman. And my producer and I had lunch with Gene Hackman, and I actually fell asleep at the lunch. I thought that he was one of the most boring people I had ever met. And I said to the producer, we can't go with this guy. And we had 2 weeks left to make the picture. And finally, the head of the studio, Dick Zanuck, said to us, look, you have to start this film in 2 weeks because I'm going to get fired over here. I won't be at this studio when you guys finish the movie. If you don't start it now, you don't have a movie. And so that's how we went with Gene Hackman and Fernando Rey. It was the movie God. And I had to do a lot of work with Gene Hackman to get him into that role. But let me give you maybe a better illustration of how you work with actors, a film I made called The Hunted with Tommy Lee Jones and Benicio del Toro. And I told some of you yesterday who I had lunch with, Tommy Lee Jones is a very brilliant guy. He went to Harvard University, which is, you know, a major college in America. He was Al Gore's roommate. Very brilliant guy. He's a no-nonsense guy. And when you work with Tommy Lee Jones as an actor, you don't discuss character. You don't talk about why he has to do this or that, or what is there in his background that makes him do this or that. You just say, Tommy, you walk in from over there. You come over here. You say hello to Milton. You sit down. You pick up a mic. Then you start talking to the group here. And then you finish and you leave. And he says, let me see if I've got this straight. I come in there. I go over. I shake hands with Milton. I sit down. I pick up the mic. I stand here and talk for a while. And then I leave. That's it. He says to the assistant cameraman, okay, son, put a mark over there, put a mark over here, put a mark over there, put a mark over here. I'm ready. And he does it. With Benicio del Toro in the same picture, why do I have to walk in from there? Why can't you just find me sitting over here? What is there about my character that would make him want to get up and walk over here? What did he do when he was 12 years old? What was his father like? None of which has been written. None of this is in a script anywhere. So you have to make up a lot of bullshit. You just make up stuff. And he says, So when you were 12 years old, you had a very bad experience with your father. And you hate your father so much, so transfer that hatred to Tommy Lee Jones. Okay. So I have these two guys who were completely differently in the same movie, in the same shot. And while I'm making up all these lies for Benicio del Toro, Tommy Lee Jones is going, oh, God. And that's very often what you'll find in the same picture. An actor who just wants to get on with. There's a very famous story about Dustin Hoffman and Laurence Olivier, who made a movie called Marathon Man. And Dustin Hoffman is a guy who likes to do 25 or 30 takes. I think he may have stock in Eastman Kodak or something. But Sir Laurence Olivier is a guy like Tommy Lee Jones. You come in here, you go over there. Yes, I'm ready. And so the two of them are in the same movie, Marathon Man. And at the end of the picture, when the film was over, they had a big cast party, and Dustin Hoffman gets up to toast Sir Laurence Olivier, who is one of the greatest actors in the English language. And he says, Sir Laurence, I don't know how you do it. You just come in and you're ready and you do your role. You ask no questions of the director, nothing. And I have to go through all of this other stuff to get myself in the right mood. How do you do it? And Olivia said, it's called acting, my son.
Okay, so both on the acting front, the documentary front, the technical front, the popular front, French Connection was a great success and won you Academy Award for Best Directing and 4 other Oscars, I think. Interestingly enough, I think also a Oscar for screenplay when you've made note many times that you had no script going into that film. At that point, did you have your pick of what you wanted to do? Because your next film, The Exorcist, was even a greater phenomenon, although in that case, it was a very known story based on a popular book.
So, would you like to know how I got to do The Exorcist? Would you be interested in that? One day, I was asked by a great film director, producer named Blake Edwards. Do you know who Blake Edwards is? You don't know who Blake Blake Edwards, I was a young director, and Blake Edwards asked me to direct the film version of a television series that he had called Peter Gunn. You may never have heard of that, but it was a very popular series in America about a private detective, and the character was based on Cary Grant's personality. And Peter Gunn had a score by Henry Mancini, which really, the score for Peter Gunn became the basis, the foundation for rock and roll music. This particular beat, this particular tempo, a guitar solo, that was the theme for Peter Gunn. Pretty good, huh? Would you like me to sing a song too? Any requests? And Blake Edwards asked me to read the script that he supposedly had written of Peter Gunn, and then come back and direct the movie that he was only going to produce. Because he wanted the input of a young filmmaker, and that's what I was. I read the script and I thought it was terrible. And very often, honesty is the best policy. I went back to see Blake, who I greatly admired, and I said, Blake, I think this script is awful. And I can't do this script. I can't believe that you would want to take your great television series and just do this stupid script. Now, Blake Edwards was a giant, and I was a dwarf in the film business. And Blake didn't take that too well. But he picked up his intercom and he said, send Blatty in here. And in walked a very nervous guy called William Peter Blatty, who it turns out had actually written the script of Peter Gunn that Blake put his name on. And Blake said, Mr. Friedkin, meet Mr. Blatty. Mr. Friedkin is going to tell you, Mr. Blatty, what he thinks is wrong with your script. I then proceeded to do so as honestly, but with a great deal of embarrassment. I told him as honestly as I could why I didn't like it. And then Mr. Edwards excused me and I left. And as I was leaving the Paramount Studios, Bill Blatty came running after me and he said, Mr. Friedkin, you're the first guy that's told Blake the truth since I've been working for him. And I really appreciate that because you're right, the script is no good. And that's the last time I saw Bill Blatty for a number of years. And Bill had written other screenplays for Blake, one called A Shot in the Dark, where he invented the character of Inspector Clouseau. And Bill was known for comedy writing. One day I'm on the road publicizing the French Connection, and a big package arrived in the mail, which I took with me to about 8 cities without opening it. It was from William Peter Blatty. And I remember hating his last script, but here's this, it's obviously a manuscript, and I don't open it because I'm not interested in it. And finally, I finished my tour, and I got to San Francisco, which was the end of my tour. I finished my interviews at 5 in the afternoon, and I sat down. I had 3 hours until dinner, and I opened the manuscript, and I started to read The Exorcist. And by 7 o'clock, I called my date for dinner that evening. I canceled dinner, and I finished reading this absolutely compelling, incredible piece of work. And there was Bill's phone number on the script, and I called him and I said, Bill, what is this? And he told me, and he said, would you like to direct it? He said, because I'm going to produce it, and I'd like to have you direct it. He said, but I'll tell you the truth. It's been turned down already by Stanley Kubrick, Arthur Penn, a couple of other people. Stanley Kubrick, Arthur Penn, Mike Nichols. All three of them had turned it down on the grounds that you could not get a performance out of a 12-year-old girl to do what was in that book. And I read it, and I saw the whole film in my mind's eye. I said, Bill, I'd love to do this. And so he went to Warner Brothers, and I had just recently started to become infamous as a result of the French Connection, won an Academy Award by the grace of God. And so Warner Brothers hired me to do The Exorcist. And in the course of doing it, I found out that it was based on a true story, that it was a case that took place in 1949 in Silver Spring, Maryland, which is near Washington, D.C. It was the case of a 14-year-old boy, not a 12-year-old girl. And Blatty was an undergraduate at Georgetown University, which is also near Washington, D.C., a suburb of Washington. And Blatty, as an undergraduate at Georgetown, read about this case, which was widely publicized in the Washington Post in 1949. And he tried to get information about it from the priests at Georgetown, which was a Jesuit school, and he couldn't find out anything more than was in the newspapers. And so he wrote the story as fiction. He made the 14-year-old boy a 12-year-old girl, and he invented all the other characters based on this actual case. It turned out that the case was one of only 3 in the United States that the Catholic Church felt was an authentic case of demonic possession and authorized an exorcism. Now, there are other places in the world where many more exorcisms are performed, but in America, this was the 3rd one as of 1949. And so once I realized it was based on an actual case, I realized that I could do that with a kind of documentary technique as well. And I got to know the president of Georgetown, who had in his files the diaries, not only of the priests who were involved in this case, but of the doctors and the nurses who were involved, because the actual exorcism was performed at Alexian Brothers Hospital in St. Louis, Missouri, in a hospital. And the doctors and nurses all kept diaries, and I read them. And it seemed that either this was a case of demonic possession or it was mass hallucination. And so that became my approach to the film. I might have done it as a flat-out horror film if I didn't realize that it was based on actual events.
The realism, I think, extends even into, and this is a film that you did, apart from the Georgetown locations, doing a set, all of the interiors of the house. But it's still grounded. It feels very real. It feels like a real house. There are no expressionistic techniques. Once you get into the room with the effects, it all still feels very real within what is happening. Can you talk a bit about that production? Because I know it was a very long production. Was that length due to getting the performances, getting the effects? What was that experience?
Well, it was both. We had no computer-generated imagery then, so everything you see we had to do, as with the French Connection. We had to do all that stuff. And we had to achieve levitation in The Exorcist and achieve everything that you see in the film. We had to do it with a 12-year-old girl. And first, the film, if it's effective at all, it's because of the performances are so great. Now, Ellen Burstyn, who plays the lead, was not a star. She had only done supporting roles, but she was a really fine actress. The studio wanted Audrey Hepburn or Jane Fonda or
Wasn't Shirley MacLaine at one point considered?
Bill based the character on Shirley MacLaine, who he had worked with in a film called What a Way to Go, or something. But Bill Blatty. Or they wanted Jane Fonda, who had recently won an Academy Award same time I did. So we went first to Audrey Hepburn. And Audrey Hepburn said she would make the film, but it had to be done in Italy because she was married to an Italian. And hello, Olivier, I didn't see you there behind your dark glasses. The next director of the Locarno Film Festival, Olivier Père, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand up, please. Olivier Père. Anne Bancroft said she would do it, but we had to do it in Italy. And I said, I really didn't want to leave America to make the film. You know, I would not be on familiar terms working, you know, with an Italian crew. I had my crew from the French Connection. I had a way of working, and I needed an altogether, you know, cast of Americans with one or two exceptions. So I said, we asked Audrey Hepburn to come to Los Angeles, which she refused to do, so she didn't do the film. They then went to Anne Bancroft, who said she would love to do the film, but she was 9 months pregnant, and would we wait for her? And the studio didn't think so. And we also thought that, well, even if we waited 9 months, she would then fall in love with her baby and not want to go to work right away, which was true. They then went to Jane Fonda. And Jane Fonda read the script and said, why would I want to be in a piece of capitalist bullshit like this? So she didn't do the film. And then Ellen Burstyn called me and said, Mr. Friedkin, we've never met, but that's my part. I am that woman. Can I see you? I'd never met her. I said, okay, come into my office. She said, I don't want to go to your office. Come to my house. You live on the way, I'm sure. So I stopped at her house. She was about 50 pounds overweight, wearing a shift. And I said, look, Ellen, the studio wants major star actresses. She said, don't worry, I'll wait. I said, but you know, you're 50 pounds overweight. And she said, I'll lose the weight if I get the role. So finally, there was nobody else that they wanted. And I went to the head of the studio, whose name was Ted Ashley. Ted Ashley was a very interesting man. He's formerly the head of a talent agency. And Ted Ashley got up from behind his desk when I said I'd like to have Ellen Burstyn play the lead. And he said, Bill, he said, I trust you with this film totally. I'm sure you'll do a great job. He said, but Ellen Burstyn will play the lead in this movie over my dead body. He said, let me show you what I mean. He got down on the floor of his office next to his desk, and he said, walk over my... And I no, Ted, come on. He said, just try and walk over my body. So I start to, and he grabs my leg. He said, I will come from the dead if I have to. Ellen Burstyn will not play the lead in The Exorcist. The rest of that is history. Then I must mention how I cast Linda Blair. There were literally thousands of young girls that auditioned for that part. And all over America, they were put on videotape, and it seemed impossible. It was just not possible to get a 12-year-old girl who could either understand this material or relate to it or act it. And so then we started to look at 16-year-old women who looked younger, and 15 and 14. I couldn't cast the part. And one day we had to announce a start date. I had no one to play that part. I'm sitting in my office at Warner Brothers, and my secretary rang me and said, "There's a woman outside. She doesn't have an appointment. Her name is Eleanor Blair, and she has her daughter with her who's 11. Would you see her?" And I said, okay. They came in, they walked in the door, and instantly I knew this was the girl. Instantly. Before she opened her mouth, I knew she was the one. But she sat down with her mother, and she had the quality that I most look for in an actor, which is intelligence. She sat down. Remember now, she's 11 years old. And I said to her, "Linda, do you know what The Exorcist is about?" And she said, "Well, yes, it's about a 12-year-old girl who gets possessed by the devil and does a whole bunch of really bad things." And I said, "Well, like what? What does she do?" And she says, "Well, she hits her mother across the face, and she pushes a man out of her bedroom window, and she masturbates with a crucifix." And I said, "Do you know what that means?" She said, "What?" I said, "Masturbation." She said, "Yes, it's like jerking off, isn't it?" Now, her mother is right there. Go ahead. Linda had never acted before. I said, "Have you ever done that, Linda?" She said, "What, masturbate?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Sure, haven't you?" And so I hired her. No audition, nothing. I just hired her. And she was just wonderful to work with. A very bright, astute, charming young girl. It was only possible to make that film, Milton, because of her attitude about the material. She was not freaked out by it, which if she had been, it would have freaked out the crew and everybody else and the actors, and we couldn't have done it. So there is something out there called the movie God. The movie God brought me Linda Blair and Ellen Burstyn and Gene Hackman and Fernando Rey. It was through no genius of my own, and many others like that. And then in order to achieve the effects, it was all trial and error for several weeks before we shot the film. We went back to New York, and we just all came up with ideas of how to achieve this until it looked like we could do it mechanically, because there was no other way to do the effects optically. Even to show breath in the room when the room was supposed to be cold. In the old days when they made movies and they showed breath on people who were outdoors or something, they shot the scene at a place called the Glendale Ice House, which was a place where they used to manufacture big kegs of ice. But the Glendale Ice House was long gone. Ice was now being manufactured in small cubes, and so we had to get restaurant air conditioning units that were the size of each of these panels, and we had to put these units up on 4 sides of the set. And at the end of a day shooting, we turn on the air conditioning units, and the next morning the set would be 40 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. And when the minute the movie lights went on, after an hour, it would go back up to 32 degrees, and the breath would no longer show. So we had to shut down again in that scene until we could build up the cold. So that's why that took a long time to do. And then we found out that if you didn't side light breath, we had to put little side lights hidden all over the floor, or backlights, because it turned out if you just front lit breath, it didn't show on film. You had to side light it or backlight it, and that was discovered, by trial and error. A lot of the film was trial and error. I wonder if you want to open to questions.
Yeah, let's see if anyone has questions. I'm sure you do.
How did I get Ellen Burstyn when I had that opposition from the studio? I finally said to Mr. Ashley that I had talked to her a number of times. I felt she understood the role. She was a great actress. You don't need a star. The story is the star. And against his better judgment, he went along with me. And about 10 years later, after the film had earned the studio around $1 billion worldwide, I ran into him at a banquet at the Museum of Modern Art where everyone was in black tie. And I said, I hadn't seen him for 10 years. And I said, well, you see, Ted, I guess I was right about Ellen Burstyn, huh? He said, if we had had Jane Fonda, we'd have done $2 billion.
Here in Locarno, we saw a documentary about Andrzej Wajda, and he said that working with movies is just a job, but there are two creative moments that are casting and choosing a story. Are you agree?
Well, it must be an ordinary job because I can do it. I never, and to this day, I don't think of myself as an artist at all. I feel it is a job, but I love it. You have to have great love and passion for it. Andrzej Wajda is an artist and a great filmmaker. But it is a combination of a number of things that seem to come together. The casting, of course. Then the makeup of the crew has to be just the right chemistry. The story has to be something, and you never know until it's finished, that will interest people other than yourself, and hopefully in other countries. And then there's the editing process, which has an enormous effect on the outcome of a film. I've seen some very interesting films be ruined in the editing room after many, many audience screenings where they've changed the film. But so there are all those arts, the art of acting, the art of cinematography, the art of editing that must come together to make a film that other people want to see. But no, I don't think of myself as an artist at all. Vermeer is an artist. Rembrandt is an artist. Mozart was an artist. I'm a film director. But Andrzej Wajda, to me, is a great artist. Any other? Yes.
Before you said, and rightly so, that editing is one of the most important part of a movie, in which you can really completely change what has been shot. And I would like to ask you, what was your relationship with your movie editors, the level of control that you had? For instance, in some of your movies, there are very important scenes like the car chase in The French Connection, of the fake money printing in Live and Die in LA, that are very fastly paced, and in which like a fraction of a second, more or less, in each frame can change completely the pacing of the movie. What level of control you had on that? And I would like that.
As I mentioned yesterday to some of you at lunch, before I start a film, I see the whole film in my mind's eye, literally. I see the film. The sequences you mentioned, I know exactly how I want to do them. And as far as I'm concerned, there's no other way to put them together. Now, another director coming in might have put the same scenes together differently. But I work with editors who basically work as a pair of hands with me. I know exactly what I want to do, and I do it. And I'm either right or wrong. However, the editors often contribute good ideas, and I often change what I had in mind if an editor says, hey, what about this? And shows it to me another way, and I think it's better. But I know what I'm going for. I'm not fishing around to figure out where the movie is. I've seen it before I shot it. If you were on the set for any one of the shots of The French Connection, you would have been bored because they're made one shot at a time, like knitting. You know how boring it is to watch someone knit? Have you ever watched someone knit? That's what filming is like. That's what filming the chase of The French Connection was. One shot at a time, one stitch at a time. And it all comes to life in the editing room, magically, through the language of cinema. And to me, the ultimate aspect of that language is in the editing room. The bottom line is what happens in the editing room. To me, the film is raw material for what you do in the editing room.
Can you talk a bit about your interest in the DVD versions, the Blu-ray versions of your films? Because I know you're very involved in their production and very high on the quality that can be done.
Because of DVD and Blu-ray, films are going to be preserved forever. Before that, you couldn't see in America a film by Andrzej Wajda. It would play in some remote art house cinema somewhere, if at all, or the great films from all over the world. The true cinematheque is the DVD. It's a little thing. You can put it in your jacket pocket instead of a great big cans of 35 millimeter. It's because of DVD and Blu-ray, which is often of a better quality now, not always, but often, that every single film that's made will be preserved. And you can have it at home and watch it wherever you want, or you can rent it through the mail. And how could you do that before? The ability for me to see films from Europe, especially films from, Czechoslovakia or Romania or, even Japan and Asian countries, China, it was impossible. And even the great American classic films, you couldn't see them except in very rare little old what we called art houses. And there are very few of those left, but there are these DVDs and Blu-rays. So I work on the DVDs of all of my films now. I time them frame by frame by frame so that the color is exactly what I want and the sound is exactly what I want, which I could never achieve through the print process, which was very limited. Good evening. See you later. Do you have any good questions?
Yeah.
No stupid questions tonight. Anybody has a stupid question, you can leave now. Okay? If I had known there would be such a distinguished crowd, I would have dressed better, actually. What do you want to do?
I'll ask you a couple of questions,
Okay.
and I'll open up for the students.
Let's do it.
Talk about stupid question. What were you thinking about the end? I mean, the story at the end where the hero doesn't really catch his man.
Oh, fuck that. You know, I'm not interested in repeating all the cliches that you've seen and continue to see, where everybody's either a bad guy or a good guy. I don't believe in that. I believe there's good and bad in everyone, and certainly it was true of the people involved in this case. This was based on an actual case, and one of the cops, whose name was Sonny Grasso, who's still around in New York, the guy played by Roy Scheider. The other cop, who was played by Hackman, Eddie Egan, he passed away a number of years ago. But Scheider, or Grasso, will tell you that the film is about 95% accurate. Now, the case took place over 10 months, and the movie runs an hour and 40 minutes. So accuracy, you know, is hardly a factor that I was going for. It was an impression of something that happened for almost a year. Go ahead, next.
Yeah. So, the movie, I mean, now there's been so many movies that copy that style.
Who cares?
But at the time, it was totally revolutionary. I mean, the chase, the handheld, the heroes that weren't really quite black and white, and so on and so forth. Yeah, what were you thinking?
Nothing. No, nothing. You know, it's not about thinking. It's about doing. Filmmaking is about picking up a camera, going out in the streets, and shooting pictures that first appear in your mind's eye, that you then have to translate somehow through a crew and a cast. And there's not a lot of time for thinking, to be honest with you. You know, it's more instinctive. Most films should really be watched with your emotions rather than with your intelligence. Most of the films that interest me move me on an emotional level, or they don't, and that's how I watch them. I'm not looking to filmmakers or guys who work in the movie business for philosophy or ideology or psychology. You know, when we made this film, I wanted to do something different, but I wanted to do something that was on the basis of a genre film. But I wanted to try and bend the genre. That's all I was thinking about, bending the genre and shooting a chase scene that would stand the test of time. Now, they do the chase scenes a lot better today because of CGI. We didn't have that. Everything you see, we had to do. And it was a matter of safety first, of course. I mean, the chase scenes that I've shot or the action scenes that I've done over the years, no one's ever gotten a twisted ankle. You know, a squirrel never twisted its ankle on one of my films. But they're done one shot at a time. And it's very much like knitting. Have you ever knitted?
Yes.
Have you ever knitted, sir? You don't know? This gentleman doesn't know if he's ever knitted. Shooting a film, especially a chase scene, is like knitting. It's one shot at a time, which is, in knitting, is one stitch at a time. Knit one, purl two. Any of you that have ever knitted, perhaps this gentleman right over here? No, he's never, Jesus. But it's like knitting. You have to see the sweater or whatever it is you're making in your mind's eye before you start knitting it. Same thing with a film. I never did a storyboard of this chase or anything I've ever done. I direct a lot of operas now, and I do storyboards for the operas that I stage. That's because I'm not as familiar with the medium as I was with film. But I see a sequence in my mind's eye. You have to see it first. You have to think about it and envision it, then you go out and do it. One shot or one stitch at a time.
Now, the movie cost, I read, whether it's true or not, like $1 million. What would
One
be?
point what?
Million eight. Is
One
that
point.
true?
Now, yeah, the film cost $1,800,000, and it was supposed to be budgeted. It was budgeted at $1.5 million, and they wanted to kill me every day. They wanted to fire me every single day, because in those days, people who ran the studios actually knew how to manage budgets. Today, they have no idea. They just don't have a clue how to manage a budget or what anything should cost. But in those days, you had people that knew what they were doing who were running a studio. And so when this film went $300,000 over budget, I was like dead meat. And that's the way we all many of you probably read about the golden era of the 70s. Yes. You can put those questions away. It was not a golden era for all of us. Francis Coppola was fired every day off The Godfather. They'd see the dailies. They were too dark. They couldn't see anything. They wanted to fire him, fire the cameraman. We all went through that. When I hear now it was a golden era, I have to laugh, It was, today is a golden era for filmmakers. They can do anything they want, and there's nobody there basically to stop them. In those days, there were people who actually had made films running the studios, and that's a thing of the past. It's now mostly run by former lawyers or agents, managers, whatever. But in the 70s, when I started making films, it was a different breed. Those guys had made films.
So what is the equivalent of $1.8 million now? What would the budget be, do you think?
Oh, it's probably, I don't know, because we didn't pay it. I mean, Gene Hackman got $25,000 to play the lead. The other guys got $15,000. What would a guy like that get today? Probably, he wasn't a star then. He had never starred in a picture. He was a supporting actor. But what would he get? I don't know. I'm guessing rough. I have no idea. I mean, the dollar was worth a dollar then. Today, the dollar's worthless. The dollar's worth nothing. So the average film today costs $40 million, the average film. And that's because CGI, while it allows you to do anything that you can conceive of, now anything that a filmmaker can imagine can be done with CGI, but it's very costly. In those days, we had to do all that. We shot the film in 40 days, including 5 days in Marseille. And so that was not a long shoot or a big budget. It was a small budget and a very small shoot. And the film company had no particular feeling that the film was going to be a big hit, let alone win an Academy Award or something. I didn't either, I remember the producer asked me the day after we finished. He said, "What do you think? What do you think we've got?" And I said, "If we're lucky, we might get away with this, but don't get your Oscar speech ready." And I was wrong.
Yeah. Did you choose actors who weren't star because...
We couldn't afford a star. I remember we first offered the film to a guy called Peter Boyle to play the lead. You know who Peter Boyle is? Do you ever see Everybody Loves Raymond, that stupid show? He was on that for 9 years or something. He played young Frankenstein, and I did another film with him later called The Brink's Job. And Peter Boyle had just made a film called Joe I don't know if you've ever seen it or heard of it. It was a pretty terrific film. It was one of John Avildsen's first films. Before he made Joe, he used to shoot porno films, so you could call that his first legitimate film. It was about a bigot that goes around with a baseball bat, hitting minority people in the head, and it was right on the nose as to, you know, the kind of bigotry that existed above the surface then. And so we saw Joe, we thought this guy was great, and we offered him the role. He's a tall, heavy-set guy with a bald fringe. And we said, we'd like you to play the lead in this picture. He said, you know, I don't want to do action films anymore. He said, I would like to do romantic comedies the rest of my life. So I guess, you know, he looked in the mirror and saw Tom Cruise, and Mel Brooks saw Young Frankenstein, you know. So he had the idea that he actually did a romantic comedy right after Joe. And then the producer of Everybody Loves Raymond, a guy called Phil Rosenthal, told me that every day on the set of Everybody Loves Raymond, he would tell whoever passed by that he was the schmuck who turned down the French Connection. And then the guy I really wanted, but never thought we'd get, was a guy called Jackie Gleason. Have you ever heard of Jackie Gleason? Huh? If you haven't, get the hell out of here. He was a great actor, comedian, The Hustler. If you ever see a film called The Hustler, the guy was great. But he was the king of comedy on television. And he's a big, heavy-set Irish guy. And what? The Honeymooners, right. And so I went to Dick Zanuck, who was the head of 20th Century Fox. Am I keeping you up? Yeah, sorry. I mean, you can go ahead and yawn. That's all right. You're okay. I went to Dick Zanuck and I said, what about Jackie Gleason? And he said, we'll never do a film with Gleason again. He had made a film for them just before ours. It was a silent movie called Gigot. Gigot. It was about a clown, and it had no dialogue, and was the biggest disaster in the history of 20th Century Fox. So they wouldn't let us use Gleason. And Dick Zanuck said to me, see, you don't need stars in this picture. Just get good actors. I mean, you just get the right people. And so I said, I had a hunch that he was serious. And I said, have you ever heard of a newspaper guy in New York called Jimmy Breslin? Now, have any of you ever heard of him?
Yes.
Jimmy Breslin was one of the guys who started the so-called new journalism. Tom Wolfe, Jimmy Breslin, Pete Hamill, Gay Talese. Jimmy wrote for the old New York Herald Tribune. He was a heavy-set guy, Irishman, heavy drinker, but he wrote great, and he had a great gift of gab, and he knew the streets, and he was a friend of mine. And he was not an actor. But I went to him, I said, you want to be in a movie? And he said, well, what kind of picture? And I told him. And he said, well, I don't, how am I going to do my column? And I said, you write your column. He had a daily column. He said, you'll write your column in your dressing room. I'll give you a dressing room, all that stuff. You'll write your column when I'm not shooting with you. So he said, well, let's try it and see. So I had cast Roy Scheider, and I had the young African-American who's in the first scene with them. I had cast him, a guy named Alan Weeks. And I took them out to the docks of New York on the Lower East Side with Jimmy Breslin. And we started to improvise scenes from the movie. And on Monday, Breslin was fantastic. He was great. And a lot of his dialogue is still in the film. On Tuesday, he forgot what he did on Monday. Wednesday, he'd show up drunk. On Thursday, he would come in contrite because he was drunk Wednesday. And I knew that I had to cut him loose. But he said to me, he said, isn't there a car chase in this movie? I said, yeah. He said, oh, well, I got to tell you, I promised my mother on her deathbed that I would never drive a car. He said, I don't know how to drive. I said, you're fired. And that was the end of him. And then we didn't know which way to go. There was an agent named Sue Mengers who died a couple of weeks ago, and she said, please meet with Gene Hackman. Please. He's great. And we didn't know which way to go, the producer and I. So we had lunch with Gene Hackman, and I think I fell asleep at the lunch. He was one of the most boring guys I've ever met. And but there was, if we didn't start the film in 2 weeks, it was going to get canceled, because Zanuck had told us he was going to be fired, and he was. He was fired before the film was finished. So there's a lot of, like the guy who plays the French guy, his name is Fernando Rey. He was not French, he's Spanish. But I had this casting director, a guy named Bob Weiner. And Bob Weiner was not really a casting director. He was a critic for The Village Voice in New York. Have you ever heard of The Village Voice? If you haven't. Anyway, this guy knew every young actor and actress around. He discovered Whoopi Goldberg and a number of people. And we brought him on to cast the movie. And he put together the cast. He brought me Tony LoBianco and everybody else except he brought me Roy Scheider. Roy Scheider had not done anything. And he came into my office. I saw him. I immediately knew he was the guy. I said, so what are you doing? He said, well, I'm in an off-Broadway play now. And I said, well, what play? He said, it's a Jean Genet play. I said, what do you play in it? He said, I play a cigar-smoking nun. I said, okay, you're hired. Seriously, that was the conversation. And he said, well, don't you want me to read? I said, read what? There's nothing to read. There's all this dialogue is just, hey, you, get your hands. Who wants to hear all that shit? You're the guy. You'll be fine. So I cast him. And then I had a shorthand with Bob Weiner. I would say there was a film called Belle de Jour that had come out. Have you ever heard of that? Yes. If you haven't, I'm going to stop this conversation. Right? That's one of the greatest films ever made, isn't it? Yeah, with Catherine Deneuve. Yeah. Anyway, I said to Bob Weiner, there's a guy in Belle de Jour. You know, the guy, the dark guy in that tries to kill the least, trying to sleep with the Catherine Deneuve. And Weiner said, "Oh yeah, I know who you mean. His name is Fernando Rey." And so I said, "We'll hire him." He said, don't you want to audition him or anything? I said, no, hire that guy from Belle de Jour. And he said, okay. And then he called me and he said, all right, we made a deal with this guy, and he's coming in to Kennedy Airport on such and such a day. So I drove down to the airport to meet him. I get to the airport and I don't see the guy I'm looking for. I see, in those days you could go right up to the gate. And I see everybody coming off the plane. I don't see the guys I'm looking for. Am I keeping you up? And so then I get paged. I get paged to go to the desk. And there's this guy standing there. And it's Fernando Rey, but he's not the guy I had in mind at all. And I'm looking at this guy, and I'm stunned. I was in shock. And so I'm driving him to his hotel, and he's got this little goatee. And I said to him, well, you know, the guy you're playing, he was a Corsican. He was a really tough-looking street guy. And, I mean, you'd have to shave your... He said, oh, I could never shave my goatee. I said, why not? He said, oh, I have sores all over my face. You wouldn't want to see them. He said, oh, by the way, I'm Spanish. I don't speak a lot of French. I would have to learn French. Oh, Jesus. So I get him to the hotel, and I went into the lobby to the telephone in the hotel, and I called Bob Weiner and our producer at our production office in New York. I said, you got the wrong guy. I said, this guy he's, what do you mean? I said, this is not the guy from Belle de Jour. And he said, of course it is. I said, no, it isn't. He's made other films with Luis Buñuel, who was the director, but he wasn't in Belle de Jour. And Weiner said, what do you want me to do? I said, fire this guy. Fire him. And he's, Jesus. So I come back to the office, and he says, you're right. He says, the guy we want's a guy named Francisco Rabal, was the guy from Belle de Jour. And he said, what do you want? I said, fire this other guy and hire him. So we made an inquiry, and Francisco Rabal was also Spanish, did not speak a word of English, and wasn't available. And that's how Fernando Rey got into this movie. And I swear that's a true story. I mean, there are times in your life, if you get to make films, that you will find the movie god will take care of you, or not. And that's what happened to us. It was the movie god all the way. None of the car crashes that you see in the chase scene were planned. Not one of them. We had one car. We didn't have a duplicate car. The stunt driver, it was all supposed to be near misses. And so the car crashed. There were 3 crashes that weren't supposed to occur, and I had one special effects guy that had to put the car back together after each of these crashes, and get it running again. And so, I thought, oh, geez, this is a disaster. And none of that was supposed to happen. One of the scenes that people to this day still have trouble believing is the way they pull a car apart and then they put it back together in a matter of hours. That actually happened in the case. In fact, the guy in the movie, his name is Irv Abrams, he was the mechanic in the actual French Connection case. And I had him do to the car what he did to the actual car, and then they put it back together in 4 hours. But they ripped it up exactly like that. And it was at the police garage downtown, and they had a spare part for everything made. And they had actually a team of guys who put it back together, but we didn't have the budget for a team of guys, so we just used him. Any other good questions?
Yes.
No stupid questions.
No stupid.
Okay.
Good question.
Who has a good
Can you
question?
Stand? Over there? Yeah,
Who?
by the.
You want me to stand
microphone.
over there?
No.
Oh. Okay. What? Say what?
Anybody's gonna stand there? Okay, she wants to ask a question.
I was just wondering what the rehearsal process that you go
Rehearsal?
through with actors. I wasn't sure if there was.
I don't rehearse.
You don't rehearse?
I just talk to the actors. I just talk to them, make sure we're on the same page, make sure they understand, that they have a psychological underpinning for their characters, and that I can bring about a staging that works, that they understand, and they feel comfortable with. And you'll find that different actors have different ways of working. Like I did a film with Tommy Lee Jones and Benicio del Toro, The Hunted, and they work totally differently. Like with Tommy Lee Jones, who is a really brilliant guy, I would not say anything to him about his character. I cast him, he knew the guy he was playing, he knew what to do, and I would just say, look, you come in that door over there, you come over here, you say something to her, you sit down over here, you get up, you go over there, you stop and think, then you come back, say something else, then you go out the door. He said, let me see if I have that right. I come in that door, I say something to her, then I sit down here, I think, I go over there, think a little more, come back, say something to her, then I leave. That's it. He'd say to the assistant cameraman, he said, son, come here, put a mark over there, put a mark over here, put a mark over there, I'm ready. And we'd shoot it, and it was perfect. With Benicio del Toro, I'd say, he said, why do I have to come in the door? He said, can't I be found lying on the floor? And what did my character do when he was 12 years old? I don't know, you know. And you'd have to, like, make up a lot of shit for some actors. You just make stuff up to make them feel comfortable or like they're really thinking of. The whole thing is they got to be cast right. If they're not cast right, well, I did a film with Nick Nolte, and what he did at that time was he would write like a 300-page novel about his character and give it to the director to read. And I started to read this stuff. I thought, this is horrible. And I threw it away, and I see him the next, did you read that? Yeah, what'd you think? Great. Okay, now you come in the door. No, I'm serious. I'm not jiving you. I mean, that is, you get different kinds of actors, sometimes in the same scene, you know, and what I look for in an actor, much more than perfection, which is why I don't rehearse, I look for spontaneity. The films I've made, the reason they're still around and, you know, they're still on TV and people are buying videos and, you know, sitting in a situation like this, the reason a lot of films I made 40 years ago are still around is because they have a feeling of reality. They don't sound like the actors are doing Shakespeare, you know, or like they're acting. You can't smell the acting in these pictures. And that's why some of them have lasted. So, no, I don't rehearse, but I try to cast the thing right, unless I get stupid and cast the wrong actor. And then I make sure we understand each other and are on the same page. Then I'll just talk a little bit about the scene before we shoot it. I never say roll it. The actor doesn't know when I'm rolling. And I don't say cut. I keep the camera going long after the scene's over, because very often some of the best stuff happens then when they don't know they're on. And that's about it. But, you know, there are different ways to work. I didn't start out doing that. I discovered that along the way. That, like, I actually rehearsed The Exorcist because I thought, you know, this is tough stuff. And I better get this right. So I rehearsed The Exorcist for 6 weeks. And it was so well rehearsed that I could have put it on a stage. They were there. Then we went to shoot it, and we started doing it, and it was like a play. They were so locked into their roles that they couldn't breathe. And they were doing things, you know, like robots, the way I had staged it in rehearsal. So I said to the actors, forget everything we've done. Forget all the rehearsal. Put all these scenes in your own words. You know your characters now. Just go out and say it and do it. Don't ask me where the camera's going to be. I'm not going to tell you. And just play it as you feel it, because now you know it, forget it. And that's why ever since then I don't rehearse at all, because I don't want to freeze the thing, you know. I started out doing documentaries, and I learned how to make films that had sort of an induced documentary feel, like this. The style of this film would be called induced documentary. It's not like induced labor or something, but it's like you're inducing a style on the film. So that's why I went with handheld cameras and stuff. The guy who was the cameraman on this film, a guy called Ricky Bravo, he was in the Sierra Maestre Mountains with Castro. He photographed the entire Cuban Revolution at Castro's side. And then he became disillusioned with Castro, and he left Cuba, came to America, and we found out about this guy, that he had shot all this handheld documentary of a civil war from the mountains to the streets of Havana. So I hired him to be the cameraman. He spoke very little English, and we used to communicate with signs and jokes, whatever. But I wouldn't rehearse for him either. I would have the lighting cameraman, who was a guy named Owen Roisman. I would tell Owen, let's say in the police station, I'd tell the lighting cameraman roughly what I was going to do. The guy's going to come in the door, go over here, talk to these guys. And Owen would set his lights. We had no sets in this film. Everything was either an actual location or stolen on the streets. We had no permits to shoot on any street. We just went out and shot, but we had like real police stations, real hotel rooms. There were no sets. And I tell Owen roughly what I wanted, and I wanted no lighting on the streets at all. We had no lights, not even at night, just natural light. And but inside, he would set like little bar lights that he would jam into corners with 750s on them, and we would bounce lights off the ceiling into the room, so it didn't have a lit look. You know, it looked like police stations or any civic buildings look. And he would set his lights. Ricky would be off drinking a coffee or something, and then we'd call him in. I say, "Okay, I'm ready, Ricky." He'd pick up the camera, and I had told him, "You shoot what you see. I'm not going to set the shots. The scene will take place, and you shoot it like it's the Cuban Revolution, and you have no rehearsal. You just do it." And that's how we shot this film. And I said, and from time to time, because Ricky had a kind of perfectionism about him, he would say, "Cut," and, because something happened in the frame that he didn't like. And I said, "Ricky, don't ever cut a scene. Don't ever say cut. Don't ever cut until I tell you to cut, because you don't know what I might use that might look funky to you." And so the scene in the police station where the two guys are asking their boss for warrants and all that, that was shot this way. And the first time we did a take, we went all through the whole take. Okay, we cut the camera. I said, "How was it, Ricky?" He said, "It was completely blocked. I couldn't see anything. Everybody was blocking the camera." I said, "Well, why didn't you cut?" He said, "You told me never to cut." So we had to do another take. But if I do take two on something, it means a light fell in the shot or somebody just had a heart attack and died. If they just had a heart attack, I wouldn't cut. But if they died or something, you'd be forced to cut and get rid of the body. But that's my view of filmmaking. Just spontaneity, I find, is the thing that's of most interest to me, where it feels like it's really happening, not like it's been rehearsed or acted.
I've been on set where it's like they took 30 takes of everything.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I would just fall asleep. I mean, who wants to look at 30 takes? Who wants to look at... what is this crap, I mean, guys are looking for... I am not looking for perfection. What I look for is spontaneity, and that comes out of casting the picture right and setting a tone where the actors and the crew get on the same page. And believe me, the crews want to go home, man. They don't want to... When they see you do 30 takes, they get so bummed out,
No, it's terribly boring. Okay, question over there.
Yes, ma'am.
How much of the sound was done on location?
Most of it was done afterwards. All the sound effects were done. We went back to New York. I went back to New York with one other guy and recorded all the sound effects on a portable Nagra tape recorder. The sounds of the car, the train, all that, the street noises, everything. I didn't bother to try and get actual sound, or I'd still be shooting the film. But most of the dialogue worked. I didn't have to loop the picture, but all the effects were done afterwards. Yeah. Same is true of The Exorcist. The entire Exorcist is looped, including the dialogue, and not just the demon voice, everything. Because I wanted to, there were some things that I wanted to be spoken so softly that in those days, I mean, listen to silence right now. You hear that? It's not silent. If you record this as silence, it will be this air conditioning noise or whatever the hell it is. And that was true of the sound stage that we were shooting on. And there's a scene in The Exorcist where the mother of the young girl says to the priest, "She killed Burke Dennings." He says, "What?" She said, "She killed Burke Dennings. She threw him out her window." And I had them whisper it so quietly. Then when we got it into the mixing room, we heard this stuff. And the microphone loves this crap. You know, whereas a camera is specific. You can change a lens and be over there and shoot a close-up of me or a two-shot or a wide shot over heads or whatever. Just change a lens and you can focus the picture. But you can't do that with sound. The microphone will pick up shit that's down the street. And I wanted like pure silence sometimes in The Exorcist. And, well, the only scene that, if you've seen The Exorcist, if you haven't, no, but the only scene in The Exorcist that's not looped is the Iraq sequence, the opening of the film. We were able to get direct sound on that. And I also felt that I could go in afterwards when there was no pressure of time or actors blowing a line or this or that, because a number of people in the Exorcist had never been in a film or never acted. The only way you can get a perfection in a reading is by looping it. So instead of saying, "Hello, how are you?" I would have them say, "Hello, how are you?" You know, the subtle change that you can get when you loop a scene sometimes makes for all the dramatic difference. So yes, the entire Exorcist is looped. But not the French Connection. I went mostly with the dialogue. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, considering you don't storyboard and a lot of improv and you do it on take, what kind of a system do you keep to know that you have what you
It's in my head.
It's all
You have to see the film in your head, unless you're doing just as a job for money or something. But if it's a film you want to make, you have to, and that's what I have to do with the operas I direct. I just came back from Florence, you know, where I directed an opera called The Macropolis Case with the Florence Opera Company. You ever heard of that opera? Get the hell out of here. Jesus, what? How do you qualify to get in here? Anyway, you have to see it. I have to work longer on the operas I do, because I never saw an opera before I directed one. And so I do them instinctively, and I have to plan them because I'm working with some of the world's greatest singers. And so I want them to be seen and heard, so I have to plan my staging. But with a film, you have to see the film in your mind's eye. Have you ever done that? Do you like see things in your mind's eye that you think about filming? Well, that's my storyboard. And what I mean is you think about it. I don't mean I just go over to McDonald's and eat a hamburger and I get a sense of what I want to do or something like that. You have to sit down and think. like you say, what were you thinking? But I don't know what I was thinking. But if you put your mind and focus on something you're going to make, like let's say a painter, he has to see the painting before he does it. Because if you've ever watched a film of some of the great painters working, they go like this. You know, they think through their hands, but the painting's in their head. And that's it with filmmaking, as far as I'm concerned. The painting, the film is in my head. It's in my mind's eye. How do I know what I have? I've seen it first. So that the filming of it only becomes like a chore, because I've already seen it.
The improv part, when you get the improvisation from the actors, you just add it up to what you have.
I don't let them improvise so much. They have to, by the time I get the script I want and they've learned it, the improvisation means they don't have to do it word for word. But they're generally not making up stuff that you can put in a movie. But they can say it their own way, you know. I mean, the pick your feet in Poughkeepsie scene in The French Connection, I showed Gene Hackman what those two cops did. That's the routine they did. And he learned it. And then I let him do it his way. But these cops did that scene 20, 30 times a day with suspects in those days. And they used to hold court in the streets. You know, that's the way it was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Here, New York, all the big cities, and small towns too. But I don't let actors make up lines, but I let them put it in their own words. You know, not the thoughts, you know, but most of the lines in the films I've done are not Shakespeare, you know. They're basically, you know, get your hands in the air, you know, bend over, you know, all this shit. You ever been to Poughkeepsie? You know, it's like graffiti. It's not like writing or something. It's the way people talk. Now, if I was doing Shakespeare, I wouldn't work that way at all. You know, I just did a film that Tracy Letts wrote. Did you know who Tracy Letts is? Oh, God, why do I ask? Anyway, he won the Pulitzer Prize for Drama and the Tony Award for a play he did 2 years ago called August Osage County. And he wrote my new film, Killer Joe. And I mean, this guy writes dialogue that's genius. You can't believe it. It's just great. So when the actors come in, they know the lines. And you can't drop a word or a syllable, or the whole rhythm of the scene will go off, you know? Someone wake up this young... Oh, he's okay. Yeah, I see.
Okay,
He's just looking down. No, okay.
Hi, Mr. Friedkin. My name is Scott Adams. I actually have two questions for you. The first question is, you mentioned that you wanted to cast Jackie Gleason, and that you were very enthusiastic about it.
Yeah.
I read that, and I was kind of surprised. Do you think that the American public at that point would have typecast him as Ralph Cramden and believed him in that role?
Who cares? No, he's a great actor.
Okay.
You know, he had a huge success with Ralph Cramden, you know. But, you know, Laurence Olivier played Hamlet and Henry V, but he wasn't typecast as Hamlet or Henry V. You know, he was an actor. Jackie Gleason would have been dynamite in this picture. He was great. And Gene had to get himself to a point where he could do this. But Gleason, no, I don't think... You know, if he was good in the film, people wouldn't have been thinking about Ralph Cramden, you know, or anything. Some of the good actors around today, they're known for other things they've done. You know, who? I don't know. Who's known for anything? Let me think. Is there someone known? Johnny Depp is known as a pirate or something. So if he does another picture where he's not a pirate, you sit there. Right? You just paid $15 for a ticket and you're watching this guy, and last week he was a pirate and now he's something. You say, oh, fine, let's see the movie. Who cares? You know, everybody in this room knows that there's actors they're not the real guys. There's cameras and microphones too. Every schmuck who buys a ticket knows that. But the whole secret to filmmaking is to try to get the audience to suspend their disbelief. The audience comes in disbelieving. Oh, I know I'm going to see a movie. Let's see if you can get me to watch it. That's really the attitude. When I go into a theater, I think, geez, I know this is going to be a piece of shit because everything else I've seen for the last 8 years has been a piece of shit. And so this movie is going to be one too. And then I'll be completely surprised. You know, I'll be sometimes really knocked out by what I see. And those of us who love films live for that experience. What's the other part of your question?
I watch a lot of documentaries on films, and I can think of at least 3, maybe 4 scenes that are like all-time classics. And so you seem to know a lot about imagery and stuff like that. Can you explain, what your concept of images are in films to make films, a film like this last for over 40 years, where even my professors in high school, college, and now are still talking about some of the images in The French Connection?
Yeah, a lot of it has become iconic, I agree, but I didn't know that going in. The famous shot in The Exorcist, with the silhouette of the priest standing outside the house with a light shining down from a bedroom window, I saw that in a painting in the in the Museum of Modern Art in New York. It was by René Magritte, and it was an image like that. It was a street that was, in the bottom half of the street, it was night, and the lights were on in a house, and there was one street lamp. But the sky was daylight. And that image provoked me to make the shot of the Max von Sydow, the priest, coming up to the house for the first time. And that's the poster for the film. I think many of you have seen that, or you will, because I just signed one out there. But where do you get these images? From paintings, from stuff you observe, from taking a still camera out and training yourself to see, to look. What I did to a great extent was I looked at painting. I've looked at paintings constantly. And they have affected me and influenced me. And not to copy them so much, but they provoke me to think about my approach to a scene. If you take the average, any scene you can think of. Are you awake?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. You want some water? You all right?
Good. Yeah.
It's a nervous gesture, Take any scene. I don't know how many people are here. There must be at least 15 people here tonight. You take any scene you can imagine, and everyone in this room would put the camera in a different place to photograph it, based on who you are, how you feel about the scene. Some of you would put a camera up there, looking down. Some of you would put the camera low, looking up. Some of you would shoot straight on. Some of you might shoot from here, over my shoulder. There's endless number of ways to envision 2 people just standing around. And where you put the camera is who you are. It is saying who you are. Your view of the scene, your view of the whole movie is who you are. And if you have no vision, that will be apparent too. But if you have a vision, it will come over. And some directors have such strong visions that their films are totally unforgettable, like Alfred Hitchcock and Kubrick, and today this guy Almodovar, who are visual stylists. Like Almodovar, however he pronounces his name, he controls everything in the frame. If there's a little red dot up there, he put it there. And he works like a painter on his image. You may like or not like the film, but there is an intelligence and a presence behind the camera. And where he puts the camera and what he puts in front of it is who he is. And I mean that in any number of ways. And you can learn a lot about a filmmaker, if you're interested, just from studying their films. You learn a lot about them. I mean, I could probably do a biography of Hitchcock, just standing here, from what I know about the way he has shot scenes. Do any of you know Hitchcock's theory of suspense? Have you ever heard that? Oh, God. Well, here's Hitchcock's theory of suspense. Two people are sitting like here. There's two people. They're at two chairs and someone dropped their wallet over there. They're just standing here, and you're watching a film of that, and all of a sudden a bomb goes off, blowing us both up. There's an explosion and we're dead. And the scene has gone on, let's say, for 5 minutes, and a bomb goes off. So for 5 minutes, you might be bored watching the scene, and then you're shocked. A bomb just went off, and you're shocked. But that's not suspense. Suspense is when the audience knows there's a bomb under the chairs. Hitchcock will tell you there's a bomb under the chairs. And then that 5 minutes of dialogue is unbearable because you're wondering when the bomb will go off. That is the definition of suspense. And I will tell you all right now, if you want to learn how to be filmmakers, all you have to do is watch Hitchcock's films. You will see how to do any kind of a scene, not just suspense, of which he was rightly called a master, but he shot love scenes better than anyone I've seen, humorous scenes. Some of his stuff is terribly funny visually, and of course the action and the suspense scenes are unparalleled. In particular, I would see North by Northwest and Psycho and Vertigo, definitely. You know, those three films are a veritable classroom in filmmaking. I had the good fortune to, I met him. I did the very last Alfred Hitchcock hour that was ever made. He used to have a series on the air called Alfred Hitchcock Presents or the Hitchcock Hour. It was on for 10 years. And I had never done anything on a soundstage. That was the first thing I had done. Before that, I just did documentaries and live TV. And one day I was shooting, you had 5 days to shoot this hour show. And we were shooting actually at the Bates Motel on the Universal lot. And I was shooting with John Gavin, who was one of the stars of Psycho. And one day I see this phalanx of black suits coming toward me like a locust plague. And it was all these executives from Universal. And they were escorting Hitchcock to the set, because at that time he would only come in 1 day a week, and he would read his introductions off an idiot card, you know, and then he'd go home. He had nothing to do with the shows then. This was the last year. And he would just read the intros. And so they brought him over to meet me, and I was in my 20s, and I couldn't believe it. Here was coming Hitchcock. And he was taller than I had expected, but he was huge. He had a massive girth. And he came over to me, and he stuck out his hand like this. It was like limp, and like he expected me to kiss it or something. And he said, so I took his hand, and it was like sweaty. But he was Hitchcock, you know. So, and that's okay. So he said, Mr. Friedkin, he said, usually our directors wear ties. I thought he was kidding me, and putting me on. I said, "Well, sir, I guess I must have left mine at home." He was gone. He just passed by with these 12 guys, gone out of there. And I didn't see him again for, I think it was about 5 years. And it was at the Directors Guild Awards at the Beverly Hilton Hotel. And at those award shows, they have dinner and stuff. So you have tables and people eating, and then they give the awards and stuff. And I won the Directors Guild Award, and a big gold plate. And I see right down in front of me Hitchcock and his family at the front table right down below the stage. And I had this snap-on bow tie, that I was renting along with the tux. And I made my acceptance speech, and I walked down the 4 steps to where Hitchcock was sitting, and I held the award, and I snapped my tie at him. And I said, "How do you like the tie now, Hitch?" And he looked at me like I was crazy, because he had no memory of that. But I carried it with me for 5 years. But nevertheless, this guy is a master. I mean, his stuff is as good as it gets, and you can learn. I never had a lesson in film. I barely graduated high school. I never went to college. I had 1 lesson in filmmaking in my life, where a guy at a rental house showed me how to load an Arriflex Cam 16 millimeter and get sync with an Agra, and that's the only lesson I've ever had in filmmaking, as many of you can see who've seen my films. So, the way I learned to make film was watching the films of the masters, Hitchcock, and in my day, my generation was profoundly influenced by the French New Wave. That's Alain Resnais and Francois Truffaut and Jean-Luc Godard, a handful of others, and the Italian neo-realist Rossellini, and then the Italian New Wave, Antonioni and Fellini, and later Bertolucci. And we were more influenced by the European filmmakers of our time and just before our time than the American films. We've since come to appreciate the American films. I now think that one of the, possibly the greatest filmmaker ever is Buster Keaton. Have you ever seen any of Buster Keaton's silent films? They're just fantastic. He did chase scenes that I wouldn't have any idea how to execute. And everything is comedy and action and he would star in these silent films and direct them. And they're brilliant. They're genius. I only saw them later in life. If I had seen any of Buster Keaton's chase scenes, I would never shoot a chase scene. Because all of his stuff just cuts the stuff I did and everybody else to pieces. The guy was you can learn how to make film by watching Keaton's films, absolutely. And so we learned early on about the Europeans, and it was only later that we discovered the great American filmmakers like Keaton, and then later John Ford, and some of the other masters. I particularly liked a guy named John Frankenheimer. I loved his work, and there were many others, Billy Wilder. And but had I seen a lot of the films that I've seen since, I would have been too intimidated to make a film, which is why I never tried to paint. If you've ever seen a Vermeer or a Rembrandt, you will never pick up a paintbrush, because that's it. It's all been said. There's nothing more to be said. The great thing I had going for me was ignorance. I had not seen the masters by the time I had become a filmmaker. But later, when I had become a filmmaker, I saw the great Hitchcock stuff, and it helped me to find my own voice, or not, but at least it pointed me in the right direction. And so films beget films. Films that I make, I know have influenced other people. I know it because they, find my email or whatever. And I used to have a website, which I took down because the questions were so stupid, and they would come in at the rate of about 1,000 a day of some of the stupidest questions on this earth. And so I gave that up. I thought, well, geez, I'll get in touch with my fans. And then I saw what they were saying and all this shit, and it was horrible. But yes, sir.
I just have one question. You were talking about, how much you paid Gene Hackman and where you were in terms of location, and you didn't have permits for certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, the people around, just the business, were they extras or were they people as well? And if so, did you tell them? Because there was a murder on the subway, and I know that
on the subway chase scene, we couldn't pay those people. We went down there with a camera with no lights, and we said to people, don't look at the camera. Don't look at the camera. We're just shooting a commercial. You don't want to look at the camera. And I would stage the scene with Hackman and Fernando Rey and this and that. It took 2 or 3 different trains, to make that work. It wasn't all the same train. But we had no permits, and those were just people that came down to use the subway. And, you'd be surprised how people don't give a damn and will often let you do that.
Did anyone think that there was a murder or
a murder where?
On the train,
in one of the
they
shootings?
shot the conductor. And
Yeah.
Oh, in those scenes are controlled. You'll see not many extras in that. I'm talking about when they first come in and get on the train and wait there and the doors open and close. No, the scene on the train where they're shooting somebody, that's staged, but no permits. No permits. I brought, 15, 20 extras on board, told them what to do, and shot. And we finish and leave.
By the time they came to ask for your ticket, it was gone.
You didn't ask for a ticket then, but you just got on the train. But there's a traffic jam on the Brooklyn Bridge. I just had all these off-duty cops working for me, and I said, one day, you see that bridge down there? Yeah. I said, about a half hour, I'm going to be ready to shoot a traffic jam. Okay, they went down, took their cars, drove down to the Brooklyn Bridge and parked. And after about 20 minutes of shooting that scene where they've lost this guy on the bridge,
Yeah.
police helicopters came over. What's causing this traffic jam on the Brooklyn Bridge? And these guys came down, and my cop friends just showed their badges and just said, we're working on a movie. It's all right. It's all right. But we didn't have permission to do any of that. We never would have gotten it. We never would have gotten it. The only way that we were allowed to shoot anything with the trains with permission was we went to see this gentleman who was head of the transit department of New York. And he was in charge of the elevated and subway trains. He was an African-American gentleman, and we went in, and the producer and I sat down, and we told him what we wanted to do. And he looked at us, and he laughed. He said, I can't let you do any of that. I said, why not? He said, because A, there has never been anybody who's tried to heist an elevated train or a subway. That's never happened. And we don't want to give anyone the idea that could happen. And there's never been a crash of 2 trains. I can't let you, it would be really difficult to do something like that. Okay, well, thank you. We start to leave. He says, wait a minute, where are you going? I said, well, you said it would be too difficult. He said, no, I said it would be difficult. And my producer said, how much? And he said, $40,000 and a one-way ticket to Jamaica. And we said, well, why a one-way ticket? He said, because if I let you guys go on there and shoot scenes like this, when this movie comes out, I will be fired. And he was. He was fired, and as far as I know, he went and lived happily ever after in Jamaica. So, you know, a lot of good things can come out of making a movie. But we paid, one of the reasons the film went 300,000 over is because we paid this guy to let us go on and shoot like those shootings and all that stuff on an elevator train. And when the film came out, he was absolutely fired. Wow. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mr. Friedkin. Thank you for coming.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
My name is Gabriella, and I'm an actor.
Okay.
And I was wondering, since The French Connection was a groundbreaking, you know, with the chasing and all the new things that you introduced, did you ever feel that pressure or that fear of doing something new that no one has done? And how did you overcome that? And what is the advice you can give to us?
Every time I've set out to make a shot, I have had to overcome almost a paralysis of fear. The night before I have to shoot something, I go through absolute dread. My mind starts, this is after having done this for about 50 years now, my mind will start to wander on everything that can go wrong. I just start to think about, you know, the actor and I aren't going to be on the same page. You know, he's going to ask me if he could be found in the doorway on his head or something. Or the cameraman won't get it, or there'll be a crash of a car or something that wasn't planned. All the stuff that's happened to me comes back to me daily when I make a film. Before I do the film, I'm really eager with anticipation. And the day before we have to shoot anything, it's absolute dread. And it affects my relationship with my family, with my friends. I become really sour and almost impossible to talk to or to deal with. I've never gotten over that. I guess I sort of work out of that fear, but I have it at all times, even now. And really what it's about is a failure, the possibility of failing to achieve what I have in my mind's eye. Because film, as you all know, is the most collaborative of media. If you want to be a painter, all you need is some brushes, paints, and a blank canvas. If you want to be a writer, you don't even need paper anymore. You can write on a computer. You know, if you want to be a musician, you've got the notes in front of you. But if you want to make a film, you have to work with a great many other people to realize your vision. And you have to first communicate with them before you can communicate with an audience. You have to first communicate with what Orson Welles called the 1-ton pencil. And he meant this massive crew, you know. More than a ton, but he called it a 1-ton pencil. You have to, the main thing a director needs to have is the ability to communicate. First with your cast and crew, and ultimately with an audience. That's all you're doing is communicating your vision. Some of the things that I've tried, I mean, like the chase in this scene and a couple of other films I've made, those are among the most difficult things to do, especially if they're original, because a chase scene like that is something that is only possible, you know, in a visual medium, on film, or let's say, but on film. And you have to visualize the whole thing before you do it. It's not something that you can do on a canvas or in a book or in a piece of music or on a stage. It is pure cinema. If you look at Buster Keaton, you will see pure cinema that could not be done in any other medium. Like a lot of films that you see, two people are sitting down and they're talking. Well, they can do that on the stage, you know. Or the novelist can put it in dialogue, you know. and you read it, and there's talking, saying this or that. But a chase scene, or like slapstick comedy or silent film comedy, only happens in cinema. And that's what drove me to cinema, to try and create images that were specific to that medium. But I'm always terrified of the process. And the older you get and the more you do it, it doesn't make it any easier. In fact, it gets harder, because the zeitgeist is always changing. And like some of the films that I would be interested in doing, or might not be interesting to your generation. You know, you guys have your own likes and dislikes. All of the people that influenced me might mean nothing to you guys. You see the works of other filmmakers who influence you. But that's why I say films beget films. You'll see a film and you say, Jesus, that's good. I'd love to try and do that. And that's how I got to be a filmmaker. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have a question about the French Connection. How long did it take to shoot the car scene, the chase?
We shot it over 4 weekends, but only partially. You know, like we could shoot from, say, 8 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. And then we would run out of light if we tried to shoot later, because it was done in the middle of the coldest winter in New York. And or like when they did give us a train to shoot the action stuff on the train, we only had between 8 and 3. Before that, it was considered rush hour, and after that, it was rush hour, even on the weekend. So it was over 4 weekends. If you put it all together, it might have been done in 4 days, if it was all done and straight through. But the one in To Live and Die in L.A. it was 6 weekends on the Vincent Thomas Bridge and the Terminal Island Bridge. And we did have permission to do that. It's a lot tougher now to go out and steal stuff like that. Damn it. Anything else?
Hi, Mr. Friedkin.
Yes, sir.
My name's Gensho. I'm a filmmaker. Thank you so much for coming out. It's Gensho.
Gensho. Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Japan, but
cool.
by way of England.
Do you ever read Murakami?
I actually started reading him, yeah.
Haruki Murakami?
Haruki, yeah.
One of the greatest novelists who ever lived.
Yeah.
Did you read the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle?
No, I'm reading Hard Boiled Wonderland right now.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. I highly recommend that you read Murakami, especially the Wind-Up Bird Chronicle, which will bend your mind. He's a Japanese writer. I think he's the best. I think he will win the Nobel Prize next year. Anyway, yes, Genshin.
I got 2 questions. In your mind's eye, when you were making To Live and Die in L.A., what were some of the stylistic influences going on in your head?
A film called Z, directed by Costa Gavras. Have you ever seen that? It's a great film. You should run it here. It's Z, or the letter Z or Z, and it stood for, it meant he lives, and it was about the assassination of this Greek politician called Lambrakis, who was killed. He was a real populist, real man of the people, and he was killed during one of his campaigns, and all over Greece, the letter Z appeared on walls and buildings and everywhere, which meant he lives. And there's a film called Z, directed by Costa Gavras, a French director. I saw that, and it gave me the courage to make the film this way, because he shot that film as though it was a documentary. And while I had made documentaries, I really wasn't bright enough at the time to know that you could induce the documentary style. I used to think, well, shit, it's a movie. I better have the camera on sticks and, and try and do it all neat and all this shit. And then I saw Z, and you'll see everything I did in The French Connection. The camera whips and moves and goes everywhere, and it's shaky, and you just believe that what you're seeing is happening before your eyes. And seeing that film gave me the courage to make The French Connection this way.
And you said you're an admirer of John Frankenheimer, and I was wondering what your thoughts were on the sequel to The French Connection that he did.
I never saw that, and I sent him about a 12-page handwritten letter on both sides begging him not to do it. I admired him so much, and I said, John, why would you do this? You know, I mean, people will just say, you know, it's a fucking copy of the original. That you can't top The French Connection, you know. It is what it is. You can only do the same thing all over again. But he did the film. I've never seen it. There have been 4 or 5 sequels to The Exorcist, and I've never seen them. I mean, if it's like if you were to tell me, you know, there's a car crash out on Riverside Drive over there, and there's 15 cars in the street and 30 dead bodies. I wouldn't go out and look at it. I know what that is, you know, and that's how I feel about the sequels to The French Connection and The Exorcist.
Thank you so
They're
much.
like accidents or something. Lethal accidents. Anything else? Yes, sir.
I just have one more quick question. And I hate to be that guy who asks one more question.
That's all right.
But you were talking about the sort of one-tone pencil and how the director has to sort of convey his dream and sort of his idea to everyone else in the cast and crew and all that. How often is it that somehow like what the director sees isn't the final product? Or is that really
I'm not sure I know what you mean. What you said was how often does it happen that what the director sees isn't the final product? Is that the question? You mean, has there ever been films that guys have taken over and recut or reshoot? Yeah, it hasn't happened to me, knock wood. But maybe if they had, they might have made a better picture. I don't know. But yes, it does happen where, you know, a guy doesn't get on the same page with the studio or something, and they'll take the picture over. I can't give you any examples of that, but I know it's happened. Fortunately, it hasn't happened to me, but it does happen, yeah. I mean, if you fuck up, you're going to pay the price, okay? You know what I'm saying? Okay. You know what I'm saying, don't you?
Yeah.
You know what I mean. So when that happens, they punch your ticket. Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, is there anything specific you would like to do in the future regarding...
Breathe. I'd like to keep breathing. That seriously, he asked me, is there anything I'd like to do in the future? That's about it. I'd like to keep working as long as I can. I'm not sure. The only thing I have planned that I'm doing next is an opera in Vienna. I'm doing an opera. It goes into rehearsal in February 6th, and it opens March 25th in Vienna. It's called The Tales of Hoffmann. I don't know. Yeah, you say, of course. Have any of you ever heard of The Tales of Hoffmann?
Didn't Schlesinger film?
He directed an opera for the English National Opera of Tales of Hoffmann, and it's on videotape. He did direct it.
By the way, I saw Saturday night Wim Wenders documentary about Pina Bausch.
Mm-hmm. The dancer.
Out of this world.
It's good?
Out of this world.
Yeah, he's a very interesting director. He made a film, Wim Wenders made a film called Paris, Texas, which I had seen, and I liked it so much, the visual style, that I hired the cameraman, who was an Austrian cameraman. I had to get him a visa to come here and shoot, but I loved what he did with Paris, Texas, and he had an unusual style in that most of his stuff had to be seen from just one direction because he used natural light, and you couldn't do a lot of coverage with his stuff. But the compositions were so beautiful that I hired him to shoot To Live and Die in L.A. And most of the people in other important jobs on To Live and Die in L.A. were women, because I wanted more of a feminine sensibility in that film. Because like the French Connection, it was all macho, you know. It's just macho and, you know. And by the time, like 13 or 14 years later that I came to do To Live and Die in LA, I felt differently about the whole genre and how it needed to be shook up. And so I got a hold of these very talented and clever women to design the sets and the interiors and the costumes and to work in the cutting room and all that stuff. But Vender's cameraman was a guy called Robbie Mueller. He did Paris, Texas. Another film called Repo Man. I don't know if you ever saw that. Thanks, Mom.
Buena Vista Social Club.
American Friend. Yes. Is there anything else?
Yes.
Huh? Yes, ma'am.
So you were saying that when you have an idea for a film, you see it in your mind's eye.
Yes.
Did you find that the final product was actually way better than what you had imagined?
It's never as good.
Oh, really?
Her question was, I've said that I see the whole film in my mind's eye. I do. The question was the actual product better than the way I had envisioned it? No, it never is. You have to know that too, you know, because the whole process is compromise. It's all about compromise. And how willing are you going to be to compromise your vision? But it is compromise because you're working with other people. They will have ideas. Many of them will have good ideas, and you have to be open and listen to them. You know, you can't just, I mean, I don't go on the set like a dictator. I choose the people that I want to work with very carefully, and they've contributed much to my films. Many ideas, many things, and their skills and their own experience and ideas have helped me in everything that I've done. Like, as I say, Benicio del Toro. If I told him to come in the door, he would argue with me to say maybe I should be found lying in the doorway. And sometimes it wasn't all that stupid. You know, sometimes he had some good ideas. And he knew what was right for his character. But it's always a compromise. And it depends on how... Now, so I know every shot I'm going to make in a film. Every shot. But then something will go wrong. Like the cars will crash. They're not supposed to. And you have to keep going. Or an actor will give you something that you didn't know this actor or actress was capable of, and you'll see that, and you go with it. You know, I do that constantly. You ever ride a horse? Sometimes the horse knows the way, you know? Sometimes you just have to let the horse go, you know? When you're going through a wooded path, the horse better know where the road is. And that's how it is with directing. You are relying on the skills and experiences of other people. And none of these characters that appear in my films, it's not me, it's them up there. It's their faces. And they are inevitably bringing stuff from their own experiences, and I encourage that. And that's what collaboration is. If I didn't want to do that, you know, I would try and write some book or make a painting. And then I could stay in a room and I wouldn't have to talk to anybody, which is sometimes a good thing. But, you know, I love collaboration. I love it. And I've learned a lot from the people that I've worked with, an awful lot. And it's one of the things that keeps you wanting to make films. Like I've done 2 films now that Tracy Letts has written, and this guy is a staggering mind. You know, he's just great. He hears the way people talk today and the weirdness of some of the stuff that's going on today, and he's able to capture it. He's like a poet. And so, but no, none of the stuff I've ever envisioned in my mind's eye has ever quite come out that way. And sometimes, like about a year ago, I was in the shower. That's the year that I took a shower. And I was in the shower that year, and I had a vision for what the ending of the French Connection should be. Because I could never figure out the ending. I really didn't have an ending. And about a year ago, I'm in the shower, and I'm thinking, you're on the East River, and there are two junkies sitting on the riverbank, and a barge is going by on the river, a police barge, with these narcotics detectives taking all these bags of heroin. It was the largest heroin bust, in the history of the country. $32 million worth of uncut heroin at that time, or was cut 20% actually. But what they did when the case was over, and they brought some people to trial, others never went to trial, but what they do with that stuff when it's all over is they take the bags and they dump the shit in the river. And I was thinking, two junkies are on the shore, and they're watching a police barge go by, and they're dumping all these bags of white powder into the river. And if I had the opportunity to do it, I would have shot that scene and put it in as the ending to the French Connection, because it would have been both ironic and funny and true. But I didn't think of it at the time.
It still bothers me that the only one that actually sat in jail was the French actor who
Yeah.
didn't even know what he was.
Well, he may not have known, but that's true. The other guy, the guy who, the French Connection, the guy played by Fernando Rey, his real name was Jean Jehan, Jehan. He was a Corsican, and about a year after these other guys were charged in that case, the New York Police Department sent a couple of cops to France to get this guy extradited. And they hung around Paris for about 3 months, and they get shuffled back and forth in the bureaucracy. And they couldn't put papers on the French police to extradite this guy for trial. They knew where he was, and it was just, they were wrapped in bureaucracy. And one of the French cops took pity on them. And he said to one of the New York cops, he said, "You will never extradite Jean Jehan." He said, "Why not?" He said, "Because he fought side by side in the resistance, in the French resistance in World War II with Charles de Gaulle, who was the president of France. And he was de Gaulle's buddy. And he fought with him against the Nazis. And so they were never able to extradite this guy. He died peacefully in his bed about 15 years ago.
With that beautiful woman we saw at the beginning.
Well, he was married to a young woman. One of the things that attracted me to the French Connection, one of the things I saw that was not inherently in the case, but as I started to think about it, I could see that it was sort of a role reversal. The cop, the guy with a badge, is a racist. He's brutal. He's a womanizer. He will break the law if he has to. He doesn't care about human life. He's obsessed. And he's an all-around, today a cop gets caught doing any of that stuff, he goes down. And the drug smuggler was a real gentleman. He had a young wife. He loved her. He was very gentle with her. He was courteous. He was a gourmet. He knew good wines and good food. The cop ate pizza off the street.
Yeah.
And what interested me was that contrast, that role reversal. The guy with the badge is like a terrorist, and the dope smuggler is a real gent, you know? And I think that's what interested me, that role reversal. And I try to emphasize that, you know, whenever I could.
Is it true? That's going to be the last one.
Is it true that
people, other directors didn't want to make the movie?
I don't know that. No, I don't. No, the producer brought it to me.
Right.
And he was a guy that I met in the steam room at Paramount Pictures. Yeah, really. It was like the greatest steam room in the city. And there was a guy who was, there was a gym at Paramount in the old days. And the guy who ran it, his name was either Orlando Perry or Perry Orlando. He didn't know, and nobody else did either. So we used to call him Perry or Orlando. But it was like the greatest steam room I've ever been in. And a lot of movie stars would go there. Steve McQueen used to go to the steam room and get a massage. Just a whole bunch. Michael Landon, I remember seeing there. A guy called Cornell Wilde. A lot of guys would go there. And I went there and I met the producer of The French Connection. He had seen some of my documentaries on TV. And we were talking, and one day he said, "Hey, I got this story. You might be interested in this." And so I read the book that Robin Moore had written, the guy who wrote The Green Berets. I read the book. I couldn't finish the book. It was so boring. I just tossed it. But then he said, "Come on back to New York and meet the two cops." And I met the two guys at a steakhouse in New York. Alan Dick's Steakhouse, and I saw these two guys and the way they interacted with one, and I said, "That's the movie." And then, I mean, these two, it wasn't a cliche then like it is now. The cop buddy film was not a cliche when we made The French Connection. Today, it's a total cliche. You know, it's on television every night, but it wasn't then. Especially a cop who was on the dark side, you know, who was, you know, over in the gray area, like these guys. That was new. You know, years later you have stuff like 24, you know, where the guy is an absolute friggin' killer and he's working for the government and he's torturing people and all that. But that wasn't done when we made The French Connection. But as I got into the story, the two cops fascinated me, and then the idea of role reversal. That these two cops were like animals in the street, and the French guy was, do you have to go to the bathroom or something?
No.
Oh, okay. And the French guy was, oh, good.
Waiting for my martini.
Oh, okay. And the French guy seemed like a gent, you know. So
there's one scene in the movie that I didn't understand.
Only one?
Yeah.
Wow. It's the best average I've had.
Okay, the two cops are sitting in the car and they following Tony LoBianco.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly he veers from the freeway, from the road to the left. And he says, "Where is he going?" And he says, "Oh, I think he's going to visit his
Ward
brother
Island.
or something."
His brother, we set up that his brother worked as a garbage man on Ward's Island. But Ward's Island is where they stash the stuff.
Okay,
at the end.
So he said, "Oh, well, never mind."
He
And
gets
they
a pass.
decided not to go.
Yes,
Why?
because
Why?
Ward's Island, to follow a guy on Ward's Island then, you couldn't follow a guy like in traffic.
I see.
If you saw a police car coming along,
I see.
because you saw at the end of the film how isolated that warehouse was on Ward's Island.
Right.
You know, you couldn't trail somebody. So they, as they say, he gets a pass. There's a lot of stuff in the film that nobody to this day understands. Do you remember the scene where they're about to follow LoBianco home from the nightclub, and the cop takes a straw hat and he throws it in his back and he says, "All right, let's go to work." I never explained that, but when a plainclothes detective in those days was on duty, on the job, they would throw a particular straw hat in the back part of the car, which meant they could park anywhere or go through a red light, and cops wouldn't mess with them because they'd see the straw hat and they knew they were on the job. But I never explained that.
I know, I was waiting for something to happen.
Well, because all you guys want explanations now. You see, in the 70s, people, they weren't bothered by that shit. They would say, oh, that's something I don't understand, but it looks sort of cool. You know, but that's what it was. I mean, I had a reason to do all that shit, but I took out all the explanation because I didn't want a show and tell movie. You know what show and tell is? Like when somebody says, I'll meet you around the corner in 20 minutes, and the next scene is around the corner in 20 minutes. I take all that stuff out. I try to take out all the exposition. I find it boring.
Yeah.
But I know that, and like the last gunshot that ends the movie, I've been asked about that now for 40 years. And what does it mean? It means nothing. I remember sitting there in the mix, and we're mixing the picture, and it sort of like went down a hill. You know, the film plays very slow today compared to action movies today. And the film was you know, I was falling asleep in the mix. And I said to Ted Soderbergh, the mixer, let's put a gunshot in at the end. And he said, why? I said, let's end the film with a bang. I swear to God. It means nothing. I have seen critical articles where guys have said, obviously, he shot the guy. You know, he caught the French guy and killed all kinds of cockamamie theories and stuff. I swear to you, I just said, let's end the movie with a bang. And it became one of those things that people didn't understand, but they thought it was genius because they didn't understand it. And it meant Zippo. Okay?
But it meant a lot to us that you came.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck to all of you guys. Good luck to you, and I really hope that you will be. Thanks, Mom. I really hope that you will be as fortunate as I've been in your careers, and I mean that. I know that if you're putting in the time and doing stuff like this, it's probably for some purpose, and I hope that your dreams will be realized. Many years ago, as a matter of fact, I covered a trial in Houston for the Dallas Morning News. It was a very famous murder trial that had morphed into a civil trial of a very famous murder case in Houston. And in order to get accredited to attend it in this little courtroom in Houston, I got the Dallas Morning News to let me cover it. And so I had journalist credentials and wrote a couple of front page stories about it.
That's amazing, really. When was this?
Back in the late 70s.
Okay. Wow. So like right after the time, I guess, Sorcerer had come out, or right before that?
It was after. It was after and yeah. This was, I don't know if the viewers or listeners will be familiar with this, but it was the Ash Robinson case, and it was written up as in a wonderful nonfiction book by Tommy Thompson called Blood and Money.
Okay. And
Racehorse Haynes, who must be a familiar name around here, the lawyer, he was one of the lawyers in the case.
Interesting. Wow. See, I didn't know. We never knew.
Well, you're too young to know that.
I guess so.
But you're not too young to read books, Mike. So
I'm not.
So you can read Blood and Money.
I can, and I will after this is over.
Great. Yeah. Great.
I want to go back to the beginning. One of the very first things that you did professionally was 1965, the Alfred Hitchcock Hour. You being a guy coming out of, obviously being aspiring, doing documentary films and things like that, and then coming in and working with a guy like Hitchcock, and of course that very famous story about him giving you a hard time about no tie, and I can totally relate because I hate wearing ties. Mm-hmm. So, but working with a guy like that, like right out of the gate, What was the sense going through what's going through your head at that moment?
Well, obviously, this was the 9th or 10th year of the Hitchcock Hour. It was, in fact, it was supposedly the last show. They were going off the air after 10 years, and I was doing the last episode of the last show. And so I didn't really work with Hitchcock. He would come in once a week and read his introductions off what we call an idiot card, which means they were written on a large white card next to the camera. And he'd come in once a week and read 5 of these.
Yeah.
And I met him. I said hello to him. And then the only other thing he did relating to the show in that time was he would look at all the cuts that the directors would do, and he would have final cut. He would make any changes. And I'm told that he didn't make any changes in the cut that I did. I wish he had, but they were shot pretty tight, and it was a finely oiled machine. And I came in as a very young man, and I had a lot of ideas on how I was going to revolutionize the show, but it was so well organized that basically it was a struggle for me to keep up, because I had never done anything on a soundstage then.
Mm-hmm. And then going from that, you wanted to work with Harold Pinter, and so you did The Birthday Party in 1968, which is, I guess in some ways was kind of the beginning of you working with playwrights, because you had done several other films with playwrights, but that was kind of a personal thing for you, right? Being able to work with Pinter on that?
Well, Pinter is one of the great playwrights of the 20th century. He won the Nobel Prize for Literature, and it was an education for me. I learned more about drama from working with Pinter for a year than anyone at any other time.
Yeah. 1971, The French Connection comes out, and this is sort of before the days of like big Hollywood blockbusters, but this thing really kind of just, it really kind of solidified, I guess, like the cop drama crime film, and I think in a lot of ways kind of changed the way people look at chases in movies and things like that. When you were making that thing, again, there's always that pedestrian question of, did you have any idea that it was going to end up being as popular as it was? But
you're not going to ask me
I'm
that.
not going to ask you that
pedestrian question.
I'm not. But I have to wonder, like, in the scenes when you're editing the chases, like did you realize in that moment, like, there's something special about this? Yeah.
No. When you film a chase scene as a director, well, I also conceived the scene. You do it one shot at a time. It's like knitting. I don't know if you or any of your viewers or listeners have ever done any knitting, but shooting a chase scene is like knitting. It's one shot at a time. Knit one, purl two. Knit one, purl two. You have to keep the whole pattern in your head. You know, you have to be aware of what the sequence, or in the case of knitting, the sweater, is going to look like while you're doing it one stitch at a time. So I had the whole thing in my mind's eye before I shot it. Then a lot of things went wrong. A lot of the stunts that I had set up didn't work, and I had to adjust to that. And all those adjustments are in the sequence. Now, I will tell you that I have since I made The French Connection, I was able to see the Buster Keaton chase scenes from the silent era. If I had seen those before, I never would have undertaken a chase scene, because they can't be topped.
Yeah.
They were incredible. And of course, like the ones that I've done, you had to do all that stuff. There was no computer-generated imagery. Everything you see, we had to do. But so did Keaton, and the stuff that he did. There are about 7 or 8 that I know of, great silent chases that put away anything I've seen since, including my own work.
Yeah, we're finally getting to see a lot of that stuff now.
Yeah.
Kino's putting out a lot of the old Keaton stuff, which
because
is great.
Of Blu-ray and DVD. Yeah. But we weren't able to see that. There was no Blu-ray or DVD when I was younger.
Well, but I think that's what's so amazing to me is when I watch those sequences and knowing that you didn't know how it was all going to come out until you put it all together and you stitched it together. And so it really was a matter of having it in your head and knowing exactly how it was going to play out. I'm just extremely impressed that you could put that together.
Well, the other thing is the soundtrack, which was all done separately. I used sounds that I went out after I shot the sequence visually. We went out and made specific sounds for everything. The individual sounds of the car, you know, at various speeds, in various gears. We made the sounds of the elevated train from various perspectives, the sounds of people in the street, Hackman's voice. Everything was done separately, and in order to make a sequence that works, as that one did, you have to have the whole thing in your mind's eye before you do it. At the same time, there's a lot of things going on when you're shooting in a street that you don't have complete control over.
Sure.
And so you have to be ready to take advantage of happy accidents. There are happy accidents, and then there's unhappy accidents if someone gets hurt.
Right.
And knock wood, thank God, nobody even got a twisted ankle.
Again, amazing.
It is, because it was very dangerous, for real.
All right, so 1973, The Exorcist comes
That's
out.
it on the French Connection?
Well, I want to keep going because I want to.
Greatest films?
It is one of the greatest films ever made. But I've got so many more films I want to get to here, so we can come back to the French Connection. Actually, that was the first time you worked with Roy Scheider, and then you guys would work together again on Sorcerer. Was he one of? Because I noticed you don't work with a lot of the same actors again. Was he one of those actors that, like, when you worked with him, that you wanted to say, like, I got to bring this guy back and do more stuff with him?
It's all about the role.
Yeah.
I try not to do the same picture every time, so you need different actors. Then sometimes an actor you work with in, say, 1971 isn't exactly right for a similar role in 1984.
Exactly.
Or something. But I did work with Roy twice, and I had never seen him on stage. He made a film that had not come out yet called Clute when I met him.
Yeah.
And he came into my office and sat down, and he had a script that they handed him outside my office, and he sat down and I said, hi, and I said, what are you doing, Roy? He said, well, I'm in an off-Broadway play by Jean Genet. I said, well, what kind of role do you play in that? And he said, a cigar-smoking nun. I said, okay. I said, you're hired. And that was it.
Simple.
That was it. I cast him on the way he looked and the way he sounded and his attitude and my perception of his intelligence. Yeah. And that's pretty much how I've cast everybody. I don't audition actors. I don't have them read. It's a waste of time. In the French Connection, most of the scenes had to be completely improvised. So you needed somebody who was the character, not someone who would have to put on makeup or become younger or older. And I always go on instinct with casting, even though it's the most important aspect of making a film after the script. After you say, well, I'm going to do this script, the casting is about 80% of the rest of the film. If it's cast wrong, it will never work, no matter how well it's made.
That's one of the things I've always admired about your films is your choices on people, because you do take some bold and different choices than I think a lot of directors would have had they been shooting that same movie. All right, so we can come back to the French Connection, but I do want to let's go to The Exorcist, which is 1973. Now I know that I remember hearing the stories about how Blatty approached you and appreciated you for your honesty in terms of, you know, saying if a script didn't work and what did and did not work and everything. When this film was made, again, there's that pedestrian question of, did you have any idea that this was going to be the big film?
But you're not going to ask.
I'm not going to ask that pedestrian
either.
question, but
I know you won't.
I would say that when you're shooting a film like The Exorcist, that you have to know that this is such a different and unique thing. especially at that time. We hadn't really seen films like that at that time that really had those kinds of bold choices and psychologically deep-rooted as it was.
Did you think this interview was going to work before you did it?
I never know if an interview
You don't
is going
know.
to work.
There's
Yeah.
your answer.
Yeah.
You don't know. I mean, I could be some stiff who would have no answer to anything,
Right.
you know, or wander off into right field or something like that.
So far, you're doing pretty great.
No, but you never know, Mike. You just don't know.
Yeah.
I knew that the material was powerful and disturbing and was based on an actual case that took place in 1949 in Silver Spring, Maryland. And I never thought of it in terms of a horror film. I thought of it in terms of a story about the mystery of faith. And that's how I went ahead and did it. I never thought, how can I make this more scary or more horrible? The stuff that happened in the original case was disturbing enough. And what Blatty did was change the character from, it was a 14-year-old boy in 1949
Right, yeah.
to a 12-year-old girl, because the Jesuit diocese in Georgetown, where he was going to school, asked him to disguise the gender as well as the identity of the young man. Now, that young man is still alive, recently retired, and he has no memory of what happened to him when he was 14 years old. Wow. And there's, in my book, which is coming out in a few days, my memoir, I describe that whole case and how the family was not Catholic, they were Lutheran. The Lutheran Church had nothing like exorcism. And so everything was tried on this young man in terms of what was modern science and medicine and psychiatry in those days to determine a cure for these weird occurrences, the manifestations that occurred to him when he was 14, and nothing worked. And so the Catholic Church did an investigation at the request of his parents and determined that an exorcism was called for. Now, as far as we know, there were only 3 cases in the United States in the 20th century in the Catholic Church where an exorcism was called for, where the victim was actually thought to be a victim of demonic possession. Only 3. So it's not like priests go out and do this, 2 or 3 of them before breakfast every day.
Which a lot of movies since then would have you believe.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the movies about the subject since then.
Yeah, you're missing nothing.
No, but the thing is, it was a profound mystery, and that's what attracted me. Maybe someday medical science will determine a cause for these incredible symptoms that the boy possessed and that seemed to be inflicted upon him.
Yeah. Well, I think there also has to be a certain degree of when people watch that film, particularly parents, the concept of, what if that was my little girl? And what if I was going through the same thing? Mm-hmm. How would I react and how would I deal with it? And I think, to me, that's even more horrifying.
Well, the story does get to the idea that we all are interested in, whether you're Catholic, which I don't happen to be, or any other religion, or if you call yourself an agnostic or an atheist. We're all interested in why bad things happen to good people. And on the rarest of occasions, it's something like that.
Yeah. It's amazing how well that film holds up today. Well, I shouldn't say that because you made it. Of course it holds up
Why
today.
shouldn't you say that?
Well,
though?
because, I mean, you make...
What if I hadn't made it?
You make very endearing films. You make films that have that longevity.
Like Cruising, yes. Very endearing. Yeah.
Well, we'll get to that.
No, but I mean...
Before we get to that,
endearing is not how I would describe my films. I appreciate it. You're talking about Vincent Minnelli, who did Singing in the Rain. No, American in Paris.
Yeah. Well, effective.
No,
Well,
he
I would
didn't
say
do
it's still effective to this day. You know, I think that's one of the things you can show it to people, and it's
Yeah.
frightening, and you know, it holds up. Is what I'm trying to say.
I appreciate it.
In 1977, The Sorcerer comes out, and this is another one of those films that I know you personally have been involved in trying to give us the definitive version of the film that so many people haven't seen yet. And this is one of those movies that very sort of unusual, but at the same time, I think is kind of a lost classic. I consider it to be like a lost
It's
classic.
not lost. It's
Yeah,
coming
not
out
lost,
again
it's
this
found.
year.
Yeah.
There was a very complicated legal entanglement. The two studios that made it were bought and sold on several occasions. And all of the papers, all the legal papers, tend to disappear. They go underground.
Yeah.
The new management that comes into a studio, you can imagine the millions of legal documents pertaining to every film or television program that a studio does. And after a certain period, they either burn these documents or they go underground. And so all of the ownership rights to Sorcerer had disappeared from the view of the new young lawyers that came in to Paramount and Universal. And we finally seem to have unwound the trail. So the film I'm going to remaster the film this year, God willing, and bring it out again as in a high-def format in theaters and on home video.
Yeah. I did want to ask you, because I had remembered talking to some friends of mine in the UK were saying that for some reason when they would show that film on UK television, the ending, which is a very sort of Twilight Zone-esque type ending, that for some reason it cuts and it just goes right to the credits. Do you know anything about? Was there some reason that they cropped it for some reason?
I don't. This is the first I've heard of that.
Yeah, it may have just been
Let me tell you that
a bad cut or something.
On all of my films, people have written to me either via the social network or letters, whatever, saying, when I saw the film, it didn't have this, or it had a scene that I didn't see before. In a lot of cases, it's in someone's head.
Right.
So I can't verify that.
Yeah.
Or very often a film could get cut off because they forgot the last reel,
Yeah.
or they sold commercial time so I'm not even aware of anything like that. But once you make a film and send it out there, various things can happen that go wrong. I know of no exceptional cut of the film.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe it was for some reason the particular network that had it maybe had cut it improperly and just didn't.
They will never. I mean, especially in Great Britain, that doesn't tend to happen. The BBC and even the commercial channels in England and France are very careful about the films that they buy. They don't muck about with them.
Yeah. All right, cruising. Let's get into that. 1980. Again, kind of like
it's very endearing. Don't
it's
you
a very
think?
endearing film. Controversial subject matter, obviously, at the time, but I always feel like whenever people ask me and they say, like, where do you think Al Pacino became kind of the Al Pacino? And a lot of people will bring up things like Dog Day Afternoon or the Godfather movies or whatever. To me, I felt like Cruising was kind of a definite turning point in his career to show what he could do and the different directions that he could go in terms of his acting ability, because it was a very daring film and it was a film that had a lot of people talking. When you made that, was there any sort of opposition at the time when you were making it? What kind of opposition did you come up against?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the film was set in the S&M world, the leather bars that were underground in New York City at the time, on the cusp of the AIDS epidemic, which didn't have a name at the time we made it. But a lot of people were dying mysteriously. A lot of people connected with the film. Most of the people connected with that film who were either in the film or worked worked on the film, like the art director and others, died of AIDS not long afterward. And it was at that time, and I imagine to some extent, although there are treatments, in fact cures now for AIDS, at that time it was a great mystery. At the same time, there were these mysterious murders in the S&M bars, and that was the subject of Cruising. A New York detective who is sent into the bars to try and trap a killer because he resembled the victims. And a guy who actually did that is a close friend of mine. He was the detective who did that. His name is Randy Jurgensen. Mm-hmm. And I mostly took his story and his account of things, but then I went into the bars, and it wasn't easy. The bars were owned by the mafia at that time in New York. Okay. And I had a lot of friends in the mafia. They would still be my friends, but they've died out. And of natural causes, by the way. But
you outlasted the mafia.
Well, some of them. I mean, the guy who owned the mine shaft where we shot most of Cruising was a guy called Matty Ianello, who was head of the Genovese family. And they owned, or they were paid for protection on almost every business on the west side of New York at the time. And I knew him. He's a very interesting and nice guy. And I used to go and have breakfast with him at his house, and one day I asked him if I could shoot. I had a film idea that I wanted to do at the mine shaft, which I'd never seen. And while I'm talking to him in his kitchen over breakfast about this, quite openly, he went like this, shh, shh. And he said, "So how you doing, kid? How's everything going? You working on another film?" He changed the subject completely. And then after about 20 minutes or so, he said, "Come on, I'll walk you out to your car." And we went outside of his beautiful house. And he walked me in the opposite direction from my car. And he said, "Don't turn around." He said, "There are two guys in a unmarked car back there. They're watching us.
Listening in.
One of them is a lip reader. They got my house bugged." He said, "You cannot talk about my business in my house."
Wow.
And he said, "Now what do you want?" And I told him, and he gave me a name. He said, "Here's a guy's name. Here's his phone number. Don't write it down. Just remember it. And call him and tell him I told you to call." And so I did. And it was a long process that got me access to the mine shaft, which was a private club, to shoot with the people who I came to know who were members of the club. It was tougher to get in and film there than it was for me to get to Iraq, where I filmed for 3 months the opening of The Exorcist, which was in Mosul, Iraq, in the northern part of Iraq, right next to Turkey. It was Kurdish country. And the Kurds did not, they had a very uneasy peace with the Baathists, the Arabs who ran Iraq then. But it was easier to get to film there, where the United States had no diplomatic presence at all in those days, than it was to get into the mine shaft.
It's amazing. It sounds like that's a movie in and of itself, right?
Well,
there.
the mine shaft, well, the film, though, I'm happy to say, is very endearing.
Yeah.
And
you're using my word again.
And I'm sure that a lot of young people ought not to see it to this day.
Well, and it is one of those films that, if you had made that film 10 years later, it probably would have been a little bit not as controversial, but maybe a little, yeah.
You couldn't make it at all.
Yeah.
You can't make it today.
Right.
We made it in 1979 for 1980. You couldn't make it 10 years ago, possibly not even 10 years from now.
Yeah.
It's, the subject matter and the violence and the ideas behind it were and are politically incorrect. I'm aware of that, but I'm not interested in political correctness.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's...
You want to tell stories.
Yeah, and a lot of the stories are going to offend somebody. I'm more offended by sitcoms on television. I think they're what's at the heart of what's wrong with the country. The false image of the American family that's put out every night on sitcoms.
Well, and they're so lazy now. It's like they don't even put any effort into the writing or
Well,
anything.
they have laugh tracks, you know, that tell an audience that's in the studio when to laugh. Or if they don't have a studio audience, they have artificial canned laughter. And the stuff just isn't funny.
Yeah.
I mean, I've tried to watch most of these things. I can't.
Yeah.
But obviously millions can, and great.
You're smarter than that.
Well, not at all, but just not to my taste, you know.
All right, now we're getting to one of my favorites, 1985, To Live and Die in L.A. This is, I love this film. Absolutely love this film.
You find it endearing?
I find it very endearing,
good.
Bill.
Okay.
But one of the reasons that I love it, which of course is one of the big reasons to love it, is because there's just this very, very shocking moment that happens in the film where your protagonist, your main character, you know, all of a sudden, spoilers if you haven't seen the film, you should see the film.
Spoiler alert.
But this is a spoiler alert. But William Peterson dies, and dies in a way that you know he's not coming back. There's no way, there's no sequel with William Peterson in it. He's dead, he's gone.
What's the name of the film?
What's the name of the sequel?
No, what's the name of the film you're talking
To
about?
Live and Die in L.A.
That's why he dies.
There you go.
He lives and dies.
He lives and dies in
L.A.
L.A. Well, now when you made that decision to do that, because even at that time, I guess sequels hadn't quite really kicked in, but Hollywood had to have, you know, they were thinking about movies as sequel, you know, possible sequel films. This was obviously a situation where you couldn't really do that unless you went with the buddy character, and so did you meet opposition on that? Did they say you can't do this, you can't kill your main character, or what was?
I don't care what they say, Mike. You seem to indicate that I would listen to somebody saying you can't do that.
Yeah.
If it's somebody, let's say Orson Welles or Alfred Hitchcock or somebody who knows a great deal more than I did, I would listen to them. Right. But most of those guys don't know
just suits. They don't,
what they're talking about. But yet you're absolutely right. Yeah. The people who produced the film would have much preferred there was a sequel. Now, right now, I'm in conversations with the studio, the new management of the studio. They would like to do a television show, series on To Live and Die in L.A. But it would have to be quite a bit different and not with the same characters. But you know, it's still a very strong title, and it still does very well. It has a very good afterlife. But at the time, when I made the decision to have the main guy played by Bill Peterson, it was his first film, to have him killed, it was thinking about the film and realizing the film was about the thin line between the policeman and the criminal, and the idea that those who live by the gun will eventually die by the gun, no matter from what walk of life they emerge. These guys happen to be Secret Service agents, you know, and then the guys on the other side were counterfeiters in that picture, but it was a violent world. And there is, contrary to what you see in a lot of cop action films, there's a lot of death. You know, a lot of these cops, every time a cop gets up in the morning, puts on a gun and a badge, he knows he may not come home. Yeah. And I knew a lot of cops and all over the world, and I understood that fear and the adrenaline that kicks in when they go out on the job. They may not come back. And it occurred to me that that's what's going to happen to this guy. He's too much of a hot dog. Now, that wasn't in the original script. One day I went to Bill Peterson, I said, in a couple of weeks, your character's going to die. He said, really? How? And I told him, he said, cool. He said, that's great.
Finding a guy like that, because again, this goes back to what we were talking about finding the right actor for the part, because he was very unproven at the time, and so
he had
you
never
obviously
made a film.
You saw something in him, and you knew this is the right guy for this part, and I think you were very forward thinking in that way too, because I think he's a terrific actor, and I think especially in that role, I can't imagine anybody else playing that character.
Well, thanks, Mike. I wanted basically unknown actors in that film. I didn't want stars. I wanted a kind of verisimilitude, you know, a kind of actuality feel to it. And my casting director said, you got to come up to Toronto, to the Shakespeare Festival, to see this guy who's acting in a Streetcar Named Desire, Bill Peterson. And I said, I don't want to go up to Toronto, and I don't want to see Streetcar Named Desire. Marlon Brando played that part, and he owns it. Right. Everybody who's done the part since just imitates Brando. So I don't want to. He said, no, you got to come up and see this guy. So I trusted my casting director, and I went up there. Peterson was terrific. His portrayal was unique, very original. I met with him afterwards, and I hired him. He had never made a film. He was a stage actor living in Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Again, really love the film. I did want to ask you about in 1987 Rampage, because I'm actually friends with Michael Biehn and his wife Jen, and that's a film that again is kind of one of these. It is sort of lost, and
no, it's just come out on Blu-ray.
It's finally out on Blu-ray, but a lot of
people
are
talking. There's no such thing as a lost film.
Yeah, it's just the studio letting it.
No.
Get
When
out
I
there
tell you that everybody watching this or listening to this can go out and watch a Buster Keaton film made in 1909 or 1911 or whatever. Those films were lost for maybe 60 or 80 years. With the new technology, the great saving grace of the new technology, not only is it a better system to view something, but it has been the real repository, the real cinematheque of world cinema. Nothing is lost. B pictures that had a shelf life in the 1950s of about 2 or 3 weeks are coming back and are being seen all over the world in people's homes, and actually in revival theaters and places like that. So Rampage is coming out again, and it's constantly being written about, reevaluated. You know, one of the problems that I perceive from film historians, film buffs, and film critics is that they tend to really only think about what's going on today, the present. But film, like music and painting, has a long legacy. And whereas there are museums for paintings, and there are symphony orchestras all over the world, or bands that will revive music that was written centuries ago, up until recently that didn't exist for cinema. But cinema is also a young art form. It's probably the youngest, one of the youngest art forms. It's constantly changing and shifting. I don't even think it could be called cinema anymore. You're going to have to take this logo down, which shows a reel of 35 millimeter film. Doesn't exist anymore. We don't make 35 film anymore. Eastman Kodak is out of business. Technicolor now makes digital prints, not 35 millimeter. So the technology is shifting, but the idea of the storytelling is still there, with different cameras, no film in the camera at all, just maybe a chip. You know, not anything you can hold in your hand is right around the corner. In a few years, there'll be people won't be buying Blu-rays or DVDs. They'll be streaming these stories, whatever they're called. There needs to be a new term for them because they're not films anymore.
Yeah.
But they do live. You know, they do live. Vermeer, who was one of the greatest artists of the 17th century, he lived in a little town outside of Amsterdam called Delft, D-E-L-F-T. He ran an inn, he and his wife. They had 11 children. His wife was Catholic. He was a Calvinist. But they had 11 children. He painted in the room upstairs. He died broke in the 17th century. He was broke. He didn't sell, to, as far as we know, any of his paintings. His wife was out in the streets selling his canvases for a few guilders when he died.
Wow.
And today, the 37 surviving Vermeers are priceless. You can't buy a Vermeer for $100 million. Some of them, there is no price. The View of Delft, which is in the Rijksmuseum in the Netherlands, it can't be bought. So it's great art, and it has survived. You can see it in museums.
Yeah. Well,
there are two Vermeers now on special loan to museums in Los Angeles and San Francisco. One of them is The Girl with the Pearl Earring, which is a painting by Vermeer that was made into a film a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
The actual painting is at the San Francisco, at the DeYoung Museum now as we speak, and there are lines around the block to see a painting that was done in the 17th century that no one had any idea existed. So when you're talking about an art form, you're talking potentially about timelessness.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's great too that there's a lot of studios now that are even going so far as to do a print-on-demand sort of thing for, there are certain titles that you couldn't get up until, just like a year or so ago, that now that they are making them available, even if it is just on a by-demand basis, to where you can, purchase that film specific to order. But I did want to ask about Rampage because that was very early in Michael Bihn's career, and he was not, I guess he wasn't quite a household name. He had done Terminator at that point, but that was a film that it seemed like, I know there were some distribution issues where it was released over in the UK first, or...
Yes, well, the company that financed it, the De Laurentiis Corporation, actually went bankrupt right in the middle of the release of the film, and it was taken over several years later. It was bought out of bankruptcy by the Weinstein Company, and they put it out some 5 or maybe even 5 years after we had made it. They had been after it for years, and the De Laurentiis Corporation, it was tied up in that paper chain again that happens when a company goes bankrupt.
Yeah. And that was, you wrote that one as well, right? Yeah, that was one of the, because you've written about 5 of your films. If
I'm not sure how many, Mike, but I did a lot of writing on a lot of my films.
Yeah. I have to correct you. My name is Mark.
Mark.
That's okay.
Why have I been calling you Mike all this time?
It's been fun.
Well, I tell you, I thought you said, I really apologize.
No, it's okay. You've probably met 100 people today alone, I would imagine.
Not named Mark.
Well, you never know.
No, but I find you very endearing. Though,
oh, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And,
that's very nice of you.
Never, under any name. Okay. A rose is a rose under any name. A Mark is a Mark and not a Mike.
That's right. That's true.
Everyone, after me now. A Mark is a Mark and not a Mike.
Thank you very much.
My error.
It's okay. It's okay.
I better adjust my hearing aid.
All right, I'm going to skip a little bit ahead. Another film of yours that I really love that I'm constantly trying to introduce people to it if they haven't seen it is The Hunted, because I love the sort of the raw brutality that film has, especially with the knife fights and things like that. And there's so much attention to detail in that film. It's a great sort of character piece as well with Tommy Lee and Benicio. Really enjoy that film a lot. When you were making that particular project, what was the thing that was the impetus of that film? Was it always just supposed to be about sort of the psyche of a cold person and how they would go up against someone that also was kind of cold and emotionless? I mean, I don't know what I'm getting at here. I just love the movie.
No, it was supposed to be a love story.
It was supposed to be a love
about
story.
two young teenagers, and I miscast it. Instead of casting a woman opposite Tommy Lee Jones, I cast Benicio del Toro. Of course, it was always supposed to be. It's about an actual guy who is called a tracker, and he has a tracking school in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. His name is Tom Brown. And he's written about 20-odd books. He was also an advisor to the military on survival techniques and killing techniques, but he had never killed anyone himself. But he trained young soldiers in the art of survival, camouflage, and killing. And I always thought it was interesting that he was an expert in all of these things, but had never done it himself. And the story intrigued me. The idea of this classical survivalist and knife fighter whose star pupil went off the rails during the Bosnian War, the Bosnian-Serbian War, and came home with post-traumatic stress syndrome and started killing at people at random out in the forest. It's not unlike this case that took place recently in Los Angeles that you may have read about, the Christopher Dorner case. He was an African-American cop who was kicked off the force and then went out killing cops and threatening cops by name. And he held the city of Los Angeles from San Diego to Big Bear to the heart of Los Angeles. He held the city at bay for 10 days. And this happened just a few weeks ago, probably a month or so ago. And it was very similar to the fictionalized version of The Hunted. What I found fascinating was the teacher having to now go out and hunt down the pupil.
Right.
Because conventional crime-solving methods weren't going to bring this guy in The Hunted. And I had also a couple of expert Cali knife fighters, which is a Philippine style of knife fighting.
Yeah.
I had two guys on the set who were skilled at that and trained the actors how to do it. So we used a form of knife fighting that had not, close-range knife fighting that had not been seen before.
Right.
And that film is done very, very well.
I love it.
It's still available at all times, and I'm pretty proud of it as well.
Well, and it goes back to what you were talking about earlier with the French Connection and stitching together a scene. Like when you're shooting those knife fights, I would imagine that that's a pretty complex. I mean, just those by themselves, that's got to be as complex as shooting a chase scene.
Well, but like a chase scene, there's a lot of choreography that goes on before you film it. And the choreography is done in slow motion, and then a little faster, and a little faster, and a little faster, until the actors become skilled enough to perform it at close range. Obviously, not all of the scenes at very close range are done with an actual sharp knife.
Sure.
But that is the only film I've made where an actor actually got seriously hurt. And it was during a relatively easy moment to film. It was a moment when there's only one knife between them, and it's on the ground, and they both dive for it at the same time. And they dive onto what was a literal bed of grass and soft earth. And the knife was there, and one guy's here, and the other guy's about 10 feet away. They both dive at the same time. They had practiced this 100 times. And when we went to make the shot, Benicio fell incorrectly. Instead of falling on his hands, he fell on one hand and his wrist.
Oh my God.
And he broke his wrist.
Oh man.
And we had to stop shooting at that point for 6 months while his wrist healed. And 6 months later, we came back and finished the scene, and there's no one who sees that film can tell the point at which that happened.
That's some good knitting.
There were about 5 or 6 shots left to do, and they were filmed 6 months apart. But that was the only film I've ever made where anyone even got a sprain. He actually broke his wrist.
Wow, that's amazing. I did want to mention, at least quickly, I wanted to mention Bug, because again, going back to finding the right actors for the right roles, you had the forethought of looking at a guy like Michael Shannon, who now is kind of becoming he's a very big actor now. He's
about 6'6".
He's about 6'6". Yeah, but I think in the last couple of years, people are really starting to take notice of him. But you kind of found this guy when nobody knew who he was, and he just.
Oh, his aunt and uncle knew him.
Well, of course.
I think
his parents. Maybe.
I think his father might have been aware of him, but I'm not sure. He's a wonderful actor, and that's now been discovered. I mean, Michael is not a movie star, but he's a really fine actor.
Yes.
And he was when I saw him. And I felt that he would have a really good career. But I'm interested more in an actor than a star, and an actor or actress who is right for the part. If this guy over here is a big star, but he's not right for the role, I have no interest in using him in that role.
Right.
And Shannon, had very small parts in other films and TV shows, but I gave him basically the lead in Bug.
Yeah.
And now he's gone on to a lot of leads and a very solid career.
And then you worked again with Tracy Letts on Killer Joe, which I think is terrific. And that I
think that's why I'm in Dallas, getting a Life Achievement Award because of the great image that I created for Dallas in Killer Joe.
With the hot dog, yeah. Or the chicken, I'm sorry, with the chicken. But the thing I love about Killer Joe, what was I thinking of? Hot dog.
Yeah.
I had a hot dog.
Mike, you got to, what?
I had a hot dog for lunch.
They're dangerous.
So they are dangerous. They're nasty, horrible things. But
they're delicious, though.
They are.
I wish I had one now. Any of you guys have a hot dog?
God.
There's a commercial.
Mr.
Have you seen
Friedkin,
it?
can we get it?
With Charles Barkley and Alec Baldwin sitting at the stands at a basketball game, and a guy comes around with a case of hot dogs, and Barkley takes 2 and puts 1 in his jacket, and Baldwin says, "Why did you put that in your jacket?" He said, "Because it's like a natural warmer there," and Baldwin starts to eat his, and then he says, "By the way, do you have any mustard in there?" And Barkley reaches in and hands him a jar of mustard. That pertains to your question, doesn't it? No, I love hot dogs. Hot dogs put me in the hospital for months. I had a heart attack. I have a pacemaker now, seriously.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll try not to get you too excited.
Well, when you say hot dog, I start to go crazy.
It's
but,
too late now. Yeah, I've already done it.
I think more people have been killed by hot dogs than
plane crashes or something like that. Yeah. Probably so. Well, the interesting, Killer Joe, I got to interview pretty much everybody that was involved with Killer Joe, all the actors, and I talked to Tracy, and the only person that wasn't there was you. So where were you hiding?
I was, you might have heard my voice. It was. Did you go to the
this was
South by Southwest
in
Austin? Mm-hmm. I was actually in Austria, in Vienna, Austria. Mm-hmm. Working for the Theater an der Wien. Wien is the actual German name of Vienna, W-I-E-N, pronounced Wien. And I was directing the opera, The Tales of Hoffmann. But they had a video camera there, and I taped a I did an on-camera tape for the South by Southwest, where I sort of introduced the actors who were on stage with the press.
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't be there because I was in the middle of rehearsing this opera in Vienna.
Yeah, well, we forgive you, but it was. I enjoyed the film quite a bit.
I spent a lot of time in Austin. I love Austin as well.
Yeah, great city.
And I know all the cast, and Tracy Letts, who wrote Killer Joe, was there.
Well, that was an interesting situation because that was a long-running play that I know that was something he had been wanting for years to finally make happen as a movie, and then when it finally did come out, I think everybody just kind of knocked it out of the park. It's wonderful performances by everyone. It seems like it's a very powerful film. Sure, there's controversy behind it, but it is.
Why?
Well, because of the chicken scene.
What is the chicken scene? Could you
describe
describe
do you
it?
Spoil the chicken scene?
No, you can describe it in detail. I'm okay with that.
Fellatio on a piece of chicken. That's
Right.
pretty much the description of the scene.
You got that, folks?
Spoiler alert.
He said it. I didn't.
Spoiler alert.
Okay.
But
you have never practiced that.
I've never personally practiced that. No.
I mean, it could be done with a hot dog. by
It
the
probably
way.
could be done with a hot dog.
Yeah.
You're killing me. Anyway, the one thing I remember Matthew and Gina and Emil and everybody telling me was that they said that you mostly just do one take when you're shooting, or when you were shooting that film, you were just doing one take. And I would imagine that really makes sure that the actors are on their game, to get it right. So they can rehearse as much as they want, but when it's time to do it, if you want to do an extra take, fine, but it's going to be that one take. Now, was that, what is the thought process behind that from your perspective?
How many takes of this interview do you want to do?
I don't know. It's been pretty fun.
I mean, there's only going to be one take of this.
Right, exactly.
What you ask and what I answer. We don't go back
It has to
and
be
shoot
real,
the
yeah.
questions again or the answers again to clean them up.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm interested in is the same thing that you're interested in when you do an interview: spontaneity.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in perfection unless the dialogue is Shakespeare, which is an iambic pentameter, and it's blank verse. And the words have to be absolutely correct, or you're going to mess up the meaning. When I'm doing a film on a contemporary subject, I'm interested in spontaneity. Now, by take 6 or 16, you can get it all perfect. Word perfect, but it isn't in the moment anymore. So I'm interested in when the actors step before the cameras, that it's word perfect, but they know what they're supposed to be doing, they know what they're supposed to be saying, and we don't do it again hoping for a miracle on take 6 or take 82. And I know there are directors that shoot 100 takes. There have been such directors recently. And I'm not criticizing their work, but I just don't see working. I would fall asleep behind the camera if somebody was doing more than 2 takes. I would do another take, for example, if the camera fell over, or if a light fell down into the shot.
I don't know if you could recapture that hot dog story in the same way.
Well, I would try, but the
You
point is
try.
there's no reason
Right.
in doing a contemporary piece, if the actors are cast well, why they shouldn't just go out and do it. But because of film technique that's developed over the years, most actors think of a take as a rehearsal. It's like a rehearsal. Take 1 is just, I'll figure out what I'm going to do on take 2. And by take 6, I'll have a better idea, but 10 takes later, I'll really know what I'm doing. That's a waste of time and a waste of money, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Especially when you want spontaneity. I don't know, as I'm talking to you, what the next word out of my mouth is going to be. We're just talking. I'm just answering your questions. I have no idea what I'm going to say. I haven't memorized this. I didn't know what you were going to ask me. And so that's how I want a scene to play when I'm making a film, spontaneously.
Yeah. All right, so last thing, and we'll wrap this up and go get a hot dog.
Okay. You mean you don't have any on?
I don't have any hot dogs.
Do you have any
here.
mustard on you, though?
I might actually.
On your shirt,
On my
possibly.
shirt, maybe somewhere.
I know
but-
you love them, so that often happens.
Let's talk about your book, because you've got a book coming out, kind of a interesting sort of tell-all type of book. Tell people.
I don't tell all.
You don't tell all, but you tell most.
I'm not going to tell all
Yeah.
to a bunch of total strangers. Would you?
No, I wouldn't. And you're actually going from here to a book signing, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I don't think so.
Or is it?
It's Saturday.
Oh, it's Saturday. Okay, so
Today's Friday, Mark.
Yes, I know. It's been
And
a
you're
long-
Mark,
it's
not
been a
Mike, and
long
today's
festival.
Friday,
It's
not Saturday.
been a long festival.
Will somebody let him know? No. Yeah, the book is called The Friedkin Connection. And it took me 3 years to write. I wrote it in longhand, in moleskin books. And I did it, well, I won't say by accident, but I had no intention of writing a memoir. I got a call out of the blue from an agent in New York who's a book agent. He has a company called Inkwell Management. I'd never heard of it or him. And he got my phone number from a mutual friend of his and my wife. And he called me out of the blue, and he said, would you be interested in writing a memoir? And I said, no. He said, well, why not? And I said, because I wouldn't be interested in reading it. And he said, well, what if I told you that I had 5 major publishers interested in publishing it if you'd write it? I said, well, that would get my attention. He said, well, come into New York, meet these guys, spend 3 days here, meet them, listen to what they have to say, and if you want to do it, we can talk about it and work out something. So I did that, and I met with the heads of 5 publishing companies, and the guy who was the head of HarperCollins was a guy called Jonathan, is a man called Jonathan Burnham, and he really gave me the key how to do it. I said, I wouldn't even know how to do this or how to go about it. I never kept diaries. I live in the present. You know, I don't, unless I'm asked a specific question, I don't recall what happened. And then if someone tweaks my memory, yes, I can remember things. But I said, I didn't catch, well, how would I go about this? And he said, don't write a book where you just say, this happened, then this happened, then this happened. Write how you felt about everything that you considered important that happened to you. And that was the key that opened the lock for me. It was about feelings more than events, about how I felt about those events. And so I just started to write. I went with HarperCollins and I just started to write. And I didn't even do it in sequence. I would sit down and think about some aspect of my life that came to me. Could have been 50 years ago or a week ago. And I would start to write about that until I was written out. Then I'd get a thought about something else and write about that. And I wrote piecemeal for 3 years until I was able to get enough and figure out how to tie it all together as a book, which comes out on April 16th and is called The Friedkin Connection.
I can't wait to read it.
You can wait.
I can wait a little bit.
You have to wait.
I have to wait.
Today
I have to wait
is
a couple-
only
a couple
Friday.
of
It's not
days.
even Saturday. And it's only the 12th, Mark.
I can think of nobody more perfect to receive the Star Award. I'm so glad you came to the Dallas International Film Festival, and this has been one of the great pleasures of my career.
I'm happy to talk to you.
Yeah, it's been fun.
What's the Star Award, by the way? Can you explain it to me? Seriously.
Every year, the Dallas International Film Festival chooses a person, usually a behind-the-scenes, a person like yourself, someone who directs films or writes films, and we bestow them with the Star Award. And so you
Why
are,
me?
because you're a legend. What are you kidding me?
Not if I go to that hot dog joint.
If you go to that hot dog, you're just Bill, the guy that wants a hot dog.
I have to
But
pay for it.
You probably do have to pay for it.
I can't say, by the way, I'm a legend.
You can show them the Star Award, and maybe they would give you the hot dog.
I doubt it.
Yeah, probably
I don't think
not.
I could get on a bus anywhere in the world as a legend. By the way, I'd like to go from here to New Orleans in this cab. I'm a legend. Can you take me there? No, I mean, I don't know who's a legend, Mark. I've met people who are very talented in my life. I've been fortunate. Some of whom are known to the public. But most of them are good at what they do, and so they continue to do it.
Well, let me just say this. As a guy who loves movies and loves films, there are certain people in this business that I admire, and you are among those people. And
I appreciate that.
That's why I appreciate you being here and appreciate you taking the time.
I appreciate that as well. What are you going to call them now that they're no longer movies or films? Maybe movies is more accurate now.
Movies is more accurate, yeah.
Than films, because they aren't films. Even though films are being run still on 35 millimeter and even 16 millimeter projectors, there aren't going to be any more made. Film is unfortunately a lost technique.
Yeah.
It's all digital now. It lives in the digital world, and I don't know that the techniques will have changed that much, but I do want to say this, if you still have some space there, to like young people out there who may, although there probably aren't any, right? I mean, if they're young people, they're out doing something, right? They're not.
You never know.
Watching an endearing legend sit here talking to you, Mark. But
I'm picking up the sarcasm.
No, but it's easy. No, it's the truth. But it's easier for young people who want to get into this business today than it ever was.
Yeah, there's so many more opportunities. Yeah.
Like film festivals and critics who have kept alive the legacy of film and world cinema. And also because a young person can do what I was never able to do at a younger age. And that's go out and buy a little camera and shoot something and get it shown. You can now make a little movie of any length, and you can post it on YouTube or one of the many other sites or blogs and get people to see it, and people will see it. And sometimes someone will see it who thinks that whoever made this is talented. And many people have gone out and gotten jobs in the industry this way. Now, that didn't exist when I started in the business. So I think it's a massive leap forward, that because of the portability of cameras and sound equipment and the ease with which someone can now put their ideas in a visual medium, it's a great time for young people or even older people who want to go into movies.
Yeah.
Would you ask Marcia if those guys are sending me my cash for the trip?
Will do.
Thank you.
Angel, you on the slate?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Jesus. Something
Okay.
I said?
So I'll start. Okay, Billy.
You can call me Mr. Friedkin.
Okay, Mr. Friedkin. Now we all know that I'm a younger version of you.
I wasn't aware of that, but if that's how you feel about it, I'm flattered.
That's the reality.
Okay.
For many years...
You're not as good looking as me.
I'm not as good looking, and I'm not as well fit or endowed. But the thing is that for many years, and we have only begun to be friendly in the last year or so, but before that, you were always a director, a filmmaker, that I always found very inspiring for many different reasons.
Well, thank you.
Now, your movie, Sorcerer, has a strange and beautiful odyssey. And I would love to talk to you about that. But the way for me to talk about this movie is to ask you something very specific about the middle of the odyssey. Which is, as I understand it, when you're making this movie Sorcerer, you are basically untouchable. You have made classics. You have walked among the movie guards for a long time now. The guards are really smiling at you. You go on this journey to make this masterpiece. I will call it a masterpiece. You make the film, you finish the film, and then I want to ask you, when you walk down that gate the morning of the premiere and pick up the LA Times, what was your reaction and what was your expectations like?
I see you've read my book. The morning after the film opened, I lived in another house, not this one. This is my house, by the way, not Mr. Ruffin's house. He lives in a hovel in a very bad neighborhood of Los Angeles. But
I'm a younger version of you.
That's right. So I had a long driveway then, as I do now, but I walked down the driveway to get the morning papers. And as I brought them up, I always read the film critic for the Los Angeles Times, who was a good friend of mine. His name was Charles Champlin. He had given me only great reviews and very intelligent reviews. He was one of the last of the intelligent film critics in America. But he's always, I felt, excessively kind to me. When I opened the paper to his review of Sorcerer, it began with the phrase, "What went wrong?" I thought it would be a great review because Champlin loved everything I ever did, as I say, excessively. So my first reaction was one of surprise and then shock, because he completely took the picture apart. And the point is that echoed what all of the other critics around the country did. It was like a massive negative reaction. And at first, I couldn't believe it. I was really surprised because I felt I had made the best of all my films. I felt this was the best I can do. And these guys all liked the other stuff, and they promoted it. And those were the days when a critic for a daily newspaper meant a lot in America.
Right.
It was the difference between success or failure. So I knew instantly that no matter what else, the film was going to be a financial failure.
But why? This is just the critics. What led to the financial failure suddenly?
Well, the critics had a profound effect on what people went to see or didn't see. There was no internet then. There was no really other source of important information except as advertisements, for a film. And every film used phrases from the critics, and very often the phrases from the critics would be on the marquee of the theaters without the name of the star or the director. It would say 4 stars, Roger Ebert.
Right.
Not Sorcerer starring Roy Scheider or anybody else.
But the question is more, what led? So the critics are tearing it to pieces.
Pretty much. There were exceptions.
Right.
Major exceptions, like the critic for Newsweek named
Right.
Jack Kroll, who was a very important critic as well.
Well, we all know that means very little in the end because it's all about the audience. What happened with the audience next?
I think...
Where did the movie open in Los Angeles?
It opened around the time, and I'm not sure, as we talk, whether it opened just before or just after Star Wars. And Star Wars marked a massive sea change in what audiences expected out of a film. The audience was getting younger and younger, and I had no idea that their interests were turning more and more to comic book-like films,
Right.
of which Star Wars was the first.
So what happened with your movie?
Well, it had a very brief run and then disappeared. And then it went to Europe, where the film was financed by 2 major film companies in America, Paramount and Universal. And they had joint distribution with one company called Cinema International Corporation in Europe. And the CIC operated kind of separately from Paramount and Universal, and they had the distribution of the film in Europe and in other parts of the world, South America.
Right.
And the film had the same basic response in every country. It was universally declaimed. It was not acclaimed, it was declaimed.
And audience across Europe, Asia, were they reacting the same way that the American audience were reacting? Were they negative towards the
To a
movie?
large extent, yes. To a very large, not totally.
No.
There were many great reactions to Sorcerer then, but not enough to make a difference at the box office.
So this was the most expensive movie you'd done up until now, right?
Oh yeah, by far.
Okay, so you had gone from these incredible films, these lucrative financial movies, critical financial movies, to now the most expensive film of your career, and it did not work.
How much time are you going to spend on this, Nick?
Well, because I find this is what I
I've
find
told you
interesting.
that the film was a disaster.
Right.
How better can I put it?
Well, I want to know what goes through your mind. Like what?
Oh, you feel like dancing. You
Right.
actually feel like going out and celebrating.
Right.
Buying the best bottle of champagne. You feel terrible.
So what did
that's
you
what
do?
goes through your
So what did you do? Like what goes through someone's reactions when they have reached what you have reached? Because that's what I'm interested in.
I'll tell you what I did. I commit suicide.
Right.
I killed myself. And then I was miraculously returned to life for the purpose of this interview. My film was pretty much as condemned, but I will now tell you very frankly, I never believed this reaction. I always felt that the film was great, and I still do. I think it's a great film. Is it the best film ever made? I couldn't say that. No, but I thought it was the best that I could do. And at that time, in the middle to late 70s, almost everything that I had done, as you point out, was successful. And I felt that Sorcerer was the best I could possibly do. So when it was not going to become a financial success, there is absolutely no substitute in terms of critical success. So if the critics had loved it, but the audience didn't, it would be a failure.
Let's backtrack. After your successes of The Exorcist, French Connection, Poison and Band, and so forth, you're top of the world. Why did you want to make this film at this time? Why this story back then?
First of all, I never, and still do not view it as a remake.
Right, so you're talking about The Wages of Fear.
Wages of Fear.
Right.
It was based on the novel The Wages of Fear by Georges Arnaud, a French novelist, and the film of that by H.G. Clouseau.
But why this story? That's
because
my question.
the story was, to me, about the mystery of fate.
Okay.
The role that fate plays in the lives of all of us.
Right.
And I had made a film in The Exorcist about the mystery of faith. And I now wanted to make a film that had no supernatural element to it, but was about the mystery of fate. The fact that somebody can walk across the street feeling in the peak of health and get hit by a car.
Right.
That we have no control over our destinies. And that was my feeling at the time.
Right.
I wanted to do a film about people who seemed to have control of their destinies. They were each successful at what they did. There were 4 characters who were not very nice people. And that was another thing I decided to do. Not do this story with heroic figures, with Superman,
Right.
with guys in spandex suits. But I wanted to do it with guys who were not considered good people, like an Arab terrorist was one of the lead characters. A Frenchman who embezzles funds from his father-in-law's company and has to leave France. An American who is the driver for a group of hold-up men, robbers who rob a church, and he's the driver. And the fourth man was a hired killer, who was Hispanic. 4 guys who are outcasts. I wanted them to be the leads in this story because I believed that the audience would follow me wherever I took them. That was my belief.
Right. So after The Exorcist, you decide that this is going to be your next movie. Have you read the book
It
earlier?
took many years before I did it. After The Exorcist was released, I spent 2 to 3 years just going to almost every country in the world.
But just let me ask you this. So, just to go back so I can understand the chronology. You make The Exorcist, you're traveling the world supervising this phenomenal success, creatively, artistically, financially. French Connection, same situation a few years earlier. Why this book? Had you read the book earlier on? Had you just seen the movie and then read the book? Or how did that
I was aware of both by that time. And I certainly thought that the novel was pretty much the equivalent of a kind of an American noir novel, like by someone like James M. Cain or Jim Thompson. You know, it was lean, tough, and very existential.
Right.
The film was as well. And I thought highly of the work of H.G. Clouseau, and I love the film. I did not want to duplicate what he had done, except to take the same theme, but 4 different characters and completely different events, except for the fact that these 4 men were in 2 trucks driving loads of dynamite to an oil well fire. I took the same basic story as you would if you were doing Hamlet.
Right.
But you could do Hamlet in modern dress, you could do it in a different setting, whatever. And that's how I chose to do Sorcerer, which was based on Le Salaire de la Peur, Wages of Fear. And here's the point.
Right.
This was about the idea, which I felt was extremely valid at that point in my life. And that was the fact that each of the countries of the world were beginning to enter a conflict. And yet nuclear energy, the ability to explode the entire world, had come into being. And the world was endangered and threatened by the possibility that it would blow up if the nations of the world did not cooperate. If they didn't cooperate, even though they didn't like each other or like each other's policies, they would all blow up together. And that thought struck me very powerfully around that point in my life.
So now you travel around the world. You've chosen this as your next film. This is going to be the next William Friedkin production. You come back to Los Angeles. How do you get a movie like this financed?
Oh, at that time they would have financed my nephew's bar mitzvah if I wanted them to do that. And budget was of no concern. The actors weren't, although initially I had the possibility of 4 or 3 international stars.
And what happened
plus
there?
Amadou, who was always, I had seen Amadou and then met him when I went to France for The Exorcist. I had seen him in a Claude Lelouch film called Love, Life, Death. L'amour, la vie, la mort. And I thought he was a great actor. He's Moroccan. And I wrote that part for him. We wrote the other roles for Steve McQueen. I knew Steve McQueen and he and I wanted to work together. And then for the other 2 characters, I was going to have Marcello Mastroianni and Lino Ventura. I spoke to them and Amadou. And that was my cast.
So basically, you're going around town saying.
No, I didn't go around town.
No, meaning like that. You were basically, the town was that you were going to make this movie with this cast, and anyone would finance it. Why did it go to Universal? And
Because I
Paramount?
had a deal with Universal.
And is that normal that they would co-finance, like co?
No, when the budget came in, they decided to take a partner.
Who?
Universal.
Okay, so Universal reaches out to Paramount and says, we have this William Friedkin production.
And Paramount jumped on it.
Okay.
And the man who owned Paramount then was a Viennese man named Charlie Bludorn, who was one of the first of the new moguls.
Okay.
And he is a guy who put together a company that was made up of many separate parts. He owned tobacco fields. He owned a good portion of the Dominican Republic. He owned both the sugar fields and the refineries in the Dominican Republic. He virtually controlled the Dominican Republic. And he said to me, look, if you'll shoot the portion of your film that's in the jungle and in these, in the depressed cities, I have that in the Dominican Republic, and I'll co-finance the film, or I'll finance the whole film.
Okay, so Universal says this budget is expensive or too high. Like, what was the budget coming in at Universal?
I think the actual budget at the time was about 12 to 15 million dollars.
Oh, was that a lot back then?
It was, well, the French Connection had cost $1.8 million, to
Okay.
give you some ideas, a few years before. And the French Connection had gone $300,000 over budget.
And The Exorcist?
And The Exorcist cost about $8 million.
Okay.
Because I shot it forever. I
Good.
shot The Exorcist for a year.
Okay, so now you have this budget, and you had hired a very good writer. Was there a specific reason for this writer?
Oh, he was one of the most intelligent people I'd ever known.
Right.
We worked in documentaries together before I ever did a feature film.
Okay, so you reached out
he
to this
spoke
writer.
8 languages.
Okay.
He's a Brit. We've done a lot of work together.
Okay, so you had a
and
great
he wrote
team.
the script of The Wild Bunch.
Oh.
The Sam Peckinpah movie.
Right. So you had a great team to start with. You had a great writer. There was you as producer director. You had a great cast, and you had $15 million. Then it went to Paramount. Did Paramount co-finance the 14
Yeah,
to
they
15?
co-financed the film.
And what happened to the stars then?
We wrote the script for Steve McQueen. And I talked with Steve McQueen. I told him what I was doing. He said, it sounds great, and I can't wait to read the script. The minute we had our first draft, I sent it to Steve, and he called me, and he said, this is the best script I've ever read. I'll do this. But you've got to do certain things for me. What? He said, you know, I've just married Ally McGraw. And he said, so if you can't, I can't just bring her with me on what's going to be a long journey. You got to write in a part for her. And I said, you just told me it was the best script you ever read. There is no major role for a woman. I'd have to rewrite the script to write a part for your wife. It's not that I don't like her, I like her very much, but there's nothing in the script for a woman. Very small part for a French woman. And he said, okay. He said, make her an executive producer so she can come with me and she's got a job on the film, not just my wife. And I said, executive producer, that's a bullshit title. I don't believe in that title, and I'm not going to give her any authority over anything, you know. So I'm not going to have somebody around who's got a phony title. He said, okay. He said, shoot the entire film in America. Now, I had chosen these other locations, in part because of Gulf and Western and Bludorn and his basic ownership of the Dominican Republic.
So you had a great deal in place
I had,
going in.
and I loved the locations. And I said, Steve, I can't find stuff like that in America. He said, I'm sure it exists. I said, I don't really want to go on a location search. I found the locations I want. So I had turned him down on all three of the points. And I said, oh, fuck it. Who needs Steve McQueen?
Okay, so Steve McQueen falls apart.
Roy Scheider was available. He had just recently done Jaws. I had worked with him in the French Connection.
But there was some issue in The Exorcist, correct, with you?
Oh, well, no, he wanted to do The Exorcist, but the guy who wrote it didn't think he was sympathetic.
Right.
As the young priest. And I sort of agreed with him.
So were there issues between you and Roy Scheider?
Well, Roy,
coming
no,
in?
not issues, but Roy wasn't happy.
Right.
That I didn't go to bat for him.
Right.
And I explained to him that it wasn't really my choice.
So why after, so just again, so Steve McQueen falls apart, you decide on Roy Scheider.
Well, here's why. A, he was available. He was the lead in Jaws.
Right.
And Universal loved him.
Okay, so it was a win-win.
Oh yeah, they said, you don't have Steve McQueen, too bad. Roy Scheider, fine.
Would they have financed the movie with an unknown actor, do you think?
No.
Okay, so you needed a star.
No, Roy wasn't a star, but he was well known.
Right. Okay, but you couldn't just cast your neighbor.
Well, who would anyway? Why would I
some
cast
people
my
would.
neighbor? He was a schmuck. I wouldn't even give him a cup of sugar.
But the point is that you were still in a situation where you needed a certain cast to go.
Only one.
Only one.
Yeah.
So you go with Roy Scheider, and then Michele Mastroianni falls apart because of billing.
No, actually, it was the other way around. Mastroianni was told by his then wife, Catherine Deneuve, as he told me. Now, I wasn't there, but Mastroianni had a child with Catherine Deneuve. And she, according to him, said to him, you can't go away on a movie for 6 months. I'm not going to let our daughter go with you to these weird places, and you will lose a great deal of custody over your daughter. He reluctantly withdrew. He would have done it.
Okay,
It was Lino Ventura
right.
who would not take second billing to Roy Scheider.
Okay, and
he would to Steve McQueen.
Right. And then what happens? Now
So I had to replace them.
And how did the Universal Paramount feel about that?
You know, they didn't give a shit, frankly,
Right.
because foreign actors at that time in America didn't mean a lot.
But here you are in a situation, you got your known actor, Roy Scheider, you have to cast unknown. Was there, like, how did you go about casting the rest of those, which are incredible casts, and in my opinion, are actually better than the stars you would have gotten. I think they add an authenticity.
We'll never know that.
Well,
it's an opinion.
I'm a younger version of you, so I'm supposed to have opinions.
Look, I am not unhappy with those guys.
Right.
I think they're wonderful. Bruno Kremer took the role that...
How did you find them? Did you cast them? Or?
I knew who they were. Bruno Kremer had something of a reputation, not large, in France.
Mm-hmm.
And later he played Inspector Maigret on French television for, I think, at least 10 years.
Okay, and the other guys?
And Francisco Rabal, who took the other part, was, again, very well known in places like Spain. He was Spanish, and he was known in Spain, Italy, Germany, not known at all in the United States. But he was my first choice to play Charnier, the French guy, in the French Connection.
Right, right.
It was Paco Rabanne.
Okay.
And he was, A, not available then, and B, he didn't speak a word of English when I went after him for the French Connection.
And then the last guy you needed?
Well, the last guy was Amadou, always the same
Right.
guy. Amadou was always, we wrote that part for Amadou.
Because you had him always going in.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were like a real general in a battle, just going relentlessly up the hill.
I think you could say that, but I didn't think of it at that time.
No, but looking back
I
on
always
it.
looked at making a film as both an adventure and an education. And the people who came along with me shared my feelings.
Right.
They all could have done other simpler films. They could have filmed Doris Day in bed with Rock Hudson if they wanted. But they chose to come with me on these very dangerous adventures.
And the crew you had, was that your usual crew?
To a great extent.
Okay.
The camera operator, who was a Cuban guy named Ricky Bravo, who photographed the Cuban Revolution at Castro's side.
He was your operator?
He was the operator, as he was on French Connection
Right.
and Exorcist.
Okay.
And then I took him as the operator on Sorcerer. But, so I was about to tell you that when I arrived in Tuxtepec for the bridge scene, I see what appeared to be hundreds, and was, in fact, hundreds of people leaving with sacks over their backs. And and I said to my guide, who was Mexican, is this a holiday? I mean, where are they all going? And he went, I said, no, why are all these people from the village leaving? He said, because the director of The Exorcist is here. And it was a very...
What a metaphor.
They were a very religious people then.
Did you care?
I was, I didn't want people to leave their fucking homes.
No, but...
Of course I cared.
But not enough to leave.
No.
Because you got a movie to make.
Yeah, but, you know, you can't help what people believe. People believe all sorts of crazy things.
Now, what's interesting is that you have, in a way, these unlikable characters, quote unquote, these anti-heroes, people that are flawed. Something that was also very much in the Exorcist characters, you know, in a sense.
No, you love the little girl.
Well, no,
you love
the little girl, but
the mother was fine. The young priest, the older priest, these were good people.
But there were people that were at one point all, you know, questioning their faith or questioning...
Not the
various
old
things.
priest.
No, but the younger one was. And then
The
you had
younger
French
one.
Connection, which also had...
Anti-heroes.
A relentless policeman who will do anything to achieve what he achieves. So in a
Yes.
way, there's a theme, character-wise, that went into this movie.
Yes. and
Is that you?
Yeah. I don't believe in heroes.
So that essentially all these four characters in Sorcerer was a reflection of you.
Yes, I felt I would go all the way with it.
You would go all the way with
No likable characters.
Right.
Because, and that's why I don't see a lot of films today.
Yeah.
They're guys who wear spandex suits and they have capes and masks and they fly around and save the world. And to me, this is pornography.
Okay, Billy Friedkin doesn't save the world.
No one does.
Right.
There are no heroes. Every one of us is flawed. Every human being I've ever met or known, especially me, is a flawed human being.
But the four characters in
And
Sorcerer...
sometimes they can step up and do something very good.
Okay, but it's interesting by bringing them down to the harsh level that you bring them in is a very interesting journey for a character. And then having them work their way up to some kind of salvation for their own sins. That's
But there is no
journey.
salvation
There
at
is
the
no
end
ending.
of Sorcerer.
But the thing is that you really go all the way with making these characters very unlikable, which I think is fantastic and unique and brilliant and interesting.
Well, if you do that on your next picture, it's going to bomb. It's going to be a
I
friggin'...
will take that as a very valid point.
Because people don't like that.
But that because it confronts their own fears, do you think? Confronts themselves?
No.
All people are flawed?
For many, many years, not at the very beginning of literature, but for many years, people are interested in heroes and villains.
Right.
People who are either black or white. Now, if you read the works of, for example, St. Augustine, who wrote his Confessions, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau, these were very flawed people who wrote about their flaws, who wrote about their sins, and how they eventually found a way out of it through God.
Right.
Especially St. Augustine, who when he was young was a thief, a scoundrel. He had relations with women and just moved on. He writes about all this.
But it's interesting you bring that up, because part of the journey of Sorcerer, the Roy Scheider character, becomes almost metaphysical near the end. There's almost like, in a way, a religious element to that he falls apart in a way that he's able to rebuild himself as a man later on.
Well, he loses if he lives.
If he lives.
In my opinion, none of them live.
Right. Now, but I still think it's very interesting that you, at this point, go out of your way to make the people as unlikably as you possibly can for good, creative, beautiful reasons. At the same time, you ask for more money than you've ever had before. You go to a place that's far as away as possible from the studios. And then you continue going up the hill in a locations that makes people ill. You lose half your crew, as you say. You had people coming and going. You know, was there a sense of like your own odyssey in this process?
To an extent, I think you could say that, although I wasn't conscious of it at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I just did what I wanted to do. It's much more difficult to do what you want to do if you are a film director than, let's say, a writer or a painter.
Mm-hmm.
A painter is looking at a blank canvas, he's got some brushes and paints, and he stands in front of the canvas or a work of sculpture and he fills it.
Right.
A writer is looking at a blank page, or today a blank computer, and just with what comes out of his mind's eye, he or she fulfills their artistic impulse. A director of a movie needs like a 10-ton pencil, and you need a lot of people who are collaborators. Now, let me correct something that you said, and I kind of let it go. I don't mean that these people, these characters, are necessarily all bad or evil, but they were not superheroes. They were flawed. More accurate is to say they are flawed men, extremely flawed, who are confronted with a life or death situation in which they have to cooperate or die.
Yeah, but they're beyond flawed, in my opinion, because they contribute to death in every introduction, literally.
Well, not the French banker.
No,
Not,
but he
Bruno
is
Clement.
literally responsible for the man who commits suicide in a car, you can say, quote
Yes.
unquote. So, but that's, again, that to me is a good thing. But what I find fascinating, and again, being a younger version of you, I'm so interested in this relentlessness that you had at this point.
It's just what I believed.
Right.
That's how I felt about the world. And when I started making films, it wasn't all about superheroes. There are many great examples of the kind of characters we just talked about. The guys in The Treasure of the Sierra Madre, they are bad.
Right.
They start good, and then since the film is about greed, they all become greedy. They all let greed take them over, with the possible exception of the Walter Houston character, who is the old prospector. But the lead guy, Bogart, is a very bad individual who will kill his partners to take their share of the money.
Was that an inspiring movie for
Oh,
you?
yes, that's one of the greatest films I had ever seen.
So you almost...
If I could one day make a film as good as Treasure of Sierra Madre, I would quit.
Okay.
I would absolutely quit right there. And I haven't even made a film that goes near the power.
So was it
of that.
almost like an internal template of it could work, this approach?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I thought anything I did at that point would work.
So you felt you were untouchable?
Yeah.
Literally untouchable?
As a film director.
Yeah, you could do anything?
Yeah.
Were the studios after you? Were they
No.
ready? Did you
Not
just
at all.
open, did let it go, just whatever you needed, save
They
more
thought
money?
that the film was costing more than they would like to have spent.
What was the final budget?
I think the final budget was around 13 or 14 million dollars.
When you were done?
Plus added costs
Right.
by the studios. At that time, they would put a big surcharge on the film for financing it,
Right.
which they were entitled to, but which was not spent.
So you'd achieved everything everyone would ever dream of doing, basically. You were in that situation.
I don't think you ever reached that situation
But
because,
you were
as I
close
told
to
you,
it.
frankly, the cast that I would have preferred at the time
Right.
was McQueen, Mastroianni, and Lino Ventura.
Right.
And I always felt that with Paco Rabanne and Bruno Cremer, that it was a compromise. Although now, when it's 30 some years later, I don't know, 37 years or so later, I think they're wonderful.
But
I
back
think they're
then,
great.
you going into this movie, you felt you were compromised with your actors.
In the cast, yeah.
In the cast.
Based on, we wrote these parts for those other guys.
Right.
And so whoever did them was not the first choice for those roles.
And Sorcerer, the title was already from the get-go. How did you come up with that title?
Oh, I was listening to a Miles Davis album called Sorcerer. And I thought, hey, that sounds like a good title. I love the album. And I thought that was a good title. And I also realized at the time that what a sorcerer, in fact, was an evil wizard.
Right.
And in the case of the film, I thought the evil wizard was fate, that controlled the lives of all these people, no matter how heroic they were, or terrified, or adventuresome, or desperate, that their lives were out of their control, which is what I feel about all of us.
Right.
Every single person.
And did the studio
We have
question?
nothing to say about how we come into this world and nothing to say about how we're going to leave it. And that's the underlying theme of Sorcerer.
It's like a Chinese fortune cookie.
Huh? What are you he's talking about Chinese fortune cookie. What
So-
the fuck is this guy talking about?
That's what you would say when you were my age to Fritz Lang.
I don't think I was ever your age.
So
I think I was always my age.
Brings us to the fact. Then you're living in LA at that time, correct? Is that your home?
I lived in at that time in Los Angeles, New York, Aspen,
you
Colorado.
were a man of the world.
Yeah.
But the post-production was going to be in Los Angeles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you shot this movie on film, obviously. Was that difficult?
Yeah, there was
in
no
the jungle.
digital.
Was it challenging?
Yeah, of course, because in the jungle you have sometimes bright sun and sometimes you have a cloudy day.
Right.
And usually you get both in the course of the same day.
Right.
And so lighting in the jungle is difficult. The bridge scene, which is one of the most difficult scenes I think that may ever have been filmed, as far as I know.
Did you actually put the trucks on the
Yeah,
bridge?
of course.
Because that's one of the amazing things when I rewatched it was that seeing those metal machines on that, like even getting them out there.
That
And
was
there
very
were
difficult.
there stuntmen or were there the actors?
Both.
Okay, so there
The
was
actors are there's no opticals in the film.
okay.
The actors are, when you see them driving the trucks, they're driving the trucks.
When would you use stunt
Mostly for
people?
the close-ups.
And when would you use stunt people?
In the long shots.
Okay,
when you
so you
couldn't
would use
see
stunt.
who
Okay.
is. And the stunt coordinator was Bud Eakins, who was McQueen's
Right.
stunt double and stunt coordinator.
Because that bridge scene is the editorial, especially when he falls underwater, the use of sound going away, it's magical. It's absolutely
Well, thank you.
magnificent.
Thank
It's
you.
absolutely, it's untouchable. Again, you know, it's so
I
well
know
made.
it's a good scene.
It's an
I know
incredible. No, it's
that.
not. It's an incredible scene.
It was fun to do.
Right.
And understand this, I never take a script with me when I shoot a scene. It's in my head.
Right.
I did not have a storyboard for the bridge scene, but I had all of it in my mind's eye.
Right.
I had everything. I saw the movie in my head, and so going out to film it was only difficult from a physical standpoint, not from the standpoint of what to do when. I knew how I was going to start that scene, end that scene, what the individual moments would be, and I just went out and filmed what was in my mind's eye.
And another thing that I admire about the script and the movie itself is the lack of dialogue.
Except in the first...
yeah, but being someone who makes movies with very little dialogue, I saw a kindred spirit here again, that it's all told through visuals. It's almost like a silent film, the mood, style,
I'll tell you
camera.
why I decided to do that.
Right, was there more dialogue originally in the script?
No.
Okay.
In Indonesia, when the Exorcist or French Connection played there, it would be run on a screen, very often a sheet that was set up on the wall in some store, and they had a projector, and they'd run the film in various parts of the world, but I remember Indonesia. And they could not afford any subtitles there for the film. They only could get like an American version or a French dubbed version, but they couldn't get one in the language of these particular countries. What would happen is that every 5 minutes or so, they'd stop the projector and a guy would walk out and explain to the audience what they had just seen. And I made a promise to myself that the next film I made would not have to be stopped by a projectionist in Indonesia where a guy had to explain to the audience what they were watching.
So you were
I was
thinking
going
of-
to make a film that you could understand it just by watching it.
So you, in courtesy of the Indonesian people, this movie was going to reach the widest audience around the world.
That's what I had hoped for as a way of reaching audiences.
Okay.
Look, the greatest cinema to me was made in the silent era.
Right.
And you could run Buster Keaton's movies or Charlie Chaplin or D.W. Griffith's films anywhere, and people knew what was going on.
Were you megalomania when you were making the movie?
I don't know what that word means.
Okay, but were you all consuming? Were
Yeah,
you
probably.
basically world dominance, that this was going to play every
No,
single word?
it's just a movie. All I was a movie director who had a concept and was bound and determined to fulfill that concept.
Yes, but this is
Not
looking back.
rule
But
the
back
world.
then, it seems like you wanted to rule the world.
No, never. I don't have these fantasies that you have. Why do you attribute your fantasies to me?
I'm just trying to look what I'm going to be like. So I'm thinking ahead.
Well, you better get your head straight, because you can get it chopped off.
And that's what happened to you?
Well, to a great extent, sure.
Now, how long does it take to edit this movie?
A matter of some months.
And Tangerine Dream's score, which by the way is unique.
That was done before the film was even shot.
Interesting story. So they did the score based on your script, correct?
And what I had told them when I
Okay.
met them in the Black Forest of Germany at an abandoned church at a concert they were giving.
And you were promoting Exorcist in Germany.
I was on tour in Germany, and someone from the Warner Brothers studios it was either Munich or Frankfurt, told me about this incredible group who were playing a concert at an abandoned church in the Black Forest. And I went out there, heard this group, the Tangerine Dream. I met Edgar Frazee, who was the leader, and the
Rest
other.
in peace.
Yeah, he died not long ago from the time we're talking. It was less than a month ago. And I met him. He had not done a score for a film, but this music was incredible. It was the music of the spheres. And it weren't songs.
It's a great album, yeah.
And I said, look, I want you guys to, I didn't know what my next film was going to be. But I said, I want you to score my next film. I asked them if they would do a score without seeing the movie. Just what I told them, by the time I came up with this idea to do Sorcerer, I met with Edgar Frazee again, told him the story, and when we had a script, I sent him the script. And they just went into a studio in Germany and recorded a whole bunch of their impressions
Right.
of what I had told them and what
So you were
was in
like
the
you were
script.
directing the score in a very unique way.
But I didn't direct it. I just.
Well, no, but you were defining it for them. You know,
Yeah,
you were.
It was their
creating it.
sound
Right.
that I wanted them to adapt to the story I had given.
A bit like Directorial and the Goblins when he was making with them. He was directing them like you were.
Well, I wasn't aware of that.
Right.
But I love Dario Argento. And his
Everyone
films.
does.
Well, not everyone, but a lot of people do. But one day we were in the jungles at Tuxtepec, and this package arrived from Veracruz, it was sent from Germany to Veracruz, Mexico, and it was driven 100 miles to where my location was, and I had this package of their tapes, which I couldn't play because we had nothing to play, gigantic reel-to-reel tapes. So I didn't hear it right away, but I sent it back to Mexico City to get transferred into little cassettes. And I first heard the score on little cassette recorders.
In the
and I
jungle.
thought it was fantastic.
So did it inspire you? Did that help you?
Definitely.
With the visions?
Yeah. It was
Okay.
tough and mean and rhythmic
Right.
and powerful. What I had expected. No sentimentality.
Right.
I hate sentimentality.
I've noticed.
Especially phony sentiment. Which so many of the films I see are just filled with phony sentiment.
So now you've cut the film. Is the music on when you're going to show it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I cut the film to the music a lot
Right.
of times.
So then you go to, is it Universal first or
Yeah.
Paramount or how?
Because I was editing at Universal.
Okay, then you show it to Universal.
Well, here's what happened.
Okay.
One day, Lou Wasserman and Sid Sheinberg said, look, when you do get a cut that you like, Sid Sheinberg was head of the motion picture department at Universal, and Wasserman was the overall boss. And they said, one day when you have a cut that you like, can we look at it? And in those days, they could only look at it on what was called a Chem editing machine, a Keller editing machine, German made. And it wasn't the kind of digital editing facilities we have now. It was, you put up a reel of film and a reel of sound with a sync mark on both. You'd sync them up and run double system on a screen about this big.
Action?
They
What
loved
happens?
it.
They loved it.
thought it was great.
Right.
And Sheinberg said to me, I'll never forget this conversation. He said, how much do you think we're going to do? And The Exorcist by then had taken in $100 million domestic. It has since taken in over $800 million with all the different media. But it was $100 million and there was no DVD, there was no Blu-ray or anything like that, no television. So because The Exorcist had taken in $100 million, and I thought this was a better film than The Exorcist. I remember saying to him, I think it'll take it maybe $90 million.
Going in.
Yeah, and he said, wow, yeah, it's great. He said, it's great. And they then set out plans to distribute it.
So then what happens?
They had no doubts when they distributed it.
Okay, so
here's one doubt they had.
But what there's
all the foreign names bothered them, and I remember this conversation. Sheinberg said to me, in looking at the ad, it said Roy Scheider, then it said Bruno Kremer, Francisco Rabal, Amadou, and Wasserman said, geez, there's a lot of foreign names in this ad. And I said, look, if you want, I'll go to them and ask them to change their names. How's that?
Okay.
And you can pay them. I said, I'll ask Bruno Kremer to change his name to Bob Kramer.
You couldn't help yourself. You
Right.
just needed to stick
Of
the
course.
knife in.
And I said, we'll change this other guy's name to Joe Smith. How's that? I said, if we pay him enough money, I'm sure he'll change his name.
But you didn't care about their testing, you didn't care about their
No.
marketing, anything?
No.
Okay. You had zero interest?
No.
So you walk down the Yellow Brick Road, you you
It wasn't a yellow brick road.
Well, it must have felt, you must have felt like Dorothy a little bit.
I can assure you I've never felt like Dorothy.
But the point is that you must...
Today it's not unusual for men to feel like Dorothy.
No, I have a
we
Dorothy
live in a
in
different
me.
world.
I have a Dorothy in me.
You may have a Dorothy outside of you.
Well, Dorothy came out in Cruising. But anyway, the point is this. When you're walking down that road to that newspaper that is important to you, gone through this whole fucking journey, these 3 years of promoting your other movies, you've gone all out on this movie, expecting the glories to hail you, to basically open the gates to everything, and then it doesn't.
I have a question for you. Why do you want to dwell on the dark side?
Because
there's so much more to that film than all of the politics, the chicanery, the practical jokes. All of those things were peripheral to the making of a film like
But see,
that. It's like my asking Orson Welles, when he made Citizen Kane, did you have good dinners then? Or did you get laid a lot?
No, that's not, no, because what I'm interested in...
No, I mean, who cares?
No, that's the point. That's actually the most interesting point.
Why?
Because I'm interested in the thought, what goes through an artist's
I've already
mind,
told you.
which I am getting to now. Knowing...
Geez, we've only been here for a fucking hour
and a half. But the point is that
they've been
you're
changing
standing
cars.
there,
Yes.
and you're reading, you probably go in and read the newspaper, whatever this happened, and then everything falls apart. Now, did that affect your future career, do you think?
Oh, absolutely.
Did you regret any of the things you had done
I
before?
didn't regret anything.
None of those things you did to your partners?
Absolutely. I don't regret them to this day.
Okay.
Although I say I probably am more mature than I was then, and I probably became an adult at some point and stopped doing that to a great degree, but not totally.
Okay, so now the movie comes out. It doesn't work critically, financially. Is it shelved? Is that what they call it? Is it like put on a shelf?
Oh yeah, I think it maybe ran for a couple of weeks in America.
And that was that?
Well, Star Wars came out like a juggernaut and took everything.
And no regrets 5 a.m. in the morning when you wake up stressed out? I mean,
regrets about what? That the film wasn't a success? Of course.
Yeah. Anything you did wrong? Things you could have changed?
I don't think there were any things I could have changed. I made the film I wanted to make.
Okay.
Now, to this day, as we're sitting here, today is February 23rd, is it? I have no regrets.
Okay. So the movie shells after a couple of weeks domestically. Internationally, they recut it, as you said.
It was
correct?
recut by CIC.
Without your approval?
Of course not. But in some cases where what existed was a law called the droit moral, which is primarily French, but it was observed in places like Sweden and other places, the director of the film is held to be the author of the film.
Yeah, we had the same thing in Denmark. We actually won a court
Right.
case for
And
Sidney
Sweden.
Pollack. But the point
I
is-
sued CIC in France and Sweden, a couple of other places.
Did you win?
Yes.
Okay.
It took a while and it cost me some money. But there were many places where the droit moral did
But
not
did
exist.
Paramount Universal care about these cuts? Did they say, hey, Billy, they're recutting your movie internationally?
No, they didn't. It was a disaster.
So they washed their hands?
Absolutely.
Were you kicked out?
Kicked out of what?
Universal?
Yeah. Oh, sure. My deal was finished.
Scrapped?
Yeah. In Hollywood,
right,
which is a lot different from other, let's say, film capitals in the world, in Hollywood, the only thing that matters is financial success.
What does it feel like seeing this movie that had this profound effect on your career, maybe also personally, suddenly springing back to life? Not just back to life, but back to appreciation for what it really was, which is a masterpiece. You're suddenly getting a new audience, a younger audience, a more modern audience, or suddenly seeing all the qualities that you felt that everyone else missed on
No,
the
I
first
didn't.
time it came out.
I never felt anyone missed anything.
Right.
Hey.
Then why didn't people go and see
Stanley
it?
Kubrick never won an Academy Award. Alfred Hitchcock never won an Academy Award. Orson Welles never won an Academy Award except for screenplay.
I'm in a good group.
No, so I'm saying to you, you know, these are judgments that were made by audiences and critics at the time.
Right.
And now I'm going to tell you how I basically feel about life. It is a continuum. It is not this episode, that episode, that episode. I feel good about this, bad about that. It's all part of an overall plan over which we have very little to say. We try to control our lives, but we can't. You know, you can step off the curb and you're dead. An airplane gets blown. You know what I'm saying? I view my life as a continuum. And not, I don't think of, oh, now Sorcerer is getting, it's all a part of the life of Sorcerer.
But aren't you happy? Aren't you thrilled?
Of course, well, yes.
Are you overly joyed that the movie that had such a profound...
No, and I'll tell you why. Because the failure of it was so deep and profound at the time that could never be healed. But what comes as a result of it is just a continuum. I mean, and it's a continuum only up to a point. So I have great respect for the French audience and French critics and the audiences and critics of other countries, but to a lesser extent, frankly, than France. So the fact that a French audience will be able to see it in theaters and on home video gives me great pleasure, absolutely. But it doesn't erase anything of what happened. Mm-hmm. It doesn't change the fact that when I made this film, it was completely rejected. And here's what that, you've experienced. The last film you made was not successful at the box office and with some critics.
So successful enough because it was cheap, so it made money. Yours didn't. That's the big difference.
No, but there's another difference. There's what you believe you have achieved with what you have done and what you haven't achieved.
Oh, I'm like you. I have no regrets about Only God Forgives. I think it's a masterpiece, and it is. I just didn't make it very expensive.
Is there a doctor in the house? We need to get a medic in here. Is there a doctor around?
I just didn't make it.
If you think that's a masterpiece, what is Citizen Kane?
It's great. But it was an inexpensive movie, so financially...
Who gives a shit?
No, it does, because that's how you survive. Because if Sorcerer had made a lot of money, your life would have been changed.
Not
but
much.
It didn't.
No.
As you say.
No, not much. I mean, and frankly...
You call yourself the wound that it gave you. It hurted you.
What?
The failure of Sorcerer back then.
I would, look, they're far worse. I've recently lost a number of friends. That's what really hurts. I mean, who have died.
But back then you were so relentless. You were travel to the moon, which that's what I admire. But I guess the love that you feel, the joy, the flow of it being rediscovered, that it was meant to do, because we all artists have vanity. And the idea that people are re-embracing what we do, and it's interesting that your films is reaching a whole new younger audience. And I still say, if you looked at French Connection, you know, The Exorcist, this movie, Cruising, and so forth, it's like the movies were made today, like Killer Joe. It's like they never aged. That's a very unique quality to have. But the idea of taking something that hurted you, that had been disowned by everyone, and it coming back to life. You can't tell me at 5 a.m. in the morning that doesn't feel real fucking good.
I'm asleep at 5 a.m.
But
I'm a 10 o'clock Jew.
Fine.
I go to bed at 10 o'clock and I don't wake up until maybe 8 or something.
Okay, so when you wake up at 8 a.m. to your black and white cookie, you're not
I don't have any cookie.
You're not telling me that you don't feel joy and almost a sense of...
I feel something more important.
What?
Lucky to be alive.
Oh my God, where's the Friedkin I knew back then?
I feel fortunate to be alive. You know how many of my contemporaries...
But you prefer to be alive to see the rediscovery of this movie? Is that what it is?
Not everyone likes Sorcerer. I have not been able to convert the world. There's no film ever made. You know, I don't think that a film like, I don't think much of a lot of films that are called masterpieces. I don't like a lot of Kubrick's films at all, but I think that he has made some of the greatest films ever made. And I don't know how he viewed, I'm sure he was disappointed when a movie didn't do as well as he had hoped it would. Like,
we all do.
Like 2001, which didn't do well.
But then it got rediscovered.
Well, it was always there.
Yeah, but same thing with your movie. It got rediscovered, and the thing is, maybe your movie was meant for the future.
Well, we can't predict that. Look, it is unusual, as you point out. I recognize that a film comes out again to a new audience in another generation,
and clicks,
and that they don't look at it like an old movie. That's the thing that I like the most. For a strange reason, one of the reasons that younger audiences have appreciated this film when I've seen them at various screenings around the world.
Because it's a success around the world now, this
as
movie.
in Denmark and elsewhere.
Everywhere.
And when I see it, one of the things I hear that people like about it is that everything that you see, we did. They're not generated on a computer. We didn't do these effects, scenes, adventures that we had on a computer, on which every action film relies today.
No, it's all in camera.
We did it live, mechanically.
In camera. And
now to me that means nothing. I mean, if I had computers then, I would have used them.
But it means a lot to people nowadays. But on top of that, it's a very modern movie because it's flawed heroes, which is much more relevant maybe this time than it was back then.
Well, let me express to you what I think is the good and bad of Sorcerer. I basically believe, and there's some of this in the film, but I basically believe that a film operates much like a dream. A film is a dream. You know, it's not real people up there. It's projected images that are running at either 24 frames a second or running at a different speed in the digital world. It's like visions, nightmares, dreams that you get not often in your waking hours. And most of the great films operate like dreams. Sorcerer operates on a plane of reality. It's all meant to look and be real, and it is. There's no camera tricks. The bridge is the bridge. The blowing up of the big tree, or when a bank blows up, it's all, we did that. Everything. And one of the reasons it may not have been successful, although today it may have entered a different realm, but at the time it was not about dreams. When I say a film operates like dreams, I'm talking about films like 2001, like Citizen Kane, like a handful of films that draw from an audience endless emotions, fear, joy, sorrow, tears, laughter. Those things are in another realm. And an audience is sitting passively in a chair while these dreams unfold in front of them. One of the problems that I saw about Sorcerer was it is relentless in its reality. And The Exorcist was not. The Exorcist dealt with things that many of the millions and millions of people who have seen it don't believe in. And yet they're watching it, and they're scared to death to this day. Now, there's certainly a number of people who say, oh, that doesn't scare me anymore. That's a 40-year-old movie. Most of the people who see it are still frightened because it taps into emotions that they can't even imagine. You know, the possession of an innocent child by a demon. And that's what The Exorcist is about. Now, there's more bullshit around about the idea of that happening for real than anything. How could a demon possess somebody? What are they talking about?
And Sorcerer?
And Sorcerer, you look at it and you think with every scene, this is happening. There's no question that this is happening. This isn't being done by a demon, whatever that is, nor can it be healed by a religious belief. So Sorcerer is viewed in a different light today by the new audiences that you refer to. They get something else out of it that I'm not sure I completely understand. But I have watched audiences relate to it like a dream. If it does take you over today, it grabs a hold of you and you're involved with it. You're
does.
In it.
Absolutely. And I have just 2 questions left. When you were mentioning...
I have a third. Where is there a medic for this man?
When you were mentioning...
Did you hear the ambulance pull up?
Yes.
Okay.
When you were mentioning 2001, Citizen Kane, you forgot to add Drive. But we'll let that slip.
We won't know about Drive for another 30 years.
30 seconds.
Whether it lives or dies. I'm talking about films. 2001 was made in 1968.
I made this film about 4 years ago, so it's about
4
time.
years is a zip. It's not even a blip. It's not a pimple on the asshole of humanity. 4 years. But 2001 was made in 1968 and holds up like gangbusters. It's better than all this other similar crap. And Citizen Kane was made in 1941.
We know that. My point
and
is,
it lives.
Okay, last question. Now that I'm a younger version of you...
Who said that?
So you're basically looking into the mirror. This is like Scrooge, okay? You're looking back. What advice will you give a younger self now?
I think you already have it. And that is, you must believe in yourself. You must believe in yourself. Because you're going to encounter along the way in your career what all of the greats have encountered. Which is, you're going to pass out of style. As Billy Wilder did, as Wells, Elie Kazan, name them all. They come to a point where they can't even get hired because the industry has changed completely. You're going to face rejection. You already have to some extent. Forget the film was made so cheap that it made some money. There's rejection, which is why a career I would least advise anyone to go into is to be an actor. Because unless, and even when you become a big star, you're going to face rejection.
So what's your
and
advice?
You must believe in yourself. If you don't have enough belief in yourself, you will not survive. It's a tough business.
Come hell, come high water, you're going to face rejection, you're going to face successes.
And failure. You're going to face down and out abject failure. Billy Wilder, who was the smartest man I ever met in Hollywood, couldn't get a meeting for a job for the last 20 years of his life. The same with people like Richard Brooks, who I knew, and Kazan. No studio. I used to be the president of the Directors Guild in New York, and I was first vice president of the National Guild. Kazan was on my board, as was Joseph L. Mankiewicz. These were 2 giants of filmmaking.
And they couldn't get a job.
Couldn't get a meeting.
So
no one's made better films in America than Kazan or Mankiewicz.
Looking into the mirror, seeing your younger self, 1 sentence.
I said that to you, and I think you already have it. I don't even think it's advice. You do what few other people I've ever met do. You invest your own money in your films. Nobody does that. And one of the reasons we don't is because we're not counting the money that comes in. And very often, the people who count the money that come in have sticky fingers.
Yes, but I'm talking about...
I've never done that. I've never put money in my film.
Look, I am a younger version of you. You're Billy from the set. Where is that relentless general? Now looking back, what would you want to give to me as
I will only
advice?
make a film. I turn down more than I do. And very often I withdraw from something I say I'm going to do because I'm mugged by reality.
So what would you
do
advise?
not do a film you don't believe in. Don't make any picture just for the money unless you're desperate. If you're desperate, it's okay. But I'll tell you that I admire you because you have found other ways to subsist and survive. You direct commercials, very good commercials. I think I've made one commercial in my life. You don't view it as a step down. You direct commercials which sustain you between films. You finance your own films. The only other guy I know who did that successfully was John Cassavetes. He was the true independent filmmaker of America. Today these guys call themselves, I'm an independent filmmaker. Somebody else has put up all the money. John Frankenheimer used to mortgage his house every time he made one of his films. He talk about put up your own money. If his film didn't make enough back, he lost his house to make a movie. I've never seen dedication like that. And anyone today who doesn't do that, who calls himself an independent filmmaker, is not. Independent simply means you don't get financed by a major studio. That's all it means today. When John Cassavetes made films like Shadows and Husbands, and even The Killing of a Chinese Bookie, and Opening Night, some wonderful films, he put his house up. And if the film lost money, the house went. That's independent filmmaking.
Absolutely, and parent spirit of mind. But you're sitting on a couch right now.
No, I'm in a chair, actually.
You're in a chair. I'm in a chair. Again, I am the William Friedkin of the mid-70s going up that hill. You're the Billy Friedkin of the future, knowing what's going to happen. What do you want to say in one sentence?
I gave it to you.
To the Billy Friedkin back then.
You must believe in yourself above all. And that was said better by Polonius in Hamlet, by Shakespeare. Polonius said to Hamlet, "This above all, to thine own self be true." And those are words to live by. Hamlet also says something interesting to his friend, Horatio. At one point in the play Hamlet, he says, "There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, Horatio." Meaning, open yourself to everything.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do in about 40 years. When they do a pristine print of Cruising, I will fly anywhere and introduce the movie.
Mr. Friedkin, if I'd just like to recap on the films that you've already directed. Good Times, That Night They Raided Minsky's, The Boys in the Band, French Connection, and now The Exorcist. All very unusual scripts.
Mm-hmm.
Which film did you enjoy directing the most?
The most challenging was The Exorcist, of course. I don't think in terms of enjoying filmmaking. It's very, very hard work, mentally and physically, to try and achieve one's fantasies on film in what is essentially a two-dimensional medium, to try to suggest depth, not simply depth of character and story, but depth on the screen. There's so many problems associated with putting something on film, creative and technical problems, that one doesn't have time to enjoy it, really. I can't ever say the experience was enjoyable. The editing is what I enjoy. I've enjoyed the editing of all these films. I think the most fun I had editing was on The French Connection because of that chase sequence. But The Exorcist is by far the most challenging film I've made.
The French Connection, you won an Oscar, of course, for your direction of The French Connection. Tell me, does that do something for a director in the same way that it does something for an actor in terms of more work?
Well, I tell you what it did for me. It really is something to live up to. It's a challenge to which one has to respond. I don't think anyone, any filmmaker, ever thinks that he's deserving of that kind of accolade from his colleagues, you know, an Academy Award. No one is deserving of it. It comes to you, fortunately. It's the most important recognition one can have, the recognition of one's own colleagues. To me, what it did was, when I won the Academy Award a couple of years ago, it made me think, I really have to live up to this because it's so important. What that translates down to, Don, is that you don't just do any sort of picture next. You know, you don't just do another film that is marginal for the money or to keep working. You try to make a film as good or better than the last one to sort of uphold the tradition of the Academy Award.
Mm-hmm. You mentioned technical problems. There must have been quite a few technical problems on The Exorcist.
Mm-hmm.
Could you perhaps tell us some of the...
Well, you know, you have the problem of the complete physical and mental alteration and deterioration of a human being, including supernatural effects surrounding that alteration and deterioration. The main problem was to try to do these effects in such a way that they've never been done before. And in this particular film, The Exorcist, I decided that we would achieve all of these effects live in the studio, that there would be no use of trick photography, no opticals, but that everything that appears on screen would have been achieved as we photographed it, such as the levitation and the physical alteration of the girl's face and body. Everything, as I say, was done on the set, except for the vocal effects, which was a very complicated process done afterward. I don't want to say too much about how we did it, because I think it would limit an audience's enjoyment if they knew exactly how the sleight of hand was performed.
You began to think at one time that in the making of the film that it was perhaps jinxed. Do you still feel that?
Well, jinxed isn't really my word. You know, I mean, I've heard all these stories about the supernatural hovering around the set, and I must say that I never felt that. We had a lot of unusual occurrences. Our set burned down one day, a Sunday morning, with no one in the building. A fire broke out that completely destroyed the set, which was the interior of a two-story house with 7 rooms and an attic and a basement. The whole thing burned down one morning for no reason. Then periodically the sprinkler system in the studio where we were filming would erupt and flood the entire set. But I suppose since the film was made, since the soundstage was located in a section of New York known as Hell's Kitchen, I suppose we could have expected something like that. But no, I don't attribute it to the supernatural.
Do you believe that a person can be possessed?
Put it this way, I believe that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in either your philosophy or mine. I think it is possible. You know, I've never seen Australia, but I believe that it's there. Do you know what I mean? In my research into so-called demonic possession, I came away with the conclusion that if these cases of so-called demonic possession were in fact not demonic possession, then what they were diseases for which there is no name and no cure.
Well, of course, we all have a certain amount of good and a certain amount of evil in us.
Yes.
Perhaps that's what this film is really about.
Yes, I think
if
so.
If one
Dan.
wants to divorce the possible possession of a child by a demonic spirit,
yes,
discounting that, then this film perhaps might be a deeply religious film in the sense that when everything else failed, religion triumphed. I mean, did you feel that about the film? Did you feel
yes.
that you're making something deeply religious in that sense?
Well, it's always sounds a bit crass to say that, unless one is a theologian. I believe very strongly in the power of God and the power of the human soul. I also believe that they're unknowable. But the film, The Exorcist, is primarily about the mystery of faith, the mystery of goodness, that mystery which is just inexplicable, but it's there, and you believe. And we know that a lot of incredible things have occurred in human history simply because of belief, simply because people have believed that it was possible. Now, The Exorcist is based on an actual case, as you may know, which took place in 1949 in the United States, in Georgetown, D.C. Actually, the case took place in a suburb of Washington, D.C. And again, medical science went as far as it could with this particular victim, and the exorcism was performed as a last resort.
Do you feel that perhaps, that was in 1949, I
Yes.
believe, the original case.
Yes.
Do you think that perhaps in the ensuing 20, 25 years, that psychiatry has reached a certain stage where perhaps, if that had happened now, we know perhaps more about the condition of the mind and the physical side, that perhaps it might not have been a case of demonic possession?
No, I don't.
You still...
No, I don't. I'll tell you why. Because there are... Psychiatry recognizes something called somnambulistic possession, which is the victim's belief that he or she is in fact possessed by a demon or a devil. Now, psychiatry treats this in a fashion similar to exorcism. Given the victim's belief that he or she is possessed, the belief in the power of the exorcism very often works. It is when these very weird alternation of personalities occur, and the symptoms of possession are classic, from going back to Loudon and beyond. The symptoms are classic: obscenity, vile obscenities, complete personality transformation, and more important, supernatural acts or inexplicable acts surrounding the victim. That's when psychiatry and internal or external medicine are helpless. And then the victim, either an exorcism is performed or the victim is led to further observation, which is to say a mental institution. And mental institutions are full of such people for whom there is no cure for what's troubling them.
Fine.
You hear strange noises?
Yes, I do indeed, yes.
Be careful when you're driving home.
I'm told you have a tremendous aptitude for picking unusual scripts. Do they come to you or do you look for them?
Everything happens by osmosis in terms of fate. You know, we control our own destinies, I think, only up to a point. But overall, I believe that fate controls our destinies. I mean, I started in this business because I applied for a job. I went to the wrong place at the right time. The job I was looking for was in Chicago, Illinois. It was in a building across the street from where I actually went. I went to the wrong building, got a job in that particular building in the mailroom of a television station, and worked my way up to live TV director. Whenever you start actively looking for something, it doesn't usually come. It's when you just let it happen. I picked up as a matter of fact, the Exorcist novel. I read by accident. Well, actually, I stole the book off my lawyer's shelf. You know, it was sitting there up on his shelf, and I stole it and read it, and it just moved me profoundly.
How much has film, was film very important to you as a young man? You know, Truffaut, for instance, spent most of his years, from 14 to 20, he said that he was educated in a film house, in a cinema. I was wondering what kind of effect film had on you at a younger age, and did you always aspire to become film director?
Well, not always. When I started thinking about what I wanted to do with myself, the first thing I wanted to do was become a basketball player. First collegiate and then professional. Like most young people of my generation, and as Truffaut depicts this anecdote in his latest film, Day for Night, I was influenced by Citizen Kane. There's a wonderful sequence in Day for Night where you see a young man running down the street and late at night, and he slips into a motion picture theater and he steals the photographs from Citizen Kane. I knew everything there was to know about Citizen Kane shortly after I saw it, at about the age of, I guess, 16 years old. Citizen Kane is a quarry for filmmakers, just as James Joyce's Ulysses is a quarry, has been a quarry for writers ever since it was written. It was really having seen Citizen Kane done that made me know that that's what I wanted to do, make films, make something like that with that much power, impact, resonance in people's lives. And I guess I was 16 when that happened.
And yet you went via television, like so many directors, film directors, you went via television.
Yes, well, I was living in Chicago at the time, and it wasn't too easy to put my hand on a rock and say, now I am a filmmaker, or, you know, tomorrow I'm going to do what Orson Welles did 20 years ago or something. I got into live television in Chicago. I answered an ad in a newspaper, and I started in the mailroom of a television station. The advertisement said you could work your way up into the communications field, and that looked like a good idea. I had barely graduated from high school and had no desire to go to college, and there was a fellow called George Mikan, who was a star basketball player then. He was 7 feet tall, and I was about 5'10" or 11, and I figured I wasn't going to be too effective against that fellow. So I decided that I would try for a career in television. I was in the mailroom of this television station for about a year before I got the chance to direct. This was in the early days of live TV in America, when there were no schools, no training programs for directors. You literally worked your way up from the ranks and you became a director, and that's what happened to me. I directed about 2,000 live television programs before I ever did anything on film.
Did you find it was that transition from television to film? I mean, you know, in the television studio you've got a box there, and then suddenly you've got this tremendous freedom in film.
Mm-hmm.
Did you find it difficult to make that transition? Or, obviously you didn't, but I mean, once you got into filming from television, what was the first difficulty you felt that you had to overcome?
The techniques are totally different from live TV to any kind of either film, television, or motion picture features. The technique is totally different. So you have to, you know, learn how to load a camera. You have to learn what the capabilities of sound are, what the microphones can do, what the mixers can do. But basically, primarily, after you've learned this, which can be taught, by the way, you can be taught how to operate a camera, or you can be taught what the effect is when you move a light from there to there, or what kind of light you use. But the main thing that direction is storytelling and communicating with people. First of all, the director is communicating to his writers and to the people with whom he works. Then he is communicating through his actors to an audience. And that's something that can't be taught. That's something that's highly instinctive. It involves, first of all, I would think you have to like people and enjoy communication, which I do. That's what directing really is. I mean, some of the best directors I've known of wouldn't, you know, never look into that camera, you know, and wouldn't know what they were seeing if they did. When I started, I freely admit that I relied to an enormous extent on the capabilities of the people I worked with. I still do. I still do.
To get back to, you mentioned sound, so I suppose we really should get back to The Exorcist. And in The Exorcist, I noticed the tremendous use of sound.
Yes.
Very well used. And I was wondering what contribution there you made in the sense that it was very, 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 very right for the script.
Well, the sound involved a lot of experimentation, a lot of error and trial. There were any number of ideas I had about sound that I tried that didn't work. And I worked on the soundtrack for that picture. That is, the crew and I worked on the soundtrack for almost 7 months of just trying to reproduce, to do the demon voice in such a way that it was convincing.
Yes, I was going to ask you about the demon voice.
Well, I felt that we should use a woman's voice for the demon and not a man.
Yes.
And that's not implicit in the novel or in the screenplay. It just occurred. I had an inspiration that the demon voice should sound female or neutral. Let's put it that way. But then we put the voice through an electronic treatment, very simple, as a matter of fact, treatment to give it that harsh, abrasive quality that it has. But the effects were all created very strangely. The sounds, I did a lot of reading about what kind of sound, for example, works on people's nerves. And I'll give you one illustration of one particular sound effect that's in the film, which came out of my research into what sort of sounds, in terms of pitch and volume, work on people's psyche. One of the sounds in the film is produced by recording a bee inside of a jar. And it's a very close mic pickup of a bee buzzing around in a jar, and that is re-recorded 16 times, wherein the pitch of each particular recording of this bee is altered in terms of the keyboard, the piano keyboard. The pitch is raised each time by a 16th. Added to that, or mixed in with that sound, is a recording of pigs being led to slaughter. And so it's the combination of the pigs in a slaughterhouse and 16 variations of a bee in a bottle that mixed together produce a sound that is otherwise impossible to describe. But when people hear it in the theater, they begin to go like this. Sound is something which hasn't even begun to be explored in film. Some of the best directors, filmmakers, think in terms of the camera, which is, of course, very important, maybe most important. But I, for one, am either as interested or more interested in the use of sound in a film. And I spend a lot of time with soundtracks in everything I do.
William Blatty, who was the author of the book, of course, The Exorcist, the producer of the film, and also he wrote the scenario.
Yes.
How much did you collaborate with him on the scenario, or was it brought to you complete?
Oh, no, we worked very closely on the screenplay, because really when a screenwriter, and Blatty is one of the best screenwriters, and but when a screenwriter and a director work, I guess the best way to describe, it's almost like the writer is making a suit for the director. You know, he is making something that has to feel comfortable for the director, otherwise he can't direct. So it's a highly collaborative thing. I mean, it's not dictatorial. I mean, I never say, Bill, we're going to do it this way, and he does it. It's a very free and open give and take. A lot of the ideas will start with me. A lot of the ideas will originate with him. But let me be very plain about it. The idea for The Exorcist, the novel, originated with Bill Blatty. Any effectiveness that this film may have, in my opinion, is primarily due to this magnificent achievement that Blatty originated when he wrote the novel, and then this brilliant screenplay. It was a very rewarding collaboration for me.
I was wondering if you ever discussed the change from the original case, a young boy, changing that particular case into a girl, using a girl as the person possessed.
Well, of course, the original case upon which the novel and the film are based took place in Washington and involved a 14-year-old boy in 1949. Blatty made it a 12-year-old girl because he knew of a similar girl and her mother.
I see.
When he fictionalized it.
Yes. Of course, it was much more dramatic anyway for the film to have a girl for it.
Most of the cases of possession involve young girls rather than young boys.
Yes, I see. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Don.
Thank
It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you very much, Bill.
My legs are bad for some reason. I think that reason is old age. I could be wrong. But Billy, thank you for coming this evening.
This film ages wonderfully. I know when it was first released, it was controversial. It wasn't as beloved as it is at this exact moment by so many people. Can you talk a little bit about the early reaction to the film?
How early?
Very early.
You know, I'll be very honest with you. I've never read a review of this film. The only film of mine that I've ever read a review of was The Boys in the Band. I remember that review, and I've never... Thank you. Thanks, Dad. I don't know what the reaction was, because as you can see, I came in when the screening's over. I normally don't screen my films after I finish mixing them, because, you know, I work on them for so long that I really can't watch them anymore. So, I don't know, I guess some people liked it and some people hated it. And, I'm sure they're both right.
And so how did the project come to you? It was a novel. There was a novel that was loosely based on, correct?
No, there was a novel called Cruising by a New York Times reporter named Gerald Walker. I don't remember reading it, but I remember hearing about it. I hope if Mr. Walker's here tonight, that I can get out the back door. I don't remember reading the novel, but I remember a series of things that happened before I made it. There were a series of murders in the bars on the west side of New York. A long series of murders. And they were all tied to a couple of bars on the west side of New York. And I'm not sure if they were ever really solved, but they were in the papers all the time. And they were in magazines and the Village Voice, and there was a lot written about these murders. I'm trying to remember if they were solved, and I honestly don't remember, but that's my memory. I remember this series of killings, and they obviously attracted my attention and that of pretty much everyone living in New York at the time. And as I started to read more and more about them, I decided to go down to the gay bars with some friends and just get a sense of what was happening. And I didn't see anything that would lead me to understand what in fact was happening. But I remember that the killings just kept going on and then eventually stopped. But things like that are predominant in the news and on people's minds and in their consciousness very often interest me as subject matter for a film. And I put as many of the details of what was reported as I could into this film, which is a work of fiction, but very strongly based on those killings.
The backdrop of the leather bars, I mean, we really go there. I feel like I've actually been there as a person from there. It's so
you were.
Yeah. I mean, could you
tell us if you want? I don't know.
Could you?
Okay.
Can you tell us a little bit about investigating and going in there and making it that real? I mean, it's an amazing place.
Well, all of the people in the bars were patrons of the bars. Yeah. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, they were all people in the bars, and I started to hang out at the bars, and I got to know people and the guys who ran them, and when I decided to make this film, I invited the people who wanted to appear in the film to come in and be there as day players. And so they all were. There were no actual Screen Extras Guild players who were in the bars. At the time, it was extremely controversial. I don't know whether it is as controversial now as it was then. Is it?
It's changed. It's like a moment of history we lost.
It's a moment of history?
Yeah.
But it doesn't continue, does it? I mean,
where you go.
What?
Depends on where you go.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the eagle, baby.
Pandemic affected it big time. Yes.
Yeah.
The pandemic affected it big time. It affected everything.
Mostly sex bars like that.
Sounds like that was from an expert. No, I really don't know, because I don't get out much. Ever since the pandemic, I haven't gone out a lot at all. And then when you lose the use of your legs like that, there ain't too many places you can go. I don't go to the movies much anymore. There are very few films I hear about that I really want to see. But that's just me. Around the time I started making films, or before I did, I really loved them, and I saw almost everything, especially the classics. You know, I love the classics. We're going to have to set a definition of a classic. I don't mean Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein. But that was a classic. How many of you saw Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein? Mostly the people up front, not in the back. The film didn't play in the back? That's a great film. It's up there with Citizen Kane.
There's a character I'm obsessed with in this film. It's the sad...
You need this thing on?
Yeah.
Huh?
There's a character in the...
You need this thing on?
No, do you want it off?
Do you need it?
Is it in your eyes?
Yeah.
Hey, Ivan, can we kill it?
Give the man what he needs.
It's coming off.
I'd love to see the audience better.
See if this does the trick.
Is he still awake?
Yeah. He's out there getting attacked.
Apparently not. You need that thing on back there.
Can we get this thing off?
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Now I can really see faces. Beautiful. Great. Hello.
Want to take some questions from them now we see them?
What?
Want to take some questions from them now that we see them?
Oh, anytime.
Let's do it.
Anytime.
Right there.
Friedkin, I wonder how you felt about Sorcerer in that from when it was released and it seems to have finally gotten its due. I wonder what your thoughts were on that terrific film.
I like Sorcerer. I love the film. I can't say that about every film that I directed, but I love Sorcerer for some reason. I think the experience of making it was so difficult, and it came close to what I envisioned. Not everything you do as a filmmaker gets close to what you envisioned. There's always a lot of compromise, and you know that going in. But there, as I recall, there was less compromise with that than with anything I can recall.
Now, in Cruising, there were 40 minutes that had to be cut out. Was there
something like that? I don't remember the exact amount. Yeah, but we went back and forth about 50 times to the ratings board. It was a game. I would cut out a minute and a half here, then 40 seconds more, and it just kept going on and on and on until I cut as much as I was going to, and it escaped. It wasn't released, it escaped.
Right over there.
This gentleman here.
Yeah, right here.
I was just wondering, was there a studio that you worked with, and what was their reaction as the filming was going on to the final product?
I have no idea. I remember the film was distributed by United Artists and another one of its companies. Do you remember who it says? Lorimar. Yeah, they're gone but forgotten.
Right over there. Yeah, you.
I love the music in the club scenes. I feel like they gave it such a good, realistic atmosphere.
Thank you.
And back to feeling like I was there. Can you talk a little bit about the music in those scenes?
What was the music?
Germs!
Oh, Big DeVille. Willie DeVille. I love that stuff. Willie DeVille wrote some great tracks for this picture. Who else?
Rough Trade.
Rough Trade, the Germs. Yeah, these were the, not pop bands, but the kind of counterculture bands of the 60s. And they were, as I say, counterculture. They weren't, it wasn't the Beatles or the Rolling Stones or the Stoling Rones or any of that. And they were a counterculture band. I was very much into that. I used to go to the clubs in New York and listen to a lot of the new music. I don't think much of it survived. Do any of you remember the music of that period? Thanks again, Dad.
You often take one or two, like very limited shots. Was this the same way with cruising? There was only a few takes?
Yes, I don't like to do a lot of takes. What I like to do is talk to the actors. I talk to them. First of all, about a week before we start shooting, we have a meeting. We go over any questions they might have or problems, and I'll try to address them. And then as we get into it, we'll talk a little bit about what I expect from the take, the tone, the tempi, not too much else. And then we go out and do it. And if it feels realistic enough to me, it's a take. If it doesn't, I'll try to do it again until it does. But I don't like to do a lot of takes. I don't think there's a lot to be gained in that. That's not the way I came up. When I came up, the more well-known filmmakers were doing, there was a very famous director called William Wyler. William Wyler was known as 90 Take Wyler throughout the industry. And I don't know how much of an exaggeration that was, but he did a lot of takes. A lot of takes. I never saw the point in it. I would, when I started out, I was like every other amateur, and I would do take after take, hoping for a miracle on about take 15. Then I'd look at the rushes, and it was usually there in the first printed take. It was as good as it was going to get. Or there was nothing else I could say to the actress or the actor. And so I learned that, and in the latter few films that I made, I never did more than one take unless a camera fell into the shot, or a light fell down, or Ronald Reagan became president. Something like that happened. I had to do a new take.
Well, you've done so many stage play adaptations to film, which are
not that many.
Well,
I think I did The birthday party was from the stage.
Right.
The boys in the band.
Killer Joe.
Bug and Killer Joe.
12 Angry Men.
12 Angry Men. Yes. I did that as a television show.
Yeah. But when you do an adaptation like that, is there an expectation for actors to want to have that, and then it's
I'm sorry, what?
Is there an expectation for those kind of things that people want rehearsal? It's amazing that normally plays are rehearsed to death, and then you're doing one take of them and pulling and doing a masterful job.
That's the way it goes.
Yeah.
You know, one take. How many takes of this do you want to do? Like when we finish this, whenever you guys say that's enough, take a hike. You guys, okay, next group, we're going to do another take of it. It exists once. Everything of great interest to me that is not a classic is best done in one take for spontaneity. I'm not interested at all in perfection. I'm interested only in spontaneity. Like it just happened and there it is. You know, I don't want it to seem rehearsed or overwrought, so I don't overwrite it or overwrought it.
Right there. Yes, sir.
First off, I'd like to say hello for a mutual friend. I was talking to Jack Hughes this afternoon, who was on my show, and he sends his love, and we had a great time on my show talking about how much he loved working with you.
Jack Hughes from Wang Chung?
Yeah.
Oh, how do you know him?
I know him because he was on my podcast, and I want to have you on my podcast.
Aren't we on your podcast now?
Expert in the audience about the sex stuff. We'll probably be in one of the episodes, but I would love to sit and.
Oh, I love Jack Hughes. I love working with him. I love the band Wang Chung. You guys, anyone remember Wang Chung? Yeah! They were really great, and there was something different, something else when they came along. But all really fine musicians.
Really fine. And also, my other question is, you were once quoted in an interview as saying you didn't give a flying fuck into a rolling donut what Al Pacino felt about this film.
I said what? I frankly don't. I mean, I can't think of anybody who I feel that way about. You know, people have their own opinions and stuff. I didn't enjoy working with Al Pacino. It was a drudge. It was a pain in the ass. He has given many fine performances. No question about that. But I didn't enjoy working with him, and therefore, I don't give a flying donut in the we all know, everyone here knows he's a damn good actor. We all know that. I know it. You know, anyone who's ever seen a children's program knows it. Where is Al Pacino now?
Ladies and gentlemen, Al Pacino!
What?
He's backstage. Just kidding.
Say hello, will you? No, does anyone know where? I haven't heard from or about Al in years. What?
He's here in Beverly Hills. Go say hey.
Are we in Beverly Hills? This is a long theater. No, I haven't seen him for a long time, and I haven't seen him on film. It's strange that you would mention it, because the Irishman. That was funny. You don't know Jack. Yeah.
We have a question right here.
Earlier you mentioned that you never read your reviews. Do you think that that's the best way for
Not necessarily at all. I do read film reviews. I've tried to read a few reviews of my films, and I haven't found anything I could relate to in them, so I just gave up trying. You know, it's not easy to comprehend someone else's opinion about something that you've done. Unless you're, you know, really into reading about yourself, which I'm not. I don't read about myself. There's a few books about me that I haven't read, but I recommend them. Yeah, that's gentleman movie.
Speaking of what you said about spontaneity, I think you have one of the greatest, most spontaneous moments in the interrogation scene. Can you talk about the black man in the jockstrap?
The black man in the jockstrap.
What was the inspiration? How did that come about?
That's what used to happen. They used to, when they were interrogating the suspect in those days, this was, when was this film? In the 70s?
1980.
80? Yeah. When the hell was that? Did I miss 1975? That actually happened. I saw that. I used to, I still have a lot of friends in the New York Police Department, and I used to go to interrogations, and they let me go to crime scenes and stuff, and I saw that happen. I couldn't believe it. I was in the room at the time, and I had to put my hand over my mouth to stop from laughing. Imagine you're a suspect in something which you may or may not have done, and a 6'7" black guy comes in the room and slaps you in the face, walks out. He's wearing nothing but a jockstrap. So if you want to report it to the police, you say, you know what happened? A 6'7" black guy came in the room with a jockstrap only and slapped me in the face. Okay. We used to do that, stuff like that. You know, that no one would believe in sitting behind a court bench. Yes.
One thing that I love about your films is that it seems like every 5 or 10 years there's some sort of major reassessment of what they mean, the significance of the ideas, and I'm curious whether you look back at some of your favorite films, whether your own work or others, and kind of something you like that now you don't, or something that you loved many years ago that now you feel.
I appreciate the question. I don't know if you heard it.
We did.
You want me to repeat it? Do I look back at the films I made and how they were reviewed or received for many years? No, you never look back. Never look back. You gotta try to keep going if you can. And that means tapping into your imagination. Not your memory, your imagination. I imagine memory is very important. I imagine so because I lost mine. And I mean, it's not as good as it was. But the point I'm trying to make is I don't look back. I'm trying to remember the first film I made, and I can't. I'm trying to remember the last film I made. And look, what was it? Does anyone remember?
The Devil and Father Amor.
Yeah. The Devil and Father Amor. It was a documentary about the Vatican Exorcist, which I made a number of years ago. And it was an exorcism that he was performing that he allowed me to sit in on and film. Why he did it, I don't know. We became friends. He liked the film I made of The Exorcist, and so he let me photograph an actual one that he had performed. I haven't seen it since it came out.
Well, unfortunately, you have your memoirs, so there's a lot of stuff that could have been lost to memory or history that
Is that my memoir?
a memoir by
Did Peter Bogdanovich write that? Peter, God bless you wherever you are. And good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are. Did anyone know that phrase? Do you remember that? Nobody remembers Jimmy Durante. He used to close all of his radio and television shows by saying, "Good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are." And I don't think anyone, I never read who Mrs. Calabash was. But I'm going to say good night to her when we leave. Wherever you are, Mrs. Calabash.
Your first film, that was People versus Paul Crump, is that the first film? So it is?
I'm not sure that that was the first thing I filmed, The People versus Paul Crump, who was a black man on death row. And when I met him, he was going to the electric chair in, I think, about 6 months. And I heard about him. It's funny how things happen and how you have to be open to all experiences. I really don't like parties. I don't like to go to parties. And but I went to this one party in Chicago. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
And I went to this one party, and it was a massive group of people, and I was standing next to a priest. And we each had a drink in our hand and hands, and I said, "Oh, Father," I introduced myself, and I said, "Where is your parish?" And he said, "Oh, I don't have a parish. I'm the Protestant chaplain at the Cook County Jail on death row." And that caught my attention. The first thing I blurted out when I heard that was, "Have you ever met anyone on death row that you thought was innocent?" And he said, "As a matter of fact, there's a guy now. He's an African American, he's 32 years old, and his name is Paul Crump, C-R-U-M-P. And I think he's innocent of killing a guard in a robbery, and the warden of the Cook County Jail at the time, and that man named Jack Johnson, thinks that he's innocent." This was on a Friday night, and I thought about little else throughout the weekend. On Monday, I called the county jail, and I called this priest, and I asked him if he could get me a meeting with the warden, and he did. And I went to see the warden, and I became friendly with him, and I said, "Is it possible that I could meet Paul Crump? He's going to the electric chair in 6 months." The warden said, "Well, why do you want to meet him?" I said, I really don't know. I said that I work in television, which I did at the time in Chicago, and maybe there's something I can do with his story. He says nothing can be done with his story. He's going to an electric chair in 6 months. So I don't know, I persisted. And finally I got a meeting with Paul Crump. I heard his story, I researched it, and it was very complex, but I decided to try to do an investigative film about that murder and his participation in it. And I made this film, which saved his life. He was pardoned from death row, and about 9 years later, they let him out of prison. And he lived another maybe 10 or 15 years a free man. And that's all by the grace of God. That's what I feel, that's how I see it. And I don't know to this day whether he was guilty or innocent. I know at the time I did not think he was guilty. Because in those days, if you were an African American and you were picked up by the Chicago Police Department for a capital crime, you were dead meat. You were gone. And he fell into that category.
All the way in the back, you have your hand up.
Sir, I was curious, out of all the actors you've worked with, quite a few, I'm wondering, was Gene Hackman the best movie you've ever worked with? That's not a result question.
No, seriously. So the gentleman asked if Gene Hackman was the best actor I worked with, and the laughter broke out.
Again, Chevy Chase.
Chevy Chase. Why did people laugh at Gene Hackman?
It's a loaded question. It's like, it's an obvious, the answer to any question.
Yeah, but he's leading you.
What is the answer?
He's one of the best.
Is he the best I've ever worked with?
Yes, sir.
Let me think a second. Next question. Was he the best? I don't think those things through, so let me see. He was not a pleasure to work with. I'll tell you when I realized that he was really a good actor. When he won the Academy Award. At the time, it was just another experience. He wasn't the most motivated actor I've ever worked with. Who would be the best?
William Peterson?
Oh, certainly way up there. Yeah, I love working with Bill Peterson. Absolute pleasure, which I did a couple of times. And we're talking about doing something else now.
Max von Sydow is an incredible.
Max von Sydow was great. One of the great actors in the world was Max von Sydow from The Exorcist. And so many other great films made mostly in Sweden. And of course he made the greatest story ever told in this country. He was great. Peterson, great. I loved working with Ellen Burstyn. Ellen Burstyn, fantastic actress. And those come immediately to mind.
Here's a lesser known, I'm just curious about Joe Spinell. What was it like working with Joe?
Who in the fuck is Joe Spinell? Joe Spinell.
You know, the creepy.
What?
One of the dirty cops in Cruising with the mustache.
He's okay. Was he one of the best actors I've ever worked with? You have your answer. No. Why did you say Joe Spinell?
Because I love Joe Spinell. He's great in this. He's just fascinating to watch do anything. That's why I always just...
Yeah, he was very interesting. I don't think he ever got his due, to be honest with you. He was damn good. Some people get their due and more than their due, and some people don't. A number of actors I worked with I think are overrated, and some are underrated. It's what happens, you know? I'm overrated. Yes.
We got right there.
You all agree?
Right back there.
I know you said you don't remember reading the book, but I'm a geek and I did read the book. And the killer in the book is actually very specific. And the killer in the movie is like pretty vague. Like we don't know who the killer is. And
Which book are you talking about?
Cruising the book.
I never read Cruising the Night.
What's that?
I never read it.
Well, okay, but either way, what can you talk about why the killer is like so vague in the movie? Like we don't really know who it is.
Why should you? You know who did these 5 murders in Stockton? Does anyone?
It's 6 now, I believe.
Is it now 6?
Now 6.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you have ever been to Stockton. It's a small town. 6 murders. Jesus. And they don't know who the killer is. There's so many unsolved murders. The police are very heroic on television, and many are heroic in real life, but they don't solve every crime put in front of them. You know, like they did on Dragnet. Do you ever remember Dragnet? Just the facts, ma'am, only the facts. That guy was great. Jack Webb, remember Jack Webb? There's nobody like that. But no, often these things are not discovered or discovered late. There's so many cases that interest me that are unsolved, and that it's actually terrifying. There are people, some of them might be in this audience. One of them might be on this stage. Who is actually terrifying. The murders in Stockton are very troubling, because that is, you know, Stockton's a very small town.
Yeah, I was here earlier.
Yes?
Having grown with Al Pacino with a low number of takes, do you have any problems with it or no?
We had a different approach, Pacino and I. Pacino loved to do take after take, hoping for a miracle on about take 30. And I don't believe is not strong enough a word. I worship spontaneity. I don't like anything that seems rehearsed or is rehearsed, or I believe it. I try to cast actors who can learn a role and make it their own and do it in their own words, unless the words are by someone like Harold Pinter, you know, which I've done a Pinter play on film, and he was great to work with, and you couldn't improvise Pinter's work. You know, it was expertly written and to the point. There aren't many other writers I worked with who had that.
Right there, sir.
So did you design any of the posters for your movies? Were any of the posters done?
I designed the poster for The Exorcist. Yeah, it's a still from the film. When Father Marin is about to enter the house and a light shines down from the little girl's window on it. That shot's in the film, and I decided to use it as the poster. I originally wanted a picture myself, but I was overruled.
Right there, sir.
Do you remember the process of how you came up with the ending for Cruising?
How I came up with the ending for Cruising. It occurred to me along the way that the Cruising murders, there were actual killings, were unsolved. And I decided to leave the film unsolved. You know, I have no idea if there was one person or who it was the killer in Cruising. I honestly have no idea. I don't even have a theory. And I often approach things that way. I like to discover them as I make them. And usually they tell me something about themselves as it's like when you meet a person that you like who becomes a friend. You don't know them originally, let's say, unless by reputation or something, but you don't know this person. Then you get to know them and you continue to be friends or whatever, or you don't. But that's how I approach, most of the films I make. I'm not certain of what the ending is or should be. I know often what they could be, but I don't think it's my work. I don't speak about other filmmakers. I don't think it's my work to tell the audience what to think. I want the audience to think for themselves. And if my work doesn't provoke an audience to think for themselves, it's a failure to me.
Right there in the middle.
On the subject of spontaneity, how much room would you give actors to maybe add their own improvisations? How closely to the script would you want them to stick? And then as well as for anything that was any shots that were very planned, how did you pull spontaneity out of those moments?
In the early days, the performances in my films were not spontaneous. Spontaneous. What is it? That's what I said. This guy's trying to rip me off. Oh, yeah. How much spontaneity? In the early days, none. And then I realized that was boring. That I'm interested in presenting a story to the audience about which they should arrive at their own conclusions and their own thoughts. And if it's negative, so be it. That's my fault, usually. Because the kind of films I made usually attract audiences that like to go to cinema. And I want them to think for themselves, because that's what cinema can do. The other night I saw a film that I haven't seen for maybe 50 years. And it played fresh for me. It was Simone Signoret and H.G. Clouseau's Diabolique. Have you ever seen Diabolique? Right up into the last frame, Diabolique is spontaneous. And then I guess someone made him attach an ending. But up until that last moment, that film really holds you, because especially the first time you see it, you have no idea where it's going or what's coming. And that's cinema to me. I'm not talking about a comedy, certainly not. But drama, yes. I like for the audience to discover it for themselves. That's what I like to do. If I go to see a film, I want to discover it. And I don't need to have all the answers laid out for me. In fact, I prefer it if they're not.
If you're working with an actor and you feel like they're not being spontaneous or it's too premeditative, do you do anything? Do you have any tactics to bring it out?
I'll break it down, start over again, and change the words. Rewrite all the words, sometimes with the writer there. Now, the one film I didn't do that with and wouldn't think of it is Harold Pinter. I did The Birthday Party, which Harold Pinter wrote. Are you familiar with Harold Pinter? Well, that's not that many. That wasn't 75% of the audience, much less. Harold Pinter is a great writer to me, and his work always seemed spontaneous, though it was carefully written. The film I made is not the best Pinter film I've ever seen. That might be something like The Servant. Or Accident. You see Accident? Yeah.
Both Losey, right?
Joseph Losey was the director.
Yeah.
And Losey and Pinter made some wonderful films. And Pinter died way before his time. But I loved very much, and I learned so much working with Pinter. That's probably the period in which I learned the most about filmmaking and drama, was working with Harold Pinter.
Okay, a couple more right there.
Just to go back to that the iconic shot of the Exorcist that you used for the poster. When you were on set putting that up, can you talk just a little bit how that was? And question to that, when you're looking through the lens and up, and you're like, oh shit.
I saw it with my eye. The question was, did I look through the lens and line up, the shot that became the ad for The Exorcist that's in the film? You asked me if...
Or just how you set that up, like did that turn out the way you originally had it?
One thing, how did it turn out, come about? When you're directing a film, you're almost completely involved with it to little else. If you're a family man, you're not that good a family man when you're directing a film. The film becomes your family. And you think of it night and day. And when you wake up and just before you go to sleep, you think about it and things will come to you. Everything I've ever done has come to me. It has not been premeditated, including that shot you're talking about from The Exorcist, which is the title frame. It seemed to me when I found the house that I wanted, and I saw the way it was constructed and that I could do that. I could have a light shining from that upstairs corner window, shining down on the arrival of the priest. That seemed to me like a discovery. And I remember now that it did so because just before that, I had been to the Museum of Modern Art in New York, and I saw a painting by René Magritte, Empire of Light. That's the painting. And I guess I've thought a great deal since as well about the Empire of Light, that particular painting. And I used that as a model for the title shot of The Exorcist.
Daytime on the top.
It's daytime on top and nighttime on the bottom. The shot I made wasn't that.
No, the Empire of Light.
The Empire of Light, which is, a great surrealist work by Magritte. But that's what influenced me to do that shot that way. I often see things in paintings that I like, and they influence me to do something maybe a little bit different, or I just rip it off. What?
It turned out perfect. The atmosphere just sat perfectly the way it was.
Thank you. Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
Aside from the music that's actually used in the clothes, I love the score that you got for Nietzsche in the film. You've worked with him before, obviously, but you also use people like Chung and Tangerine Dream, and it's skewed more orchestral scores. One of the first filmmakers I could think of regularly. Is there a reason why, and how do you figure out how to work with someone like Nietzsche versus Tangerine Dream or Oldfield? Like, where does that come from?
Inspiration. I don't think I knew any of them before I worked with them. I sought them out after listening to their music. I haven't heard anything today that makes me want to do that. I haven't for years, but I did at that time. And yeah, Jack Nietzsche passed away, wrote some wonderful scores, and popular music as well.
Your quest for spontaneity, how does that work in making the two greatest car chase scenes of all time? How do you do that and retain spontaneity?
Well, I didn't do Bugs Bunny Goes to Church, which is the best car chase. I don't know how many car chases have I done, 2 or 3. I love the form. That's what it comes. It's pure cinema. A car chase is pure cinema. You don't need any words. It's images, and images that are exciting. How did I get started with car chases? The first one was, I guess,
French Connection, right?
Was that the first? I'm trying to think. Yeah, I guess it probably was the first, the French Connection. And in the actual French Connection chase, in the actual story of the French Connection, which was a true story, that had happened 10 years before. They always say that, it's a true story. Everything is a true story. Have I offended you, sir? I didn't need him anymore. Look, this gentleman came back. The French Connection chase was purely inspiration. I felt instinctively that the film needed some kind of a heavy action sequence, which I didn't have in the actual story. And I just dreamt it up. It occurred to me that there had been a number of interesting chase scenes in the past, in the distant past, by people like D.W. Griffith and Magic Johnson. And I started to think about how to do a chase that could be intrinsic to the plot, could come out of the plot, but not be a car chasing a car. So what was it going to be? And I started thinking about it and talk about it with my producer. And we would meet every day for a while, and we would spitball a chase scene. And that's what we did. We just made it up as we walked. I remember we walked for 55 blocks straight in New York. You walk down certain streets in New York, and if you're a filmmaker, you start to think about how you would use them, and that's what happened to me. I had no ulterior purpose or motives.
What is the job of a director to you? Like, what is it at that job that you were
to be the first one in line for lunch. That's about it. There's too much jive attached to film. Film directors become legends. Some of them are entitled to it. Orson Welles. Thank you, Mrs. Wells. Orson Welles is a justifiable legend to me. Who else? Stanley Kubrick. My God, he is a justified legend. Not many others come to mind.
David Lean?
David Lean, great filmmaker.
Tony Scott.
Who?
Tony Scott.
Tony Scott? May he rest in peace. Tony Scott, may he rest in peace, has passed away. He was a very fine filmmaker. But to me, the great action filmmakers were Kubrick, and because they had, all of Kubrick's work had an underlying sensibility, an underlying outlook on the world. They were much more than the sum of their parts. Kubrick, to me, is a great filmmaker. Wells was in a couple of films. Who else?
The Silence, Keaton, Chaplin.
Who?
Keaton or Chaplin, any of the Silence?
Oh, I'm not talking about the silent filmmakers. That's a different... Hitchcock? Yeah, I worked with Hitchcock. I did the I directed the last Alfred Hitchcock hour. It was called Off Season with John Gavin. It still plays. And I met Hitchcock, who was a strange bird. This was my one major encounter with Alfred Hitchcock. He came on the set on the next to last day that I was directing a Hitchcock hour with John Gavin called Off Season. And Mr. Hitchcock came on the set, and I was introduced to him by the producer of the Hitchcock hour, a man named Norman Lloyd. And I shook his hand. He held out his hand, which was like holding a wet fish. And I said, "Oh, Mr. Hitchcock, what a great honor it is for me to meet you." And he looked at me and he said, "Mr. Friedkin, usually our directors wear ties." And I said, "Well, you know, I was late in getting dressed this evening," and he was gone. That's my only encounter with Hitchcock. But Psycho. If there's a scarier film than Psycho, I don't know what it is. The Exorcist cannot hold Psycho's jockstrap.
I have time for maybe a couple.
No, I'm not joking. Psycho is so tight, so right to the point, right on the money. And then the last shot of this guy sitting in a prison cell, and you hear his voice, Anthony Perkins, and he's got this strange look on his face. And you hear his inner voice. It's chilling. To this day, I still watch Psycho. I must have seen it, well, countless times. Countless. 70, 80 times, because you can count to that. You can count to that. I knew this gentleman could count to that. No, Psycho, wow. And I'm trying to think, what other films move me in that genre? And I'm hard put to come to any. Diabolique is another, by H.G. Clouseau. Yes. Onibaba. Yes, a Japanese film, another one.
Texas Chainsaw.
What?
Texas Chainsaw.
That's in a different category, Texas Chainsaw. That's more exploitational.
Yeah.
It's good. Damn, it's good. And I knew Toby Hooper, I'm proud to say, very well. And I love his film.
Shall we take one more?
Take as many as you want.
Right there. Yeah.
I wanted to ask, you said you love classics, and I think for a lot of us, your films are considered to be classics, so I'm wondering...
What did?
I was going to say, you said you love the classics, and for many of us, I think your films are considered to be like the classic canonical films, so I'm wondering what it's like to see your films sort of be accepted by the culture and be so important.
I don't think in those terms, honestly. Every film I made was a job. Directing films is a damn good job. Try it sometime. It's a damn good job, and that's what it always was to me. And I don't mean by using that word to diminish it. It's a damn good job directing films. And rarely do they come out as I intended. But when one does, I feel very pleased about that. Often the ones that didn't come out that well are the ones that unfortunately stay with me. But I haven't made any classics. Let's be serious. Oh, wait a minute. No. Classics. Citizen Kane. All About Eve. The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. What? What film is that? John Huston, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Fantastic. Classic. I continue to watch that. Pee-wee's Big Adventure. I haven't seen a new film that I consider classic for a long time. I'm looking forward to the new film by Damien Chazelle, whose work I really like. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Daddy.
Oh, hi, Mom.
So Cruising was shot in New York at the same time as another gay iconic film, You Can't Stop the Music.
What? You said Cruising in the same sentence with You Can't Stop. You hurt me. You wanted to do it all night and you got me. All right, what about You Can't Stop the Music?
Well, okay, never mind that then. So, I always wondered, because your scenes in Cruising are so short, like, they're just a few sentences and then people are in of rooms and out of rooms. Is that, is that because there were protesters outside screaming music to interrupt the filming, or is that from the script level? That's how you imagined it?
Fuck the protesters. I haven't thought about the protesters from then until you mentioned it. Yes. I don't care about protesters. Look, in many ways, to me, that's a good thing. If people are legitimately protesting because they're angry or pissed off or in some way moved, positively or negatively, that's okay with me. Because what you're trying to do as a filmmaker is reach people emotionally. That's it. Whether you make them laugh, cry, or be scared. I want to reach people, if I can, emotionally, and that ain't easy. Yes. What else?
That's it.
What was the question?
The scenes being short. Like, the scenes are very short, crisp, clean cut.
I didn't notice that. I don't notice that the scenes are any shorter in Cruising than anything else I made. I honest to God have never noticed that. I'll have to take a look at them. And maybe put some stuff back.
Yeah.
Who wants to see Cruising, the final cut?
Where is that footage? Is that footage exist? Any of the stuff?
There's about 40 minutes that I took out of Cruising.
Bring it back!
Where is it? It's hard to do, you know. It's hard to bring back because you have an entirely new audience today. I imagine very few of you were alive. Who was alive when I made Cruising, or an adult? Who was an adult? One guy. Was there anyone else was an adult when I made Cruising? What? Okay. You want to see it again?
Love an extended cut.
I tell you, I don't know if I would love an extended cut, but if you guys ever want to run Cruising, I'll come and show it to you. I'll show you my personal print. Which does consist of other stuff.
Yeah.
I think it is about 40 minutes. I cut around 40 minutes out because of the studio at the time, United Artists, which I don't think exists anymore, but Cruising still exists. Who else? Yes, ma'am. She asked me if there are any other films I would recommend. I shortened up the question. Are there any films that I would recommend aside from the ones I mentioned? I mentioned Citizen Kane. Everybody has to see that. That's the Bible. It's the Bible of cinema. If you believe anything I've said tonight, believe that. Citizen Kane, All About Eve, Treasure of Sierra Madre. I would say, now I have to reach, but Paths of Glory. Stanley Kubrick. 2001. Stanley Kubrick. Dr. Strangelove. Stanley Kubrick. The Killing. Fantastic film. The Killing. What else? I'm trying to think. There are some others. What?
Kazan? Elia Kazan, on the waterfront.
Oh, Elia Kazan, who was a great friend of mine and a director who I admired greatly. On the Waterfront is a masterpiece. What?
Streetcar? Streetcar Named Desire?
I don't relate that much to Streetcar Named Desire, although I know it's some kind of a great film. But it's certainly as much Tennessee Williams as Elia Kazan.
America, America's maybe one of just.
America, America, I don't remember that as much. I'm trying to think.
Baby Jane. Whatever happened to Baby Jane?
Whatever happened to Baby Jane? That sucks. Let's talk about a film that doesn't suck. Made before 1960. What?
Stagecoach.
Stagecoach.
Double Indemnity.
Double Indemnity. That's pretty damn good. I love Double Indemnity. Love it. Metropolis, very good.
Sunset Boulevard.
Oh yeah.
Billy Wilder.
Billy Wilder, great filmmaker. It's a Wonderful Life? Says who? If you're living in the Ukraine right now, you ain't watching It's a Wonderful Life. I'm trying to think. I know we all have favorites. Yojimbo is damn good. Akira Kurosawa. I met Kurosawa. I gave a party in New York for Kurosawa when he came for his only visit. And he was a wonderful man. He had attempted suicide. Can you imagine this great master? He became so out of favor in Japan that he had almost committed suicide. His life was saved. I worship the ground he rests in. Kurosawa. Who in the hell else was it? Who? I appreciate Bergman. To me, watching Bergman is like eating food that's good for you. But that's just personal. Yeah. What? Jean Renoir. Who? Jean Renoir. I know nothing about his films. I watched them. I can't tell you anything I can recall.
Bertolucci.
That was a good film. Bertolucci. Well, the great Bertolucci film.
Godard.
That wasn't his film. Last Tango in Paris. I love that. I think that's great. That's a wonderful freeform film. It's so unexpected to this day. How many you like, or how many have seen Last Tango in Paris? Do you like it? Yeah. Anybody don't like it? Get the hell out of here. What else? Who? John Ford? Jaws? I don't like Jaws that much. I know it's very well made, but you know, I don't care what's well made. I care what appeals to me personally for some personal reason. Don't you? Yes. We don't know what the great films are. We know what appeals to us. We want to see a film that's going to appeal to us. And if it's a great film, fine. I know films that are not considered great that I like to watch.
Yes.
But I'm trying to think. What? I didn't hear. The Room? What in the hell is The Room? What is that?
Notoriously bad film.
I don't know The Room. Ed Wood! Ed Wood is as bad as it gets. It's so bad that it's terrible. All the Ed Wood fans are leaving. John Cassavetes. I knew him and I liked him very much. There's a couple of films. What are they? Shadows. Killing of a Chinese Bookie. That's a terrific movie.
Opening night.
What?
Woman Under the
Influence. Great. Jenna Rollins. What? Faces? Yeah. I know that less well.
The Dirty Dozen.
The Dirty Dozen? I like 11 of those.
All right, a couple more. Right in the back in the middle, yeah.
Between The Boys in the Band, which happened in a very self-contained environment, and this film, which happened, across an entire city, how does the storytelling change as a director between those two very different settings?
God, is that a great question. Between a film like The Boys in the Band that's shot in one room, and what? What was the other one?
Cruising.
Cruising,
which takes place over the city.
What?
Versus cruising that takes place over a whole city.
And cruising. What about them?
How does, as a director, how does storytelling change in those two very different types of settings?
Storytelling never changes. To a filmmaker, it's a very personal thing, the most personal thing. What story do you like? What story are you attracted to? And they don't have to be of a kind. They can be different, like The Boys in the Band and The Birthday Party, or whatever you said. They're different. They attracted me for different reasons. The Boys in the Band attracted me because it's such a great script with wonderful characters, many of whom I knew while I lived in New York, and I knew the writer. And I think it was a tremendous script, and that's what attracted me. The Birthday Party, Harold Pinter, I screwed that up. I did not make a good film out of The Birthday Party. The film is not as good as the play deserved. Not as good. Sorry. I am sorry. Not only for those of you who saw it, but for myself. It didn't make it for me. What did make it for me? I imagine many of you saw my masterpiece, Birth of a Nation. None of you have seen that. Okay, next.
Right there.
What's the project that got away? What's the project that you really hoped you were going to be able to make, but either time or money or studio interference stopped it from being made?
God, it's a great question. I don't know. You have stumped me. The duck will come down and have you $100. What's the one that got? What is the film I wanted to make that got away? I can't think of one. There must be several, but I don't know. I would tell you, I don't know.
Exorcist 3?
What?
Exorcist 3?
What?
Exorcist 3. You were supposed to direct Exorcist 3.
No way would I ever direct Exorcist 3. I wouldn't. Next case.
Right there.
Hi, I gotta ask, have you seen Exorcist 2?
Have I seen Exorcist 2? I did see it. I don't remember a frame of it. I remember thinking at the time it was a total piece of shit. I don't know why I saw it. I remember that the head of this Warner Brothers studio said to me when they finished it, he said, "Congratulations, you're a grandfather," meaning we're putting out Exorcist 2. So I watched it and came close to suicide. I think if I ever wanted to commit suicide, I would watch Exorcist 2. And if that failed, I would watch Exorcist 3. No, that stuff, oh man. Geez, I hate the memory of those things.
Right over there in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You spoke a lot about your inspiration and what inspired your great films. I was just wondering if you tapped into any Kenneth Anger when you created Cruising, because I drew a lot of similarities between this and Scorpio Rising. I was wondering if he was on your radar.
I'm sorry.
Did you watch any Kenneth Anger Scorpio Rising when making?
I saw Scorpio Rising. I don't think it had anything to do with cruising. I thought it was, for what it was, terrific. In its time, I haven't seen it for maybe 50 years. I don't know.
Did it playing in your head at all?
No. Do you remember it?
Absolutely.
Is it good?
Beautiful.
Okay.
All right.
I honestly don't, I remember the title and little, who made that? Who directed it?
Kenneth Anger.
Kenneth Anger, okay. Yeah, I don't remember it, I'm sorry. I remember the title.
Or we'll do a final question. Who has the best question?
No, that's all right, there's a couple.
A couple more? We'll do these. Right there. Wait.
I don't know about the best question, but it is about cruising. You talked earlier about how the murders themselves and of course the film, the case itself remains somewhat open-ended, but there's another aspect of the story that is open-ended, and that is the character's relationship with himself. And I'm curious, at what point did that become a major part of the story, his questioning his own sexuality to some extent?
His question was, at what part of the making of the film did the character, the Pacino character sort of arrive at who he was and what he was? It came along about halfway. It occurred to me, because I think a lot about the films I've directed, although many of you may not believe so, but I think a lot about them while I'm making them. And I get ideas that aren't in the original script. I remember thinking a lot about cruising while I was making it. And about halfway into it, it occurred to me that I didn't know who the killer was, but I thought it could be the Pacino character. It could be. I'm not saying it was, but if you look at the last shot of the film, it could definitely be. It could be. I honestly don't know. I mean, it's not based on some literal actual case. There were a series of murders in that world at that time.
Who did the voice work of the killer?
Who did the voice work of the killer? I forget his name. He was a New York actor that I've worked with, and I'm sorry I forget his name.
He's fantastic.
He was good, yeah. He was in one of my films. And it occurred to me, long after I started the film, that he was killing his own father. And so the voice that he hears in his head is his father's voice. Anything else?
The killers, it's like a chain, right? So the person who killed the first person is then killed in the second. It's all very ambiguous.
What are you talking about?
The killer, when you watch them killed, you're watching the murderer then become a victim, right? Throughout.
I don't remember that. Is that what happens?
The actor that was the killer, the first kill, plays the second victim.
Yeah, I just didn't want to pay two actors. I paid enough actors. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why, but that was one of the reasons, certainly. Way in the back, yes. Yes, ma'am, the white.
Hey.
Over there, straight ahead. Yeah. The Brinks job?
Yeah.
What about it?
Do you have anything to say about it?
Nothing to say about it. What? It's an unsuccessful film.
What about Warren Oates?
Warren Oates was a great actor. I loved working with Warren Oates. Do any of you know who Warren Oates was? Great. Warren Oates was a great actor.
A former Marine.
Huh? Roy Scheider?
No, Warren Oates.
Our Marine Corps?
I was in the Marine Corps. He was in the Marine Corps.
Were you in the Corps to get? No, he's older than you. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Someone else who hasn't.
Yeah, who hasn't raised his question? Over there.
So, throughout the years, they say The Exorcist is haunted. Did you feel anything personally spooky happen on set, or it's just Hollywood hearsay?
Well, the first day we had a new caterer, it was terrible. Other than that, nothing spooky happened on the set. Let me give you a piece of advice. Many of you may have made films or would like to or whatever. Get a good caterer. I get the best caterer you can.
Right there in the middle. That's you.
In Cruising, was any footage ever done of Al Pacino actually partaking in the homosexual acts with any of the men? Because I read that some were cut in the 40 minutes, that there was like sex scenes of Pacino with other men. Was that never shot?
No. I've never heard that. No. I don't know what man would want to have sex with Pacino. That's right. Wait a second. Let me think. Is there a woman? Can't think of a woman. That's just what? Karen Allen. What they did off set is their own business.
Right over there.
Where?
Right.
We talked about some pretty iconic films tonight: French Connection, The Exorcist, Live and Die in LA. I just kind of wanted to stand and speak for my personal favorite, the stylish underdog, Jade.
Why is it suddenly lonely in here?
I love Jade and I don't care who knows it.
How do you feel about being lonely in a crowd? Jade has some good points and a lot of bad points, I think. I loved working with Linda Fiorentino and David Caruso. I liked working with him. And Chas Palminteri. They were terrific to work with. That's what I recall. That's usually what I remember about some of these pictures. Is there anything else that will hold the attention of the handful of people left in this? Yes.
Oh, me? Yeah. Oh. So I heard you talk before about 2001: A Space Odyssey, and you didn't include it in a list of most important films because you felt like films after 2001 did not evolve the way that cinema should have. I was wondering if there were any other films that you have seen that you thought, wow, this is like the next step of cinema, but then like no one or not as many followed suit.
I really don't understand.
Sorry, what I mean is that you had said before that 2001, despite being an amazing film, did not change cinema like as much.
Oh, I don't know if it changed cinema. It probably did. But I don't know. If I said something as stupid as it did or didn't change cinema, shame on me. Because that's not for me to decide. What are the films that changed me? Those are the only ones I can really speak about. And some of them may be obscure. But I named the ones that came immediately to mind. But yes.
What I meant were there films that you loved so much that you felt like were very important, revolutionary, but others did not think so?
I don't know that. I don't know what anyone thinks. I don't know what anyone in this audience thinks of as their favorite film. And it's none of my business. That's something I think is very personal to people, and they don't need to answer for it or defend it or deny it or whatever. Changed cinema? What changed cinema? God, I don't know. I'd like to say Citizen Kane, except changed it to what? Who made a film like that? Who made a film in that vein? Who made a film that's as memorable? Citizen Kane was 1941, and we still watch it. 1941 is at least 5 years ago. I don't know what changed cinema, except, the very early works.
I think it's just like the techniques that are developed for its how it affects other filmmakers, or like they.
Technique is not important to me. Story is important. How well the filmmakers tell the story, whoever they may be. They may be people I don't know or had never heard of before. Like I was very impressed by that first film by Damien Chazelle. I think that's a wonderful picture. He hasn't made one since, has he? He's made
La La Land.
What?
La La Land. First Man and First Man.
What's first? Oh, that was an astronaut movie. Yeah, I don't remember that so well. I don't remember that well.
Someone all the way in the back has been.
I think Sorcerer is one of the most extremely tense filmmaking experiences of any film. Can you talk a little bit about constructing tension in your scenes?
Thank you. I guess you all heard that.
Yes.
Anyone didn't? Anyone not want to? Suspense is made up of so many parts. The main part is the audience's investment in the character or characters and the situations before you get to that wallop scene. Suspense doesn't come out of whole cloth. You can't just open a movie with suspense and sustain it because the audience isn't invested yet. You have to get the audience invested in the characters and then get them into some kind of difficulty. And if the audience is invested, they will identify with the characters. And if it's suspense or humor or whatever, you need to make that, they need to be invested. And that's not easy to do. That's not an easy thing to do. And not many that I can name who have done it consistently. I mean, not that there aren't so many great films, but you're talking about suspense. And, you know, a film like Psycho, you got to go a long ways to make a film as suspenseful as Psycho for me. What else? What else is suspenseful? Diabolique? Yeah. Diabolique, certainly.
Wages of Fear?
That's H.G. Clouseau's other great film, The Wages of Fear. That's very suspenseful. It's great. What else? I don't.
Those are ours.
Thanks, Mom. Vertigo? I never got vertigo. I think it's okay.
Aliens.
Huh?
Alien.
Alien?
Alien.
Alien's great. Yeah. Oh, I love Alien. That's a great suspense movie. I imagine that could still move me emotionally. Alien.
And the first 40 minutes are all character. It's just a film about truckers until we get to the action.
Alien is a great film.
Halloween.
It's coming up, isn't it?
We got a final question. Who has the best question of the night? Do you have the best question of the night?
I think so.
Okay.
You said filmmaking was always sort of a job to you. What do you think would have happened to you? What do you think your career or life would have been had you not become a filmmaker?
God. What if I had not been a filmmaker? Probably a thief.